What's going on, everybody? Happy Thursday. Get everything all up and put in place here. My desktop is a little out of order. Out of order. Bring this on over here. Man. All right, I think we're good. How's the music? Music too high, too low? What are you guys thinking? Sup, dude? What's up, dude? Warframe 1999 demo time? Yeah, we're gonna do that later today. Probably won't be for a while though. There's a lot of stuff to go over. Chances are we'll talk for a few hours. I think tomorrow when I get on, I wanna I kind of wanna like really plow through some Ghost of Tsushima. Probably do less chatting and reacting and stuff like that, and just kind of push through the game because like I'm falling behind on a lot of other games that I should be playing right now. And trying to get caught up on some other stuff, and plus there's other games that are on the horizon, right? We still have Stalker 2 that's going to be coming out relatively soon, so, and I plan on playing a pretty good deal of that. I think we also have like Path of Exile stuff that's going to be coming, you know, at one point as well, so I want to be looking into that. Rady, thank you from converting from a Prime to a Tier 1 sub. Thank you so much. Thank you for your generosity. What's your favorite Incardian weapon so far? Well, I still haven't worked on the Torrid. I haven't played Warframe off stream in a while. I've just been so busy lately. I've been so damn busy lately. 20-something of November for Stalker 2. You've got time. Bro, you say that? That's not how life works. Believe me. Believe me. I just as an example, like so, you know, when I first started doing like YouTube for like full time, I didn't have like a lot of sponsorships or anything like that. I'd get a couple, just like one or two here or there, and then I just kind of pick like the best version or the best like kind of video for it in a month, and then I would put it on there or something like that. But obviously, as things have kind of expanded lately, I've gotten a lot more people that have been, like a lot more like sponsor offers, and I've not put them into a lot of my videos and I'm falling behind. And initially where I was like, oh man, this isn't due until like the 31st. All of a sudden I'm like, oh, I have a lot. I have a lot. So I have a lot to get done. Same thing goes for like, well then what are you gonna talk about? I think that's the other thing, like even though it's like, oh, you have time, well like the thing is that like I have to have things to talk about. I have to have things to make videos about, which requires me to be playing games, more games. And of course, you know, in my all-seeing wisdom, I was like talking to a couple of my buddies, and one of my favorite games that I used to play with friends like online was NHL. I hate EA. I hate the sports game racket. It disgusts me in every way, shape, or form. But damn it, man, do I love playing hockey with my friends. And so I made the smart choice to buy NHL 25, and now I've been sitting on my couch playing that rather than, you know, playing games of impact that I can write about. Tier 1, what is a Tier 1 sub? It's a Twitch sub. So the folks on Twitch can subscribe to the channel by paying like $4, $5 or whatever it is. And if they do that, they get to watch ad-free and support me. Legendary drops. Do you like racing games? Need for Speed. Dude, the last Need for Speed I played was Need for Speed Most Wanted. Not 2. Need for Speed Most Wanted. My last favorite racing game was probably like Burnout 2. Do you take game requests here? I mean, like people suggest games to me all the time, but you know, I get to stuff when I get to it. Sometimes I you know, I only have so much time in the day. I have so much time in the day. Most Wanted was lit. Yeah, it was actually really good. Hey, Firebreak Control spin-off from Remedy announced today. Did you ever play Control or Alan Wake? They are on... I've played Alan Wake. I didn't play Alan Wake 2. I have not played Control, but it is on my list of games that I need to play at one point. Benefit to being a YouTube channel is that, like, there's really no... I think there's a rush to get on, like, news of a game when it first comes out, but I don't necessarily think that for every single game you have to do that. I think in some cases you can still release videos a year or more afterwards, hell, even longer than that sometimes, and you'll still be able to find an audience. More times than not, people want to... it's all about developing an audience that wants to hear your perspective on something, regardless of the time. Most Wanted was good as hell. Yeah, Most Wanted was fucking sick. It was super good. What's your thoughts on the new Frame? I think that she's fun. I think that Comey is fun. I think it's going to be really good for... I think it'll be really good for, like, new players, just because it's a fun and goofy kind of... Not really goofy, but it's a strong frame. I think it's built for new players. Because, like, endgame players are all about, like, hyper optimization, right? Like, you want to make, like, a really hyper optimized frame, which doesn't mean that, like, endgame players can't make her strong. She can definitely be strong. That thread ability is gross, and her ultimate is insane. Have you tried any of the Steam Next Fest demos? I have not. I don't even know how to even do that in the first place. Is it just, like, on the Steam page, and you just kind of, like, click some of them, and then just, you know, go through it and download the demos and give it a shot? You can build her to nuke rooms. Yeah, I bet you can. Especially put range on the one. You just log in and download, yeah? Okay. You're my next Aspen Gold Souls-like daily streamer now. I don't stream daily. I only stream like 2 days a week because the other days I'm working on videos. I've talked about it a lot. I would like to be able to expand the stream schedule and get back to, like, at least 3 days a week. There's literally no... there is no world in which I will ever be a streamer that could stream every single day. I would literally have to stop making videos at that point. There's just not enough time. The decrees are hilarious. Yeah, it can really pop off sometimes. Tried Atlas Fallen today. It's horrible. Glad I didn't buy it. This is why I say... I have a video that's gonna... I'm hoping it comes out tomorrow. Actually, I need to message my agent right now. I have a video that I'm gonna post tomorrow. It's a really good one, actually. I really like it. I really, really like it. A legendary drops you have an agent? It's not like that. It's not like that. You ever play Subnautica? Yeah, there's streams on here of me playing Subnautica. I haven't finished Subnautica. We need to finish Subnautica. Where's the music? Can you not hear it? Is it too low? Oh, I guess it would be a little low, huh? That should be good for you guys. Do you think Arrowhead has turned around Helldivers 2 with these updates? That's another video that I have to work on. I'll probably do that next week. I'll take a look at everything that's gone on with Helldivers 2 and make like a Helldivers 2 recap video and see how their 30-day or 60-day challenge thing that they did. Divinity 2 OST. Let's go. Yeah, dude. I fucking love Divinity Original Sin 2. you playing this weekend on remasters? Bro, y'all need to chill. Thank you for the $2, by the way. Also thank you, Connor, for the 10, man. That's huge. Thank you so much. Like, here I am talking about how like I'm falling behind on games, and you're like, yeah, but you gonna play this too? It's like, man, guys, I'm fucking drowning over here. Fucking drowning over here. I mean, you got to think, especially with like how a lot of people make games today. Like the troublesome thing is that in a lot of cases, it's one of the reasons why I really like Space Marine 2. I sat down, I played the game, I beat the game, and that was it, man. That was it. Like, I can go back and pop in there and just chill a little, you know, chill for a little bit and like, you know, do some of the multiplayer and stuff. But like, just so many games today are like 60, 70, 80 hours, 9 hours, like 90 hours, 100 hours. Like, it's just, it's so much game, dude. There's so much out there. Play some Slayer for us? Yeah, if I wanted to get my channel banned. It's one of the reasons I don't really like, it's one of the reasons I don't like streaming on YouTube. If I try to play any copyrighted music, they'll immediately shut the stream down. Shut my ass down. At least Twitch will retroactively go back and they'll just mute that part of the stream. Sucks. That happened was that last week or like week before last week, where like YouTube stream literally got shut down halfway through because YouTube detected some type of like copywritten content inside of like a video. Yeah, Diddy did it. That's right. It was the Diddy that did it. Yeah, we were watching like a video on the Puff Daddy stuff, and YouTube made like a copyright strike on it, and they just shut the stream down in the middle. It wasn't a strike, luckily. It wasn't a strike. And you still didn't end up playing Warframe? Didn't I? I thought I did play Warframe that day. The Diddler. God damn it. Did any of you guys watch, what was the name of that old, I'm talking like old school days of YouTube. I think they were called Pizza Face or something like that. I can't remember the name of the YouTube channel, but it was like these three dudes, and like, there was this one dude that was like talking about how, you know, I can't say the word on YouTube either. I love YouTube. I can't even say the word. They were like talking about something, and like one of the dude was talking about somebody that has some proclivities for children, and he makes a joke about it. And the guy's like, whoa, you can't say things like that, man. You can't say things like that. And then the dude's like, he's like, no, that guy's my friend. We're really good friends. He said, he gave me the pass. He said, you're cool, man. And he's like, he runs around. He said his friend runs around with question marks all over himself and calls himself the Diddler. Riddle me this, will I diddle you? Oh, man. Have you seen Subnautica 2 trailer? No, I know that there was like a Subnautica 0 or something like that, but people didn't really like it all that much. Hey man, love your content. Just came to tell you that you don't have to comment on the Asmongold stuff nor political stuff, especially that those unhinged fans come to pursue you. So here's the deal. I'm going to actually. I'm going to, but I'm gonna. But there's a way that I discuss things. there's a way I discuss things in a way that I think about things, and I think it kind of reflects. I saw his apology video, and I think it kind of reflects the things that he was talking about. Where sometimes you can, you know, it's this whole content creation machine. It's talking to fans. You get whipped up in ideologies. You end up having, you know, whatever beliefs or opinions that you have immediately supported by the people that are there. So, you know, you have this kind of like bias that ends up, you know, being created that doesn't lead you to go do the things that you need to do. And this is something that nobody does anymore, which is get context on a situation. Get context on anything that you're talking about. If you guys go and you guys watch any of the videos that I have, any video that I have, I am neurotic when it comes to context, because I don't want to seem like I have some type of extreme opinion that lays on one side. There might be things that come off like that, but if you listen to the entire conversation, then you hear that's not the way. But the thing is that like YouTube, this whole system, like streaming, all that stuff, it rewards you for taking the most extreme position possible or saying the most extreme things, even if that's not what you actually mean, even if that's not how it's even supposed to be taken. It's really just there in a lot of times to be able to bait certain people, get a reaction out of the audience and things like that. And it can create a pretty toxic atmosphere. So far as the opinions, the only thing that I'm going to say is this. I talk about video games. I have no opinions on anything that happens outside of that. And my opinion, as somebody that makes videos about video games and just talks to people online, has absolutely no value in that discussion. So I don't watch YouTubers, Twitch streamers, or anybody else for their political opinions or geopolitical opinions or hell, even their social political opinions, because they're people talking about fucking video games, like me. I stay in my lane. I don't need to do anything else. I don't need to stretch outside. I don't need to have an opinion. Everybody wants to have a fucking opinion on everything. Everything. And it's like, you're not cool unless you don't have an opinion on something. Dude, you guys want to know what my opinion is? Zero. I don't know anything about it. It's halfway across the world. I have no idea what's going on over there, and nor do I care, because I wouldn't have any impact on it even if I did in the first place. Like, I'm just gonna live my life, baby. I'm just gonna live my life. That's all I can do. I will do well onto others as others do well onto me, and then outside of that, I ignore the rest. Otherwise, the thing is that if you sit around and you're paying attention to every single little thing that's happening in the world, and this isn't a little thing that's happening over there, I don't want it to sound like that, but the problem is that like when you get caught up in these kind of things, I mean, you're just gonna constantly feel like the entire world's on fire. And I used to be one of those people. I used to look at the things that were happening online, the discussions that were happening online, the things that were happening around the world, and I would feel like, oh man, everything is just so bad. And then I just wake up and then the next day I wake up, I take a shower, I have a cup of coffee, and I'm like, wait, I did the same thing yesterday. Nothing changed. Nothing changed. Mind you, that's privilege, but I'm happy that I'm privileged. Helgrund, thank you for the 5 gifted, man. I appreciate that. I think Asmongold is not completely wrong about what he said. He just should clarify more. No. That's the point that I'm trying to make. I don't care if he's wrong or right. I don't listen to people for those kind of opinions, whether they're YouTubers or Twitch streamers. That's not the kind of place that I would go to for that kind of information. I don't care what Asmongold's opinion is on the Middle East. Because I don't care what his opinion is or what's going on over there. Because I don't know anything about it. And I don't feel like I need to have an opinion on it. That's it. That's it. That's it. You know what I'm thinking about every single day? I'm thinking about my family. I'm thinking about my friends. I'm thinking about what content that I'm gonna make. I'm thinking about like there's other things that I'm thinking about. Like I don't know, man. Like I call it sheltered, I guess, but that's just who I am. That's not discounting things that are happening in the world. It's just talking about how I personally am irrelevant to those things that are happening in other places. That's my perspective. That's my opinion on those kind of things. And I oftentimes also look at other people that have these really insane, or not even insane, but just any opinion about these kind of things. And I also, in a lot of cases, see them as insignificant in those issues as well. Bless you, man. Thanks. Yeah. But yeah, so anyway, that's my whole take on the situation. Like I'd seen everything. Like I already saw like his apology post and stuff like that. I saw the video that he made and whatnot. I mean, realistically, if people are wondering like what it's going to be when Asmongold comes back, I think he's going to try to turn things into a little bit more of a positive direction. I think the dude needs to in general. Just because like when you cover a lot of negative shit back to back to back to back to back, and even I feel this way lately because like a lot of the videos that I've had lately have been like super heavy criticisms and not a lot of game reviews, but that's also just because of a lot of games haven't come out. I've kind of haven't had a lot to play, or I haven't finished a lot of games lately. So even for me, I'm like, man, it's been a while since I've made a video that was like, more positively focused. Because if I go right now, which it's coming, it's just going to take a little bit of time to do that. Because I have to like find something worthwhile to do. But also at the same time, I recognize that I'm just a critical person to begin with. Like, I've always been that way. But like, if I go and I look, the last videos that I made, I don't know, actually. You know what? I take that back. I don't feel bad about making critical content about the video games industry, because in all of these videos, I almost always will talk about something positive. And in a lot of cases, it ends up being, something that's not there anymore, right? So like the last video I made, what happened to Xbox? The like 50% of that video is reminiscing about how fucking awesome the Xbox One and Xbox 360 were, right? Like that was fun. It was really fun to reminisce about those kind of things. Ubisoft, no, the fall of Ubisoft was like positive up into the point where they started to fall off, but I've just never been a fan of Ubisoft, so I kind of clapped down pretty hard on them. But like Space Marine 2 is a reminder of what we lost. Like, this is just a positive video. I mean, it's critical of the industry, but it's positive about the game. Same thing goes for like Black Myth Wukong's videos are the same. Most of it's just like reporting on other shit that's going on in the industry. Same thing goes for like the Warframe videos, the Path of Exile when I played it. Yeah. Ubisoft is going to do a no, we not woke buyout games. You know what the funny thing is that like this is one of the things that I still try to push back on, is that like a lot of the discussions that are surrounding Ubisoft where they're trying to point out like perceived like wokeness within the games, DEI hirings and all that kind of stuff. Like while that is a factor in some of their struggles, it's not like their games just fucking suck, dude. It doesn't even have anything to do like. In most cases, it's actually, like the funny thing is you can go and point out like super like super wokey stuff, right? Like fucking Dustborn, right? Dustborn, like it was just it's like not on, like obviously its themes are definitely not suited for mass consumption, but it was also just a shit game, and like a lot of people just fail to like let that be a part of the issue, but they say it's shit because of these things. Like no, it's not shit because of it. It's just it makes it worse for sure, but it's just bad. They're just bad. Like one of the things that I brought up in the video that's going to end up popping up tomorrow, it's not about Ubisoft. I haven't made anything. I don't have any plans to make anything on Ubisoft until something big happens. But I do bring up Ubisoft in my next video, and one of the things that I bring up about it is that like over the years, like games have just continued to scope creep so much and try to shove more shit into the game to try to pad out hours played so that they can justify the money that they're spending on the game, and it's just leading to worse games. Use Assassin's Creed as an example. It is the picture perfect example of this. It was a game that was a stealth game, a stealth narrative open world game. Very cool, very fun, tight controls, interesting combat. That was it. Fast forward to today, and all of a sudden it has RPG mechanics, multiple choice quest and narrative scenarios, The open world is even bigger. There's side quests and side businesses that you can do, and there's all these different mechanics and shit. And everything they add just continues to dilute the core experience of why people played Assassin's Creed in the first place. That has nothing to do with social politics. That just has to do with bad game design, bad management, and a bad product. And the funny thing is, that's the root cause of their problem, because it's not just Assassin's Creed they've done it to, it's every fucking game. It's every game. Every single Ubisoft game has RPG mechanics, randomized loot, skill trees, and all this other shit. It's like, bro, fucking dial back. Dial it back. And the funny thing is that you go and you look on the flip side at the indie industry right now, the indie games, and indie games are crushing it. Why do indie games crush it? Because they're simple. Because they're simple. They focus on the things that make a game fun. That's it. That's what you have to do. You have to do that. And it's so crazy to see how many AAA companies have lost sight of that. And I think in a lot of cases, the biggest issue that the gaming industry faces today is that in its growth, where it blew up and it gained a ton of these people that came in, right? A ton of people, like all these investors wanted to invest in the video game industry because it was growing so fast. And then it started making more money than movies. Then it started making more money than television, than music. Then it made more money than all of them combined. Well, the thing is that when you have all of these investors come in, you have to prove as a studio or as a publisher that you are growing. But video games take 4 to 6 years to make. How do you prove that you're growing? You start more projects, you hire on more people, and you open up more studios. You have to show them that you're doing something with their money. They don't want to see you make a game in 6 years. They want to see what you're going to be doing between that time. So in the case of Xbox, PlayStation, Ubisoft, EA, Activision, all these companies, the only thing that they could do is, well, we'll hire on more people. And in that case, they weren't hiring for talent. They were hiring for warm bodies. They were just hiring for people that would be there just to be there, just to show the investors we're growing. As a result, now you have too many people to make any kind of decisions within a reasonable amount of time, and everybody doesn't know how to make a fucking video game. You bring in all these talentless folks, and really, the funny thing is that this is an extreme comment many would say from Asmongold, the whole talentless freaks thing. He's not wrong. In a lot of cases, there are a lot of people that are working at some of these studios that are completely useless. Like they're not bringing any value, and all they're doing is causing more problems for some of these companies. The worst part is some of them have gotten into leadership. Some of them have gotten into leadership. Like, damn, man. Let's see what I missed here. What's going on, Destin? Do you think time equals cost? Time equals cost. The time wasted during development is the reasons things cost so much. It's actually a mix of it's actually a mix of a lot of different reasons. You have to think about something. The bigger that you scale a project and the more people that you have working on something, one, you're already paying more money because you have more employees. And depending on where you are, if you're in the US, you're going to pay even more money, right? Or if you're in whatever other country, it's going to be even more. Two, also the time factor comes in as well, because chances are, when you have too many people working on something, too many cooks in the kitchen, right? It takes too long to make any meaningful decisions to be able to push things along. I talked to, this is actually before the channel had ever really gained any steam. But I did at one point in time have some Diablo 4 developers reach out to me, and they told me straight up that there were a ton of things that they wanted to do to Diablo 4 before the game launched, things that would have launched the game in a much better state for a lot of the people that wanted to play it into the end game. And one of the things that they ran into, and even when the game was poorly received and they wanted to fix things, one of the things that they ran into was that they could never get anything approved. Because, if they're a designer, they have to point to somebody and go, hey, This is my idea. This is what I like to do. This will fix this issue. And they go, okay, cool. It'll fix the issue. Well, I'll take it to my boss. They'll approve it. So they take it to that boss. That boss goes, yeah, I like it. Okay, pass it to the next guy. He has to approve it. That guy goes to that guy. And that guy has to approve it. But that guy goes, yeah, I like this, but we should change this one thing real quick. It's, something about, how it's going to appeal to casual and like hardcore audiences. Right. Well, we need to make this appeal to the casual audience a little bit more. So we're just going to tweak this in this direction. So then they hand it off to the next guy. That guy changes something with it because he wants to put his thumbprint on it because he wants to make sure people think that he's doing his job or that he's working at all. So he puts his thumbprint on it and changes a little thing and he passes it. And it's a game of telephone. By the time that initial idea that is something that would have made the game better gets all the way down the line, well, now it gets to the next guy and he's like, oh, well, this doesn't really work with the battle pass. How can we make this work with the battle pass? Because everything has to be tied to the monetization, right? So after all these minor changes from all these people, then it gets to somebody else that wants to do it for a whole other reason. And then finally it gets approved. And by the time it does, it's something that's completely unrecognizable from what the initial fix actually was. One of the reasons why, and this is a common term that's used in business management and project management, is agility. It's making agile teams. An agile team is a team that is not only skilled, but can make quick decisions and is incredibly flexible. That does not describe the video game industry. They have zero, like the biggest company, like Ubisoft, Sony, Square Enix, EA, Xbox. These companies are too big to make quick decisions. They can't do anything. You can't do anything. You guys want to know a really bleak thing? Something very bleak? Is that you have to think about this. Even if these companies today said, we're turning it around. We're laying off. We're going to focus on smaller teams. We're going to do, very concise projects. It would take them years to be able to get to that point where they finally got that agility that they need and they got that focus on the core aspects of what they want to make. But then it would still take another 4 to 6 years for them to even do anything about any of it in the first place. So even if a company today wanted to be able to make a decision because of how far they've gotten, it would take a decade before they could ever make any positive change. And by then, what do you think the impact of them not having anything in the market for 10 years, or, players have already devalued their brand up to that point. Then on top of that, you have companies like Larian Studios. You have FromSoft and a handful of other like single A or double A studios that have been producing AAA quality products. Well, they've gone from being your competition to being your straight up assassin. Indies too, because here's the thing. I would guarantee there's a lot of indie companies that are going to start to grow over the next few years into larger competitors than what they are. They'll start reaching outside of their like indie sphere and start making games of like higher quality, of more money and stuff like that. What's up, Big Dan? It took Bethesda like 8 months to add local city maps into Starfield. I applaud Bethesda for being as positive as they are. I applaud them for being as positive as they are over Starfield. But it just also goes to prove like how my thing with Bethesda is that their issues as a studio are so deep rooted that I don't even know what the crazy thing is that the only way to fix it is by not having Todd Howard as the leadership. And the reason why I say not having Todd there is like having Todd there is the problem is because Todd's philosophy is, and he's the one that said this. He said it in multiple different occasions, okay? It's not the 16 times, it's not the sweet little lies, it's not that. That's not the problem with Todd. The problem with Todd is his philosophy is it's not about how it launches, it's about what it becomes. That is a direct quote from Todd Howard. That is his philosophy on video game design. And what that means is, and while like you can look at that from an abstract and probably see it from like where his perspective is coming from, which is that like when a game comes out, it's probably not going to be 100%. And you want to take risks and you want to try to do something crazy and you want to try to fit as much stuff as you possibly can into it. And hopefully you can make something that is good enough and fun enough. The players will persist and they'll understand, and you'll fix the game as time goes on and make it a better game. The problem is, though, is the actual implementation of that kind of ideology. What it means, it's not what it means to your players or your customers. What does that mean to your employees? Because from my perspective, if I had a boss that said, it's not about how we ship it, it's what it becomes later, I would think, I don't need to try my hardest. Fuck, I don't even need to try. We'll fix it later. If they don't like my quest, I just need to get it done. I just need to get the quest done. And if players don't like it, then we'll just try to make something better later. If players don't like the story, well, we'll just try to make something better later. If players don't like how the game plays, how it looks, how it operates, all these different things, well, I'll just fix it. I don't have to try. As an employee, I don't need to try. And that's what's leading to such like low quality games, because your director, your producer, your top guns at the company say that you don't have to do your best. Think about Fable, the major draw of the NPC interactions. Even Fable went backwards on that. I don't know about... I played Fable 3 back in the day, but... Am I weird? Like, I liked Fable. But, like, anytime I think back to, like, those era of games, the Bard's Tale was so much better. Like, even though it wasn't, like, the same, I get it. But the Bard's Tale was so fucking funny. Bard's Tale was so funny. Can I help you? Fable was so good. There was this one scene. Bard's Tale. Knuckle-a-V. Is there a... I don't know if you can actually find it. So I'll bring up the song. So every time you go into a tavern, they play a song of the things that you've done, right? Every time you go into a tavern, they play a song of the things that you've done in a Bard's Tale. And at one point, you find yourself at one point, there's this horse, and you accidentally kill this horse on like a burial ground, like an ancient burial ground, and it ends up like summoning like the horse of like the undeath, basically, and it becomes like a plague across the land. So then like you're like embarrassed by what happens with it, but you hope nobody knows about, you know, who you are or anything. And then the next tavern that you go into, these guys sing you a song.
I'll tattle a tale that is terribly true. Started out as a rumour, but suddenly grew. And it deals with a man and a horse and a ring. So settle on in and our song we shall sing.
This game is so good. This game is so good, dude.
It happened one day in a ring by a farm, something that tragically brought so much harm. How could a place abundant with charm create such a beast with a spear for an arm? And death and destruction is what you'll get when he's coming for you, and you kill you are wet and he's big and he's strong. It's quite plain to see that this is the tale of the Knuckle of the
Old school, baby. What game is this? It's called The Bard's Tale.
They are big and evil and heinous. Who could it be? A set you free? Really must be an anus.
That's you. That's you. Whoever sets you free really must be an anus, and then they zoom in on your face.
Oh, Knuckle of thee, it's easy to see in the terror you leave. It's raining on me. The village is burned and the taverns are mist, and the beer's all gone and the elders are pissed. And if they ever should find the fool, hang
so
him upside down by his tool and spin him
There's
around.
a mobile port of it
get sick.
from years back. Was really well done.
I should do the trick. Hey! Knuckle of thee, oh Knuckle of thee, the terror you offer is high class. Who could it be? A set you free? Really must be a dumbass. Knuckle of thee, oh Knuckle of thee, the horror you furnish is widespread. Who could it be? A set you free? Really must be an ox head.
So good, man. So good. There were other songs that were in it as well that were really funny, but that's one of the that was one of the ones that always stuck with me. It was that one, and then there was like another thing that you end up doing as well. That a few of them are just like, there's just so many of these like moments of like dumb ass humor that were so good, so good. This was games, yeah. Makes you think of the Dubliners, yeah. Hold on one second. I had to turn the AC on. The fucking sun came out, and right around this time, it's just blasting on this front side of my house. So it just like it gets hot. It gets hot. Rady, thank you for the 60 bits, man. I remember the first time I played Doom in 1997 on a Pentium. I mean, I was a wee child. I was a wee child at the time. What song is playing right now? It is called Revlon light version. My man was dropping diss tracks. Yeah. Maw, thank you for the 60 bits. Pentium 75. I played, what did I play? I didn't play the original Doom. The Doom that I played was Spear of Destiny. I played Spear of Destiny, and it was on my stepmom's work computer. That was on there. It came pre-installed, and so did Mech Warrior. I can't remember which Mech Warrior game. I was hooked to that shit, though. The minute I fired up Mech Warrior for the first time. Holy. Mech Warrior 1 or 2? It might have been the first one. I can't really remember. It was good, though. What are you doing, bud? Because I don't have a window open for him to sit in right now. I could open a window for him. Do you not like rub your butt on my computer monitor and then turn it away from me? Do you have a PSP? I don't know if I don't think I have my PSP anymore. I might have gotten rid of that. I'm not really too sure. The handhelds that I know that I still have is I still have a gray brick. I still have a original Game Boy. I have a Sega Game Gear and a Game Boy Pocket and a Steam Deck. Yeah, I have a Steam Deck. I just got that recently. I traded in my Xbox One or my Xbox Series S, and I got rid of my Nintendo Wii, and then I got a Steam Deck because I really wasn't playing a lot of console games. So the only thing that I figured I needed was just like, I'll just get a Steam Deck and a PlayStation 5. That way I have things to play while I'm traveling, or I have a handheld to play when I travel, and then I have a console to play if I need to. Everything else will be on PC anyway. Except for the Nintendo stuff, but I just don't play a lot of Nintendo games as much. Like, to be real, like Nintendo games that I would play is like Metroid and like Zelda, like the big Zelda games that they make. Subnautica 2, yeah, we'll probably see that in a bit. Was that on the Xbox partner showcase? Is that what that was on? Because I haven't watched the Xbox partner showcase. Enjoyed your video on Xbox. It brought back the enjoyment of those early Xbox and 360 days, especially playing Halo Evolved, ODST, and Reach. Then the disappointment of what it became later. Yeah, I know. It sucks, but it's one of those things where you gotta tell the story. Hey, dude, late to the stream, but your Microsoft video, loved it earlier this week. I can feel your happiness in the first half, despair and anger in the second half. Great video, man. Yeah, appreciate it. Thank you, guys. I'm glad you guys liked it. I was actually really nervous about that video because I've never made a video. I've never made a video that was like an hour long. That was just like an hour, like a couple minutes shy of an hour. It was a lot of work. It was a video that I'd worked on a long time ago, and then I just had finished recently. And it took a very long time. It's like, what was the word count on that video? Good. 9,000 words. 9,000 words of research. Yeah, it was a 9,000 word long, and then that's not even counting like my like off script moments and stuff like that. That was wild, man. Most of my videos usually like research and script writing usually is about like 4,000 to like 4,500 typically, but sometimes I end up kind of dialing it back a little bit. Yeah, it was over 9,000. Yeah. Yeah, I'm glad people liked it. I'm glad people supported it. I was really worried about it because I knew it was like a longer video, and to be honest with you, like Xbox from my perspective, it's just not really like content that a lot of people are really interested in watching. You don't see a lot of videos about Xbox get a lot of views. I mean, just as an example, like the Xbox partner preview. I mean, this thing already like only has like 106. I guess it came out only 4 hours ago, but still, I just don't think a lot of interest is around like Xbox's content. What video? It's called What Happened to Xbox. I posted it earlier this week. The Halo part was so good. Yeah, that's like one of the things, man, that's like really fucking... one of the things that's like really, really sad. We're gonna watch this here in a minute. It's one of the things that's really sad is that it's hard to communicate with like younger audiences when it comes to this kind of stuff, but like nobody's ever going to experience anything like the original Halo days. They're like future generations will never experience anything like it ever, because like pre-ordering and midnight launches aren't really a thing anymore. Everything's digital downloads. The entire community part of video games has been eroded over time due to the adoption of digital downloads in general. I think that's one of the reasons why like streaming and YouTube content and like Discord communities have really popped off, is because like people are still hungry for that kind of experience. They still come to games and want that kind of thing, and that's the reason why a lot of people gravitate towards this kind of stuff. I watched the video and I agree with your final hunch about the future of Xbox is. I think we're getting closer to a cyberpunk dystopia. Yeah. Like, the funny thing is, I've seen a lot of people. There was actually a lot of people in the comment section that were obviously like big Xbox fans that were like, I don't know why you would ever think that Xbox would do that. And I'm like, are you serious? That's the when you create a product like Game Pass, that's the goal. The goal is that your platform is the one that everybody uses. Your goal isn't, I hope people use it. No, your goal is, I want to make this something that everybody uses. Period. And everything you do is to further that goal of making it something that everybody uses. That's how business works. That's the whole point. That's the whole fucking point. I don't understand how you could, what do you think they're like, good guys? It's a business. It's not, there's no good guys in business. 12. I think 12x. Thank you for the Prime, man. Google. That's the funny thing. Like, look around the industry today. We already have tons of functioning monopolies that the FTC can't even get in front of in the first place. And I've seen some people that are like, "Oh, the FTC will stop that because of this, that, or this reason." And I'm like, well, if that's the case, I'm like, then why didn't they ever do it with Windows? Oh, well, because it's complicated. Because the FTC found that it was complicated because operating systems aren't the same kind of thing as other products. Are they? They're not, huh? That's kind of crazy. Mind you, if the market with operating systems were more varied, it would make it a lot more difficult for consumers, because you have to worry about like compatibility issues and stuff like that. But yeah, I was at the Halo 2 midnight release. It was so effing hype, bro. Yeah. So many people in a small city showed up. Yeah, I mean, I was born and raised in a small town myself, and we were packed. But there was like equally just as many people as the mall as well. But I think I went to a GameStop or an EB. I think it was EB Games at the time. Halo 3 was insane too, though. Like, Halo 2's launch was crazy, but like Halo 3's launch was like, that's when like Halo had already like gotten to the point of where it had like peaked with its fandom. So you had so many people that were playing, and the thing is that like, I don't know what it was about Halo 3, but it really did feel like the future of gaming. It was so weird. It was such an incredible experience. The soundtrack fucking hit. The story was insane. The gameplay was crazy. Xbox, and this is also like when Xbox Live was like pumping too, right? Like, this is the best, like, this is when Xbox Live was at its peak as well. And man, it was wild. Also on top of that, yeah, there it is right there. Full Hayabusa, raise your hands, baby. Hayabusa was the shit. Man, you slapped that armor on, you were like, I'm a fucking pimp. I'm a pimp. I beat this game. I beat this motherfucker. Recon armor too? Yeah, Recon armor was really nice too. Was Recon armor with the like the PvP achievements? It's actually crazy. Like, even the midnight launch for Halo Wars was like insane too. I remember that. How was Hayabusa acquired? Hayabusa was collecting all the skulls. I think it was collecting all the skulls, if I'm not mistaken, and then beating the game on the highest difficulty. Oh, the Vidmaster achievements. Yeah, Recon was tough, man. Those achievements were not easy. Remember the Infinite launch? No. After Halo Reach, I did not. After Halo Reach, I stopped playing Halo. When it switched to 343, I was out. I played Reach, ODST, and then I was out. I was like, it just didn't make any sense to me. I'm like, how are you going to give this to a different studio? Dead after Reach? Yeah. And I was smart for doing so. I mean, here's the thing, though. Like, keep this in mind. The reason why I stopped playing Halo wasn't actually... I mean, like, part of it was because I was like, okay, Bungie's gone. I don't think the game's going to be as good anymore. But the other part was, I was balls deep into Gears of War. I mean, I was a Gears of War sweat. That's all I ever wanted to play. Gears 1, 2, 3, I was locked in. Mind you, 2 wasn't as good as 3, but yeah, I was locked in. That's all I ever wanted to play. Too bad Bungie turned to the dark side too. Yeah, it's actually kind of funny. I almost feel like they might have been better. They might have been better if they stayed with Xbox. Were you ever a Destiny player? I played Destiny 1 like a fiend. Yeah, I played the first Destiny like crazy. I didn't get into I got into Destiny 2 like right when it first came out. And then like I think this is probably around the time where I just kind of fell off because I just like I'm allergic to live service. I'm going to be real. Like live service games, they stress me out. They stress me out. I don't want to have anything to do with them half the time. It's tough because like in a lot of cases I actually really like the game. I just don't like live service trappings. I don't like people trying to put me on a schedule. I don't like people trying to force me to play something all the time. I don't like to play a game and if I don't want to play it for 2 weeks, then I miss out on rewards in a battle pass or rewards from a from a current event, and if I don't have that, then I'm going to be underpowered in comparison to other players next month. I don't like it. I don't like it. And I won't support it, and I won't have anything to do with it. Like, I tried to get back into Destiny 2, and it was just like, there's just so much FOMO, dude. The whole fucking game is FOMO. It's everywhere. Oh, man, I kind of want to try a different build. Oh man, that's a really cool weapon. Where do I get that? Oh, I don't have that because I haven't bought the 20th anniversary pack for the 20th anniversary dungeon. Oh, what's that? I don't have that either. Oh, my friend wants to play today, but my friend won't. My friend has this dungeon, and I don't have that dungeon. I need to go buy the dungeon key to be able to play that dungeon. It's just so fuck off. Fuck off. Oh, you want this weapon? That's too bad. You weren't around during season of the fucking whatever. I don't want to have anything to do with that. How about Warframe? It's the one so like that's one of the things that I really like about Warframe is that Warframe is very much one of those games that's a live service without feeling like a live service. If I don't play, I'm not really going to miss out on a whole lot. There are tons of other options, and there's other ways to be able to get things. Monster Hunter is the same way. Monster Hunter does a really good job at like not making their game feel like a live service. And if I'm not mistaken, don't they let the events stay? So if you still want to do one of the events, you can just go do the quest. I think you can. Like if I go back to Monster Hunter World right now, I can go do like the Devil May Cry like crossover and stuff like that, can't I? Yep. See, that's what I see. Like, I want more of that in games. Like, what is wrong with not just letting that happen? I feel like you're going to make just as much money regardless. Oh, there's only founder FOMO? Yeah, that's just because people want Exile Prime, right? Move your butt. At Legendary Drops, why do you think Destiny and Warframe players have been rivaling for so long? Warframe is clearly better. No, I think that they're completely different games. I think they're completely different games. I don't even think they're even close, to be honest with you. I think that the experiences that players go to play Destiny 4 do not exist in Warframe. The feeling of like doing like nightfalls or doing strikes or dungeons or raids, the feeling of doing that kind of content and even the kind of events that they have is completely different. And then on top of that, the difficulty of the game is not even comparable either. Like the actual challenge of playing Destiny over Warframe, like they're just so completely different experiences. Like in Destiny, you're actually taking cover, you're trying to dodge shots, you're dodging mechanics and things like that. Warframe, you just build yourself to the point where you barrel through the entire game. It's not necessarily like you play Destiny more strategically, you play Warframe because it's all about movement and how powerful you can make yourself. Like they play completely different. Their gameplay experiences are completely different. Like the only thing they share is space, fantasy, looter shooter-esque, and then that's about it. That, like outside of that, they don't really share anything else. Gunplay in Destiny 2? Yeah, oh yeah, no. Like, here's the thing. Warframe is a fun game to play. That's why I like it. It's a fun game to play. If you're looking for, like, high-quality shooting, like, that's Destiny. I'm not going to sit here and pretend like Destiny's a bad game. As a video game, it's great. As a live service, it's fucking garbage. Where Warframe is a fun game to play and the live service is great. But that doesn't mean that players that play Destiny are going to like Warframe. In a lot of cases, I don't think that they will. I think the vast majority of players that like Destiny won't like Warframe because it's just not the same game experience. It's not even close. Gangsta. Thank you for the prime. All right. Let's see what Xbox is cooking. Well, I guess they're partners. So really, this is just to give some clarity on this. What this likely is, this is not Xbox-owned games. These are not Xbox exclusive games. These are likely just games that Xbox is doing the marketing for. They're the ones that they have the marketing rights to market these games. That's what this is. Like Metaphor ReFantasio, right? Like that game was marketed by them. At Legendary Drops, I know about 3 to 5 YouTubers that would say otherwise. I mean, people are welcome to have stupid opinions. I don't care. All right, let's check it out. See what they got. I'll keep an eye on the audio to make sure it's not going to blast your ears off.
I keep coming back to this page. The author's clearly awake. It's like he's warning us. But about what? I mean, what does it mean?
Alan Wake DLC?
There was a crack in the lake house. The Marmots had let the lake in.
This is Agent Kieran Estevez responding to an AWE alert in the vicinity. I need to speak with the Marmons.
But the water could not flow.
Okay. I need to play Alan Wake 2, man. I heard such good things about it.
The pressure kept building. Looking for release.
Alan Walk. You never get into Alan Wake? Dude, Alan Wake, the first Alan Wake and American Nightmare were fucking insanely good. I love the first game and its expansion. So good.
What is that?
We have a situation in the lake house. All agents converge on the facility now.
Oh god. Okay. This looks like a little more this looks a little bit more brutal than the image that Alan Wake 2 initially gave off.
In a forest, not here, not here, not here.
The lake house. Okay.
Find out how Remedy is bringing a darker tone and horror elements to Alan Wake 2's second expansion, The Lake House.
Control? What about
Exclusively
Control?
On Xbox Wire.
We got here. Oh, they're all connected, the same universe. Oh, that's cool, actually. I kind of like how that works. There's not a lot of games that are like that, are there? I'm trying to think of other games that are like that. I'm sure there's a couple other examples, but like having two games go like back to back like that, that's kind of cool. Or like having, you know, all of your games exist within the same universe is pretty cool. Smash Brothers? That's kind of different though. Mario and Sonic? Yeah, I don't think that's really the same, especially because like Mario and Sonic is like, they're not even from the same universe, right? Xenoblade? Kind of. Okay. What is this? That reminds me of BioShock a little bit with the guy, but not really. It's mostly just a big dome head. Bro looks metal as fuck. Yeah. Kind of looks like Dead Space now. Okay. Oh, okay. What are we gonna do to Granny? Granny! What? Chronos, New Dawn. That seems like a pretty interesting concept. Okay, I don't understand what it is, but it's obviously like some type of like psychological horror, space-ish, maybe. Maybe it's more like instead of space, it's like diving through realities or something, maybe. Yeah, it's a new IP. Okay. Okay. I really wish they would have had a little bit more gameplay, but all right. It has my interest at the very least. What's this? This is obviously not gameplay. This is pre-rendered. You can tell. If this is gameplay, I do not like how that gun fires. VR game? Oh. It's so floaty. So floaty. I don't like that. Blind fire.
Blind fire is a
It's actually really funny that they call it blind fire because it looks like you're firing blind.
unique shooter that removes light from the equation. Find out how the project came to be exclusively on Xbox Wire.
Yeah, no, I'll pass. I'm good. No thanks. No thanks.
なんで俺はこんな砂浜で寝とったんや思い出せへん
Oh, it's the
そもそもの話
this game.
俺は誰や
I need to play these games. I still haven't played any of them. I haven't played any of the Yakuza games.
おじさんが記憶取り戻すまででいいからさ俺も島の外連れてってよ父ちゃんには内緒で
Maybe if we get some like downtime or something like that. Maybe we get some downtime or something where like there's a little bit of, you know, delay in like game releases and whatnot. Then what I'll do is I'll actually go through and I'll play some of these games that I haven't played before.
ちゅうことか悪くない響きやの記憶喪失で目覚ましてたったの2日俺は海賊
Bro, tell me they're just coming out here to flex on Ubisoft. Skull and Bones? Meet fucking pirate Yakuza.
船長になって海に漕ぎ出したあいつらなんなんコスプレかいな
マッドランティスってとこから来てんだよ
This is actually really
マ
cool.
フィアのたまり場の島
What the fuck?
こっちも行くねありかじいっぱい行く手に待ち受ける数々の冒険はお宝をめぐる戦争になっていくわけやブライスなき今マッドランティスはいくつかの犯罪
So it's gonna kind of play like that kind of looks like Dynasty Warriors-esque. You know what I mean? Because of like how many enemies there are and how many people you're hitting. Japanese Black Flag. Yeah, but even better. He's looking for the One Piece? Shut up.
クイーンミシェルってバーサの組織だよく来たねキャプテン真島に
I love Japanese voice acting.
マッドランティスにはカジノも女の
I don't know what it is about Japanese voice acting, but like they nail like whatever the feeling that the voice actor is supposed to be portraying or whatever. Like you can tell it's one of the really rare things where with Japanese VAs, like you can tell exactly what kind of character a character is by hearing their voice. You'll hear somebody say something and you go, bad guy. You hear somebody say so, oh, good guy. This will be the girl that wants to call the guy Oni-chan. You see it clear as day. They're stereotypical, but in all the right ways. Yeah, no, it's in a good way. It's not in a bad way.
店もあるがパイレーツコロシアムに一番金が動く
海賊王レイモンド・ロード
海賊王にはなる
デビュー戦だったな船長やっと会えたな兄弟兄弟はやめ言うてろや
I've watched too much One Piece.
ずっと記憶喪失のままでいいのかヤクザの大幹部だったんだろ記憶戻らんかったらこのまま海賊家業続けんのもありか
This looks really cool, dude. In Hawaii. I like this, dude. This actually looks cool. You already know it's gonna be like funny as shit too, right? You haven't watched enough? Yeah, I took a break actually. I haven't watched One Piece since I haven't watched One Piece since the Kaido fight.
On Xbox Wire.
Oh, okay. What we got here? I'm interested. I want to see. So I had an idea before, and I really want to see games. I want to see a game that comes out like this, and I think that Berserker game, I can't remember the name of it. Somebody else will probably know what I'm talking about. I want to see more games that have that, like, almost Kazan. Yeah, I want to see more games that have that kind of almost like hand-drawn art style. Rather than like full 3D.
A clue, a lead. What more could a mouse detective want?
Oh, yeah. This looks actually really good.
Eureka. This is a real mouse changer.
This is a real mouse changer. I like it.
Time to play detective and connect.
Is that motherfucker's name Dr. Pepper? It's so unique. It is really unique. I like it.
Looks like we just hit the jackpot.
It's so cool looking, dude. It's so cool. Coming 2025. They showed this off like last year, didn't they? Yeah, old Doom style. Yeah. It's called Mouse. Blind Fire's available today. Yeah, I'm good. Yeah, I think I have one of the Yakuza games I downloaded. I don't remember which one it is. Let me look. I have Like a Dragon. I have Yakuza Like a Dragon. That's the one that I downloaded. It was on sale and I got it like super cheap. I don't know if that's playing something out of I remember that noise. This is Subnautica. Full co-op, huh? Uh-oh. Hey, catch one of those, man. They're good for water. There's a bladderfish. Motherfucking Cthulhu. Early access coming in 2023.
Dive into uncharted waters in Subnautica 2. Adventure alone or with friends as you try to survive on an all-new mysterious alien planet. Learn more exclusively on Xbox Wire.
Very cool. I still need to finish it. 2025.
I am Shadow Dawn.
Did I say 2023? My bad.
World is a game of many shadows. It's a game where every animal casts a shadow, and it's a game where you cast a shadow, and sometimes
Bro, what the fuck?
Even the shadow of a shadow can cast a shadow.
It is fucking genius to have Donkey do the commercials for his own games. This is beyond genius. A shadow can cast a shadow of a shadow on a shadow.
At times, you must step out of the shadows and reveal the secret which has been lurking in the shadows all along. Because if these shadows are allowed to remain within the shadows, then who knows what kind of shady shadow stuff these shadows are gonna do next in the shadows. What we must always remember is that without shadows, there is no light. These shadows are evil, but some are not, and we have to look into the shadow of the shadow of the shadow to realize the shadow of the shadow within.
Animal Well is very good, by the way. If you guys haven't played it, it's
So
very
basically
good.
What I'm saying, Animal Well available today on Xbox.
シキは無事宇宙へ行ったか
Okay.
マザーに会いに行くんだ
Eden Zero.
一番乗りを目指してな
Did I finish watching Eden Zero? I don't know if I did or not. I liked it. I just didn't know if they were going to continue airing it. Maybe I guess they will. Because isn't Eden Zero supposed to be like the new show they're going to do now that like Fairy Tail's done?
師匠に会って伝えなきゃいけない言葉があるんだ。まずは思考性を集結させるのです。エデンズグリッター、オーバーヒールデストロイ、ガンズハーベスト。見つけたぞ。好き。お前の船は俺たちがもらう。マザーは実在します。この広い宇宙のどこかに。
I dropped the animation. I dropped the anime because it was too generic. Yeah, I thought it was decent, but it really just felt like Fairy Tail in another universe. You know, and they were just kind of like redoing kind of rehashing the same kind of story. It was supposed to be a spiritual successor to Fairy Tail, but I don't think it stuck. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like they probably would have been better off just expanding Fairy Tail into, you know, some... Yeah, 100 Years Quest is airing right now, so I think that's probably what they're going to go back to doing. I don't know what it is, but for some odd reason, like anime, like games based off of anime never really click with me, man. Go watch the Slayer series. Slayers. I don't know if I've ever seen that before. Like Demon Slayer? Dragon Ball games? Well, I mean, I like those, but I'm talking about like, there's like an expectation where I wish like some of these anime games would actually live up to like the universes that they create, and in a lot of cases they don't. I don't know. I don't know why or what it is, but for some odd reason they can never really capture like the magic of like what that show represents, right? Like if any of you guys have been watching like Shangri-La Frontier, like I want to play a fucking MMO like that. It doesn't have to be like a VR MMO. I don't need a full dive into anything, but like I would like to play an MMO or something like that that actually lived up to the like the pillars that some of these games actually create. And I think that that's fucking crazy that in a lot of cases when it comes to some of these like anime inspired or these anime games or these anime shows that are about a game, the game described in the anime kind of already lays the framework for you to be able to make a great game, but they just don't do it. They just don't do it. The only anime games that I would recommend are Dot Hack. Dot Hack is absolutely fantastic. I love the Dot Hack games. Absolutely love them. They won't make them, and it upsets me. That's me. That's me. It doesn't have to be an MMO. The thing is that you can make a single player experience that mimics that MMO experience as well. What would happen if Pinocchio said my nose is about to... Thank you for the 5, Blake. Okay. Okay.
Inspired by Shadow of the Colossus? Okay, it makes sense.
So it's big boss monster hunting. Basically Monster Hunter with spells and shit. I don't know. That's one of those ones. What game is that called? What was that called? Let's see again. What's the name of it? No, it's not bad. I think the art style's neat. I don't like there's Eternal Strands is what it's called. I don't know. I think for this one, this is one of those games where I'll just kind of look at it and go, we'll see what it looks like when it comes out. We'll see what it looks like when it comes out. Log Horizon was fantastic. One of the best animes ever made. I don't think it ever got finished though, did it? It's like one of those constant struggles that you run into. The animes that never get finished. Where's my no game, no life? Fucking depressed Andes out there. Bones dying. See you later. See you, bud. Elden Ring?
I have seen the gods shattered.
Elden Ring?
Into gilded mist. I have seen the hunters awaken. Steadfast heroes among them.
Old Ring.
And
I was gonna say something like Young Ring or something like that instead.
Treacherous villains as well. I have seen the throne.
Dude, I'm just gonna say it, man. I don't understand it, and I don't understand how to really express it properly. I don't understand why other developers can't replicate it. But every time I see games like this, and I'm not like this looks like something I would probably play. Okay, this looks like something I would probably give a shot just to give it a shot. But with that said, I don't know what it is, but like after playing a game like Elden Ring, there is a certain girth. There's a certain impact to the combat that I just don't see in other games. And I think it's in how enemies react to being hit. And how your character looks when hitting other creatures. I don't know how to explain it any better than that, but there's some depth to the combat. And in a lot of games, when my character's doing all these crazy hitting this enemy, but it really just looks like I'm just like lightly slapping them. It looks like, from my perspective, it's the sound design, it's how the characters react. It looks like I'm doing this big damage move, but nothing actually happens. Like I just barely tapped them. Have you played the Remnant games? Yes, I have played Remnant. I played the first one. I have not completed the second one, but a buddy of mine and I are going to do the second one. We're going to do it all co-op. Basically staggered, yeah.
Brought low. Faiths torn asunder, and all that still live before the end. They mourn.
Doesn't look bad though.
In anguish and despair.
Okay. Oh, it's multiplayer. Okay. I'd like to see some gameplay. What is this?
But I have yet to see the ember that can rise against the dark.
It's literally Elden Ring. Mistfall Hunter. It even has like an Elden Ring-like background. By Bell Ring Games. Where is Bell Ring Games? I'm just curious. Just curious. Visuals are inspired? Bro, look at the fucking logo. The gold weaving and then the logo. Gold weaving and the logo. What's the name of the studio? They don't even have their own website. They're like a new publisher. I wonder where they're from. That's what I typed. I typed it.
Mistfall.
Oh yeah, and the best part is their name is Bell Ring, making a game that is obviously
Hunter crosses Souls-like and extraction games to make for something brand new. Find
what? It's a Souls-like and an extraction game. Souls-like extraction. That's actually I don't know, man. Like, you know, I know a lot of people want to shit on like extraction games. I don't mind them. I think they're kind of fun. But I don't know, like sometimes, hey man, sometimes things that shouldn't go together really well. You guys say this right now, but I mean, who here has tried ranch on pizza? Huh? Not me. That's nasty. See? Yep, mustard and watermelon. All right, like I'm not over here talking about heresy, okay? Ranch on pizza is expected, though. Pineapples on pizza? Shut up. Get out of here. I don't mind pineapple on pizza, but I would never order it myself. It's one of those things where, like, you saw somebody else order it, and you're like, nah, whatever, I'll eat it. Pandora. That was a bad typo. That was a bad typo. Pandora said, oh, nut ranch on pizza is okay? And then they were like, butt ranch. Actually, neither one of those works. Neither one of those works, man. Neither one of those works. I don't want nut ranch on anything. I'm gonna skip this because it's using a copyrighted song.
Just got done binging Markiplier's The Edge of Sleep. Have you seen it?
Samara with the $5 says, just got done binging Markiplier's The Edge of Sleep. Have you seen it? No, I haven't seen that. Yeah, I'm skipping that because it's using a copyrighted song. I'm also skipping it because it looked like stupid. This looks like a vibe, not gonna lie. If your vibe is trying to go to bed on time.
What did you see? Okay, never mind.
Phantasmophobia? So here's the thing. One thing that I do not like is this weird trend that you see from some of these game studios where they'll make a game trailer for their game and it's like super fucking scripted. I don't like it. Like, you know what you should do? Fucking pay some streamers to make an ad for you and sit them down and have them play the game in a group. and then flip between their perspectives while they're playing it, because they know how to act up in front of an audience to make it seem like it's going to be fun to either play or watch somebody else play. For games like this, because that's what these games thrive, that's the environment these games thrive in. These are stream games. That's what these are.
We're coming.
It's insincere cringe. It's very insincere.
Hello?
Hello? Because, like, this isn't how people... You want to know why I don't like this? Because this isn't how people talk when they play a game. This is not how people talk when they're playing a game. It just doesn't happen like this. It's not real. It is Phantasmophobia. Yeah. Oh God, it's on Xbox. That's the scariest part of the trailer. Bro, the fact that that's coming up on the blacklight and it looks like that, what was that written in? You're fucking adventuring around a goon house. Oh, so this is the final release of Phantasmophobia. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Why wouldn't you have just paid the streamers that have already played your game for clips to use in your commercial? What the fuck? What are you doing? What are you doing? It's kind of that's so dumb. That's too easy. How do people not understand how to market their video games?
My
I don't get
child, this island offers everything you may need in your precious life. Vast forests, roaring rivers, and mountains of rock and ice.
Okay.
You are old enough now to know that for every bit of goodness in this world, an opposing force exists. In the heat of the earth resides a darkness you cannot fathom.
What the fuck is this? I don't know, man, but it's got a big old dog. It's got a big old dog.
Old is time, my child. Do not doubt, even a light like yours can be tempted by the dark. You must always choose good.
These are the things, this is the world that I imagined with my childhood dog. Okay? People here that grew up with a big old dog and you were a kid, these are the adventures that you thought you were going on in the backyard, okay?
And that I know you will. Sepe, be resilient, be resourceful, be brave, my son. Stay in the light, with Babu by your side, and may the magic of this island protect us all.
Alright. I don't think it's really anything for me, but yeah, it doesn't look bad.
The Ming Dynasty is dead. Although I swore to protect it, I failed.
I just want to say something real quick. Do you guys notice how in the AAA side of the industry, everything, there's like most games feel so very safe. Everything's just so safe. Like they don't want to offend anybody. They don't want to scare anybody off. We need to dial down the violence, dial down how we depict certain people doing certain things. But then all of a sudden you go and you flip that script and you start looking over at the indie, the AAA, and this AA space, and all these guys are putting out stuff that looks like it has teeth. Like, I don't even know what this game is. You've already got my attention. You got a tree filled with a bunch of hanging people on it. Like, what you got going on with this? What's going on right here, right? What are you doing? Hell yeah.
Until my mission is fulfilled. I will not rest.
He's a feet guy.
All traitors are silenced, and our stolen kingdom return. Who dares to question my will, standing in the way of my redemption?
Oh. I'm gonna take a guess and say this is probably Korean. Okay. Combat looks good. It's got that chunk that I was talking about. Chinese? Okay. Dude. I wholeheartedly believe that Western games media is fucking terrified of Eastern games right now, because like they have zero, like these Western these Eastern studios, they feel zero accountability to the media, and they just want to focus on making games and things that they think people want to buy. That's all they want to do. Are people going to want to buy this? Oh, I don't know. Maybe we should make them hotter. Maybe we should make them more bloodier. Maybe we should do this or do that. Like they just keep trying to make games that people want to buy. This one's Chinese. China's a danger to the video game industry, and it's not necessarily like I mean, I think in some how is this Chinese? There's blood. Yeah, this can't be Chinese. Yeah, this is Korean or Japanese. Yeah. Okay. I'm not gonna lie, this looks really good. Ooh. Oh, what the fuck? Okay. Yo, no, like this actually looks really good. Yo. I really like the dark magic too. I don't know why, but for some odd reason, I love dark magic. You just turn into Millennia. I like it, right? I like it. Just wanted to make sure I didn't see things. It was more or less the fox. That's what I wanted to see. What the fuck? Holy shit. Woo. Dude, this looks fire. I'm not gonna be real. This looks fire. Like the main protagonist looks like badass. The spells, effects, abilities, all that stuff looks really, really cool. The world design looks sick. The creature and character designs look awesome. The combat looks great. There's nothing here yet that I've seen that there's nothing here that I've seen that I don't like. Bro, are you 12? Pausing and rewinding just to look at tits is actually embarrassing. This is gonna come off crazy, right? I don't give a fuck what you think. And you're welcome to leave. This looks really good. This looks really good.
You are just another lost soul.
I was a little skeptical at the beginning when it only showed off this main character and like the hanging people in the trees, but this just looks like good all the way through.
It's mine to command.
This is 2025. This is called Wukang Fallen Feathers, and it's being made by Lin Z. Is that a Chinese? There's no way that's a Chinese studio. Lin Z. Oh, it is. It is. How is there blood? I don't understand how that works. Are they allowed to be able to make two different versions? How does that make any sense? Western edit? Black Myth, Wukang, Alawake. Black Myth had blood in it? No, every time you attacked with something, it just did like the red dust. In this channel, we pause to look at boobies. Get your sensitive ass out of here. Back to Twitter. Hey, I'm not going to pretend like I don't like some nice boobs, man. I don't know what to tell you. It's Chinese. You play Taos from what I see. Chinese version and Western version. I don't know. Maybe higher age rating? No, because even in a lot of cases, I come back to boobs. Yeah, see? Which gets it. I like that the women of the community are the ones that are like, can I see it again? Black Myth had the tiger boss blood. Oh, yeah, that's true. Yeah. Yeah. Well, I'm talking about like you're cutting people and blood is spraying out. Like you don't have any of that kind of stuff in Black Myth. Not that I saw. Gore setting? Maybe. I don't know. That's interesting. You might actually end up seeing, and this might really be the case. So, you know, like China makes a lot of products that people use, but they've always had a really hard time breaking into an industry in which like they could actually become a dominant force of like genuine product, right? Not like they're making something that somebody else makes and it just ends up being the cheaper version of it and that's why people buy it. I'm talking about like something that's like innovating from like their position and something that they can gain some pretty like good marketing, like market dominance from, right? The video game industry, it provides a very unique situation. And now I am going to get socially political here. Not like social, I don't know. You'll get where I'm just going to say what I'm going to say. The video game industry presents a very unique situation for China where they could break into an industry that could be incredibly profitable to them because there is a market desire that's out there for games from their perspective. And through that, because of that profit and because of that ability to be able to innovate and come up with creative ideas, that also then fosters a different type of culture within a culture that usually kind of suppresses those kind of things. And the government is likely to be a little less harsh on those things because if they see it's profitable and they see it has the possibility to help the country grow and become, you know, more profitable as, you know, in general, because the video game industry makes a lot of fucking money, they're likely to dial back on some of their censorship and let them do what they want to do because they want those companies to succeed. And I think I've kind of seen it, and we've actually seen it in real time now that I think about it. Because if you look back, like Genshin Impact wasn't like super like Coomer bait or anything like that. There's been some Chinese games that leaned into like, you know, sexuality a little bit, but not too much. Go look at Zenless Zone Zero. It's a fucking thirst trap. It's a like all of a sudden out of nowhere, this company that like, yeah, they, like, don't get me wrong, they had some hot characters. You got your Honkai Impact and all that stuff. You got your Genshin Impact. You got your Star Rail and stuff. But like Zenless Zone Zero, they turned it up. They turned it up. They don't give a shit. They're like, oh, we're like, you know, yeah, I can't really explain it better than that. But like, yeah. Zenless Zone Zero, they cranked that motherfucker up. They said, all right, here we go. Let's see how this does. And it worked, and players want it because there's a desire for something like that in the market. There's an audience for that wants to buy those kind of things. And I think like this is one of those situations that like it's very unique about the video game industry is that like you have to let creativity flow and you have to let these game developers make the things that they want to make for them to be able to find success. And if China wants their game developers to be successful, they have to kind of dial back on a lot of the like restrictive policies and things like that they have. And in that case, this ends up being a little bit of like a little opening culturally for them to start loosening up a little bit. I don't know. I'm personally one of those people that I really do. I have high hopes for some of these Chinese game developers. I do. Hopefully, games China is putting out lights a fire under Western developers' ass. Yeah. Yeah. Legendary Drops, have you seen the new Zenless Zone Zero character trailer demo? Yeah, yeah. I haven't played Zenless Zone Zero just because it's too hard to keep up with live service games. And like every single time, like I walked away from the game for like 3 or 4 weeks, went back to play it, and now I have like so much shit to do in the game that I don't even know what to do. And in some cases, it's too difficult for me to beat because I don't really have like very good gear in the game either. And I don't even know how to like farm gear the right way in Zenless Zone Zero. So it's also tough for me to be able to even get myself updated to play it either. But yeah. And here's the thing, Blake, you bring up a really good point, and this is actually something I wholeheartedly feel, is that by having some of these countries that are not necessarily, they're not married to like these Western values that a lot of these Western studios believe everybody's married to. They don't feel like they need to present their games in a certain way. They don't feel like they need to have certain themes in their games or represent certain things or whatever it might be. You know, a lot of these games that we're seeing from the East are really just hyper fixated on good game, fun game, interesting game. That's it. Like all the other noise, they're not really listening to. And I think that there's a high potential for these Eastern studios to really light a fire under the ass of a lot of the Western studios, because from my perspective, they can make more games faster over there than anywhere else in the world. Like, it's not even close. They're not even in the same neighborhood. What do you think about Once Human? Once Human's a great game. A great game. I again, same thing I just said with Zenless Zone Zero. It's tough for me to want to play a game like that because I don't really like the seasonal model that it has. Because when I played it, I had to take a couple weeks off so that I could go to TennoCon for Warframe, and then I went home to visit family. And when I came back, like, everybody was already so far ahead that I had nobody to play with anymore. So like when you go to do like the dungeons, nobody's there to do the dungeons with you and stuff like that. But Once Human's really, really good. I really liked it. I think it's a really... I'm excited to see how they continue to support the game in the future. I think it's going to do pretty well. It's because Eastern developers reused assets... it's because Eastern developers reused assets more and focus less on having bigger content is why they can release games faster. No. It's not because of reusing assets. Look at Black Myth Wukong. Black Myth Wukong doesn't reutilize a lot of assets. A lot of the assets in that game are very unique in every zone that you go to. Well, there's going to be some like repeated statues and stuff, of course, because of like the religious connotations of the game, Buddhist connotations of the game. That makes sense. But at the exact same time, the reason why they can is because they're only focusing on the gameplay and they're not focusing on a lot of other things like external things that just don't matter and waste a lot of time. Their companies are a lot leaner. They have less developers. They also don't have to pay as much money too, which allows them to be able to invest money into the right places rather than the wrong places. And yeah, that's it. Yeah, it's actually a really weird thing. What we're seeing, and this is like, obviously this is a Westerner's perspective on Chinese products, but 9 times out of 10 when it comes to Chinese products, they're often derivative, a full-on copy, like literally just straight up stolen, and just a lesser quality version of something else that you can buy for cheaper. But in the games that we're seeing that are coming from China, that's not the case. They're not making cheaper games. They're making games cheaper, but better games as a result. And it's interesting to see. I just want to see what the future looks like for some of these games, because what we've been seeing with Hoyoverse and what we've been seeing with like Black Myth Wukong and like this right here, like this looks fucking good, man. This looks good.
This place was always dangerous. And weird. Policy and procedure used to keep us in control.
How's this?
But now,
3-player co-op experience.
We need a new approach.
Okay. New gun. Okay. This looks kind of cool. Horde shooter. Okay. FBC Firebreak.
Welcome to Firebreak.
Oh, it's a Remedy game. So this is in that same like Control Alan Wake universe. Ixclay, thank you for the tier 1, man. Appreciate that. Thank you so much. Is that Gnome Chonsky? Jesus. Really, Remedy a live service game? I mean, I don't know. Here's the thing. Here's the thing. We say that now. We know nothing about it. I think that the game mechanics and stuff like that, I think that the art style looks pretty good. I'm not one of those people that immediately just wants to jump to fucking hate everything that I see when I first see it. And even if it's live service, I try to hold my criticisms and see what it looks like before it comes out. No, this is not. Somebody said Concord 2. This does not look like Concord 2. This looks like a. It looks like a third-person horde shooter in like the Control Alan Wake universe, and who knows? Who knows? Maybe they tap into something cool here. We don't know. Who knows? I don't think we don't even know if it's going to be a live service. We just see it's like a third-person co-op game. They could probably do some type of like live service thing, but if it's Remedy, I almost kind of would see them going in the direction of like some of the like co-op horde shooters that we've seen come out over the last couple of years, right? Do you feel fatigued with live service games? Yeah, I don't really play any of them.
First ever multiplayer game, exclusively on Xbox Wire.
Companies need to be allowed to try something different, even if it fails. There was actually, I'm gonna be surprised. There was a couple in here that were like pretty interesting. Let's see what we got. I don't really care about the Alan Wake thing. I think the Like a Dragon looked really good. Mouse, we've already known about. That one looked really good. I've already played Alan Wake, Animal Well. Subnautica 2, we'll see. We'll see. The Mistfall Hunter one looked like It looked okay. It looked interesting. I don't understand exactly how a Souls-like extraction game is gonna work, but that was interesting. Wukang Fallen Feathers looks fucking fantastic. I'm gonna be real. That looked really good. Wheel World, likely gonna be the game that's the bicycle game. Wheel World, likely going to win Game of the Year. It's probably the best one out of all of these. I'm super sad that we couldn't watch the entire trailer, but, you know. Sometimes that's just how it is. Chronos looks promising, too. Yeah, Chronos actually looked pretty good as well. Like Dungeonborn? Maybe kind of like Dungeonborn, yeah. Okay, that's it. That's it. What'd you guys think? What did you guys like? I'm interested. What do you guys think was the games that you liked the best? What were the games you got? I'll leave the list up so you guys can see it. By the way, can I join your Discord? You sure can. All you got to do is this. Oh, it doesn't work in YouTube chat. YouTube sucks. Oh, there it goes. It just takes a second. Wukang and Mistfall got my attention. Yeah. Ma, you type Dickcord. It's not how you spell it. I don't know what a Dickcord is, but it's definitely not going to give you the link that you want. Mouse, PI, Wukang, and Yakuza. Yeah, I think the two that like really stood out for me the most was Like a Dragon and Wukang. Chronos is an interesting concept. We didn't really get to see any gameplay, so we don't know what it's actually going to look and play like. But Like a Dragon and Wukang. You know what I really like about Wukang is that like I think this is the first time we've heard of it, and 90% of the trailer was gameplay. You know, that's usually a pretty good sign. That's a pretty good sign. If only my state was half as cool as Yakuza portrays it to be. You mean it's not based on real events? Eden Zero looks good to me because I like Hiro Mashima's work to some extent. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Like, when it comes to like games made by an anime, like outside of like Dragon Ball, I relate it. Like if I would want to play, I'd want to play like a, I don't know. I would really like to see a game that could blend together a feeling of Dynasty Warriors and Dark Souls boss fights. Could you imagine a Bleach game where you have like Dynasty Warriors like combat because you're fighting like waves of enemies and shit like that, right? And you're killing all these like demons and whatnot, all these hollows. And then you actually get to the like real boss fights, and it's like a Souls-like. That'd be so cool. Did the Discord link not work? Should work. I have it set that it's not supposed to expire. You should play one of the Fate games? Maybe. I hope they're underselling the footage in Wukang. If they can hook you and have it be like the best parts of the game, the old undersell and over deliver. Yeah, I mean that's I think in the case of Wukang, the like the combat looked really good. I think this is it right here, right?
And treasure.
No, that's that other shit game. Oh, it's right here. Like the combat looked really good. The world itself looks pretty good. Like this looks really fucking cool. Like the world design is very cool. The combat looks sick. Art style looks really good. But we know nothing about the game's narrative, right? So like this is one of those games that I feel like it looks like it already has the foundation for everything that you're going to want from a good game. And we don't know anything about the narrative. So if the narrative's good, that's one of those things where it can end up overselling and you know, reach outside of your expectations. And I think what's really cool is like there's a lot of variety in the combat that we've seen already. Like it wasn't one of those things where you only see it's not one of those things where you you know, oh, here's you're using a fire magic spell over and over again. Like there's all kinds of different abilities and things that you're doing in the game, and I really appreciate that. It shows off just how flexible it's going to be. The boss fights look really good too, right? Like they're showing off a boss fight here. Boss design looks sick. Yeah, I think like overall this looks really good. The world looks really interesting, the character design and spells and all that stuff. There's so many different spells and things like that they showed off. Yeah, it's really impressive. So this is one of those games where it's like if it comes out and the story's really good and the music's also really good, it'll oversell for sure. Yeah, this one took me by surprise. I'd imagine the comments are probably going to say the same thing. Mouse game looks amazing. Yakuza Black Flag. Mouse PI. Really? Wukang Fallen Feathers. FBC Firebreak. Yeah, there's actually a lot of people that are actually really interested in the FBC game. I've seen that online already. Yakuza Black Flag before GTA 6. Subnautica 2. That one I mean, I'm going to be excited for Subnautica 2 because I really like the game. But yeah. Pretty happy with it. You should check the Steam page for if there's a video. I wonder if there's one on YouTube. Oh my god. 3 years ago? There was gameplay footage? I've never heard of this before, though. I wonder how much it's transformed in that. What's up, Gaz? Thank you for the 5, man. Wow, the game, like even just looking at some of their like cinematic, like the cinematic presentation looks like way better already. So this game is like it's ready. It's almost ready at the very least. There's dev diaries about Wukang. Okay, maybe we'll check it out. So this is 3 years ago. So this is before it ever even got polished or anything like that. Oh, there's a well, maybe we'll watch that instead. Let's watch something that'll be a little bit more well, this is the announcement trailer, but they already showed gameplay of it 3 years ago. You said Gamescom 2024? Okay, here you go.
大家好，我是林哲科技的创始人之一，也是明末冤虚之语的制作人夏世远。
Oh, this is more or less just about the narrative and the story.
林哲是一家位于成都的游戏公司。成都有非常丰富的历史底蕴和传统文化，这里有神秘的三星堆，有脍炙人口的三国故事，也有大量的历史建筑和文物。我们在这片土地上生活和工作。作为游戏从业者，我们很希望能够把这些独特的东西带给大家。
Yeah, I'm not gonna watch through this. This is something I'll watch on my own instead. Either way, it looks good. Either way, it looks good. True. True. Here, I'll get you a different Discord link. Hold on. That should work. Definitely Zanzia. Is that how you say that? Zanzia? I don't know how to say that. But majority of Western audiences will be refreshing. Yeah. I think that's what's really important. You know, the funny thing is, in one of these, I saw in the comment section, somebody had mentioned that, you know, China really like dived into the mobile game market and it like immediately. And then after they dove into the mobile game market, then what they did is they, you know, now it seems like they're going full force into like PC and console. I'm all about it. Hopefully Western developers change their ways. China's going to take over gaming. I don't think that's necessarily the case. I think like maybe on the AAA side, which I mean, I don't really give too much of a shit about because I don't really play a lot of AAA games to begin with, right? I mean, I do, but I don't. The vast majority of the games that I've played the most and put the most time into on PC at least have all been like indie games for the most part, indie and AA games. I think that's what's actually really crazy is that like a lot of people don't know, but like technically, even though Baldur's Gate 3 is definitely what you would consider a AAA game, from my perspective, in like Larian Studio is still a AA studio. They only spent $100 million making that game. Isn't that crazy? 100 mil. That's what they spent. Meanwhile, $300 million gets you a Star Wars Outlaws, and $400 million gets you a Concord. $100 million's a lot. Not for game development. It's not. Not for like not for this like the scale and size, the scope. No. Yeah, it's 1/4 a Concord. More money is always not a better game? No. We talked about that last time. What is this here? I don't fucking believe this. This has planned. Yeah. Yeah, a fleeting thought a fleeting thought for 2 minutes on a random Thursday afternoon. Yeah, I'm sure. Talk is cheap. Yeah, believe me, bro. Believe me. Yeah. No, we totally thought about rebooting Overwatch. And we totally thought about, removing microtransactions from Diablo 4. I'm not even going to bother even giving that a shot. Now, this is interesting. Dustborn developer opens up after brutal launch, caught completely off guard. I love that, like, I opened this and I just saw, like, the top comment. And I really like this top comment here that says, this game feels like it was made by right-wingers to mock or satirize wokeness, yet the devs are 100% serious. One of the biggest examples of Poe's Law I've ever seen. I don't know if you guys have actually gone and like looked at any of the reviews on this game, but the amount of people from like the LGBT community and like the game, like the people that this game like thinks that it's representing, it ends up just offending those people because it marginalizes and it just turns them into stereotypes. It's so bad. It's so bad. This article was originally published in Norwegian. You can read the Norwegian version here. No, I'm good. Ragnar Thornquist is one of the leading figures of in the Norwegian games industry. He's worked in game development for 30 years and loves his job. It is his greatest passion. However, the launch of Dustborn, the newest game from Red Thread Games, has forced him to seriously reconsider whether game development is something worth pursuing. How does somebody with a fucking metal-ass name like Ragnar Thornquist make Dustborn? Can I just point that out for a second? Like, can I just shine a light on this real quick? What the fuck? However, the launch of Dustborn, the newest game from Red Thread Games, has forced him to reconsider whether game development is something worth pursuing. Is it worth living this way? Is it worth living this way if you have a family?
Hilarious that the Dustborn DEVS who's from Norway tries to talk down about Americans about not being diverse when we are the most diverse coming from a country who is homogeneous. Pretty ironic.
Man, you're fucking making her work today, Blake. It's hilarious that Dustborn devs who are from Norway tries to talk down about Americans, about not being diverse, when we're the most diverse country who is homogeneous. Pretty ironic. Yeah, you can see a lot of that stuff. People bring up that kind of stuff to begin with, but yeah, and a lot of you'll look at some of these countries that are like 90% just their own people, and they have like little to no actual like immigrants or anything like that. Where like the U.S. is completely built off of immigration, both legal and illegal. Okay. That is one of the questions that Thornquist asked himself. The game has garnered enormous international. Yeah, enormous. I don't know why I couldn't read that for some reason. Enormous international attention, most of the negative kind. While critics received Dustborn in a somewhat lukewarm fashion, criticism has flooded social media. Many reacted strongly, claiming that the game pushes a woke agenda. I always find this interesting with journalists when they say claiming the game. The intellectual dishonesty about these kind of things it's cinema. It's cinema. But they did push. You literally have the ability to cancel people in the game. That is one of your powers. You're what are you allegedly pushing an agenda? Like what? What the fuck? Conspiracy theories are abound. Why? What the fuck? This is so fucking good. This is good. It completely caught us off guard. We were surprised by the extreme reaction to the launch, and we had no plan on how to handle it. Thornquist tells Gamer.no. Wild falsehoods. Oh, here we go. Thornquist has been through tough situations before. He lives at a secret address and has an unlisted phone number precisely because he knows how intense fans can be. Okay. Fuck, dude, this is so good. Holy shit, I'm so happy I clicked on this. I need to make a video off of this. This is fucking good. Okay. But nothing could have prepared him for what happened with Dustborn. He won't go into detail about everything he's heard, but Thornquist claims there have been both harassment and threats. You can easily ignore what somebody said on forums or on X. Emails are a little closer to home, but receiving text messages where someone has wished you dead is unsettling, he said. Well, yeah, and like here's the thing, like regardless of any of the shit that happens in the video game industry, like it is really weird and really fucking cringe that there are people that are out there that take this shit so seriously that they feel like they need to actually go after people like this. It's weird. It's weird. It's disgusting. It's neckbeard behavior of levels that I can't even personally understand. And it shouldn't happen to anybody. Like, it shouldn't happen because you made a video game. It shouldn't happen because you have an opinion that is different than somebody else's opinion on the internet. It's just, but the problem is that I also feel like this right here, in a lot of cases today, is being used to deflect criticism. And I'm wondering how many cases there are where there isn't any actual threats outside of some people maybe DMing you on Twitter, and that all of a sudden becomes the like, okay, we need to like stop talking. We need to stop talking to them. You know, we don't need to be talking about this issue. You need to stop because the people that don't like it, and I think this is the problem that I have. It's actually this. The issue that I have is that there are a few bad eggs, really fucking bad eggs, dumbasses on the internet that will go out and do stuff like this. What I don't like is that because that happens, genuine criticism is then thrown into the same bin. Because then it just becomes a blanket term of the people that don't like this game are just like these people. Therefore, you need to completely disregard whatever their opinion is. I don't like that. I don't like that. And it seems to happen a lot. They use the 1% to broad brush everything else. Yes, exactly. And it's what happens. I know it's what happens. And the reason why I say I know it's what happens is because in my videos where I was critical of Assassin's Creed Shadows, a lot of people immediately jumped onto the bandwagon of, oh, you don't want a black guy in a video game. And I'm sitting here thinking to myself, there isn't a single time in a single video that I've ever said women or any like people of any color whatsoever don't deserve to be in a game. I never even said that Yasuke doesn't deserve it. All I had said in my videos was, this is what the Japanese people are saying. But the thing is that they've already painted the picture that anybody that doesn't like Assassin's Creed Shadow has to be racist. So you're just immediately thrown into that boat because you have a negative opinion on on Assassin's Creed Shadows. And that's not fair. It's not fair, and two, it doesn't help anything. What is this? Jack uploaded a video today about the increase in hate online and how more argumentative and toxic people are becoming. Well, and the reason why people are becoming more toxic and less agreeable is because of the fact that it's two factors. One, you have media across the board, whether that's news media, whether that's games, whatever it is, that I don't think games necessarily, but news media without a doubt, that they want to continue to stoke the flames. World governments want to continue to stoke the flames. Peace does not equal profit. That's it. Peace does not equal profit. Turmoil is profit. And it's much better to have people not agreeing with one another and being incredibly polarized, because it's the best way to divide them. And if they're divided, because of the nature of the internet today, it's so much easier to live inside bubbles of confirmation bias and then not only have that viewpoint affirmed by media outlets, so then you stay on your team and speak to people that only think the way that you think. And by the way, both sides do this. That, you know, the voices in the middle become a lot more drawn out. Or not drawn out, but like drowned it out. You know? And like, think about, like, this is how fucking divisive, this is how divisive we are as a people today. Like, I mean, just as people across the world. If you don't pick a side, you're a fence sitter. That is the dumbest shit I've ever heard in my life. That you can somehow be not good or moral or ethical because you want to hear two perspectives. Because you want to listen to more people. Because you see nuance in issues. Well, you're a fence sitter. Well, you don't understand. We're the lesser evil. Get the fuck out of here. I don't care about you or what you stand for. I care about me and what I stand for. What I believe. People today call almost every game woke, and that's how out of control the term woke has become. The word no longer has any meaning. Absolutely. Absolutely. Bro, the Xbox video that I put out. Do you have any idea how many comments that I got on that video that said, go woke, go broke? There was no mention of social politics at all in that video whatsoever. It was literally just corporate greed. That's it. That's what's ruining the Microsoft Xbox brand. It's just corporate greed. Nothing to do with anything else. People go woke, go broke. Like, shut the fuck up. Shut up. God. I have no problem criticizing both sides of these arguments, because 9 times out of 10, they don't try. Like, there's a lot of people that are out there that don't want to take the time to actually think about anything critically. Just like incel. Yeah, incel's another one too. Yeah, that one's been taken away. What, people comment that on the Xbox vid? Yes. Yes. People so mad when you don't pick a side. Well, yeah, because they want... Here's the thing. So, one of the reasons why you see people that get upset and they want to yell at people for being, like, fence sitters or whatever is specifically because they view that person of value to their position. It would be really good if we had this person on our team because their voice or their platform or whatever it might be is useful to me and to my beliefs. And I want them to reaffirm what my beliefs are. It's so stupid. It's so dumb. People are so scared of having their own opinion on things. They are. They are. Jay, they are fucking terrified. Individuality is terrifying to people. Because nobody wants to be alone. I like how you steered clear of any of that stuff in your Xbox video. It was really, it was super informative. That's the whole point. That's the reason why I talk about the things the way that I talk about it. I try to talk about things in an informative way, and I try to make sure that I'm like bringing in as much context as possible because I don't want to be misunderstood, and I want the person that's watching the video to walk away feeling like they spent their time valuably. That's the point. That's what I try to do with every single video. I just want to try to make sure that I give as much information as I possibly can, and the person that finished watching it came away feeling like they got something of value from it. Whether it was entertainment, whether it was information they didn't know, whether it was a story that they didn't know about, whether it was context or a perspective on something that they once had, you know, one opinion on, and now that opinion has changed. Well, when you say you, I'm sorry. My brain turned off there. When you say what you really think on the internet, you get attacked, banned on Reddit for simply voicing an opinion. I mean, I think, like, probably in some cases you're going to run into some of that kind of stuff, but in a lot of cases, I think there are, like, people will take shit too far. Because, like, there are such shit opinions that are out there that in some cases do completely, like negate your usefulness from being on a platform and giving the platform to speak, right? Like I had somebody like right after the like as an example, I've talked about this before, but right after I made the Ubisoft videos, those videos for some odd reason made people that were like literal, not like figurative, not like Twitter, no, like literal bigots, feel like this was a safe space for them. I banned the shit out of so many people, it wasn't even funny. I had folks that were coming in here talking about like, I had people coming in talking about Jewish space lasers and shit. Get the... What's wrong with you? Why are you like this? How many times were you dropped? That shit is just funny. I laughed at it initially until I found out that they were being honest, and then I got rid of them. And then I was like, oh, wait a minute, wait. You're being real about this. It's like, you're being real about this. Wait a minute. Hold on. You need to go. I'm not going to have some fucking TOS breaker sitting here. And plus, on top of that, I don't even want to hear from him in the first place. Like, I feel like everybody has a right to speak, but I don't have the... I also... While everybody has a right to speak and everybody has a right to hear their opinion, I don't have the... You don't have the right to force me to listen to it. Reminds me of the Flat Earth joke started on 4chan and got taken over. Yeah. That people will believe whatever they fucking want. Whatever confirms whatever biases they hold. It's Jewish Darth Vader coming after us. That sounds like, you know what, that sounds like a Spaceballs like skit or something like that. I don't understand the Silent Hill 2 hate. Been playing those games for 20 years. I played horror, I play for the horror, not Angela's appearance. So here's the thing. That's actually a really good thing to bring up. For Silent Hill 2, from what I understand, everybody said that the gameplay is fucking great. It immediately rewound the clock, took them back to playing Silent Hill 2 for the first time. People have said they've absolutely loved it. But well, I think the discussion often gets hijacked because they want to take it as far as they possibly can, and it becomes about like hot chicks in games and shit. And you're gonna have some of those guys bring up those kind of things. from a fan's perspective, or even just like, actually, yeah, I should say it like this. From a fan perspective, when you look at the two games side to side and you see how much they changed the original character, it's just like, well, why'd you make them that fucking ugly? It's kind of weird. Like, why did you change the design that much? Where then you go and you look at like Metal Gear Solid 3 Remake, and they stay true to like one, you know, like the original female characters in the game, and they kept it there. I mean, yeah, but both things can be true. Yeah, both things can be true. Like, it can still be a good game, and they could still make some really dumb decisions on the art side of things. But yeah, the ugly is part of the horror. Yeah. Yeah. So, okay, let's see. Let's continue on here. What are they going to? How long is this? Okay, it's not as long as I thought. Okay, I just want to make sure. So you can ignore stuff on X. He says several videos about Thornquist have surfaced on YouTube. One video claims that Thornquist has said he wants to drown babies. Jesus. This is obviously pure fabrication. It should be obvious that I don't want babies to die. He says as he laughs in frustration. I think it's outrageous. There is no way. I think it's outrageous. There's no way I can get this removed. And it's a very damaging lie. I mean, but the thing is like most common sense people aren't going to pay attention to this shit. And you don't need, and here's the thing. If you have people that are believing these kind of things about you in the first place, and they're running with those kind of stories on the internet, well, if that's the case, like that's not the audience that you need to try to capture or worry about. And nor do people like that even have the power to like impact your game's sales to begin with. So it's not even worth getting like invested in. It really isn't. I just have to ignore it and hope people are smart enough to understand that it's not true. Yeah, the vast majority of people would understand it's not true. Blown out of proportion. On social media, many are drawing parallels to Red Thread's games Dustborn and Firewalk's Shooter's Concord. I mean, yeah, it's a pretty good comparison to make. Red Thread's office in Oslo houses 12 people. Firewalk 160. What does that have to do with it? Sony's $1 billion company backing the publisher. We're a tiny studio. That's why it felt like it was blown out of proportion when we experienced so many attacks and conspiracies. It takes a toll. You know, the thing is that I actually, and this will probably come to a surprise to some people. I empathize. I actually empathize with the people that made Dustborn, because I was one of those people that felt the same. By the way, if you guys don't know this, this is the first time that I've ever actually talked about Dustborn. This is the first time I've ever talked about it. I haven't brought it up in my videos. I never made a video on it. I never got involved in the drama or the discussions around it, because it was a locally funded game. It was a locally funded indie game that was not a AAA game. And like, these folks are totally allowed to make whatever the fuck they want. Like, this game was not like, I think one of the things that was like weird for me is to see like how many people were dogpiling on this game when this game was never marketed towards them in the first place. Alexian, thank you for the Prime. Do you get like locally funded with the government grants? Well, government grants from where they're from, right? Yeah. So like, this is like, I mean, if you're a Norwegian, you can be upset about the game. I'm not Norwegian. It wasn't my government's money that paid for this game. And it was never a game that was made for me in the first place. But for some odd reason, the game got like mega blown out of proportion. It was all over and I'm like, well, this isn't like, you know, they took Elden Ring and turned it into this game. This game was never made for us. We know it wasn't. Their previous game was funded on Kickstarter. Yeah, it's a small indie company that just made a game that nobody likes or nobody gives a shit about. Can I say I don't care about the situation of the dev? I don't really care. I just always thought it was kind of weird, like how many people were like latching onto this game and trying to treat it like it was a big news story, when it's like, bro, what are you talking about? Like, if that was the case, go to Steam and look at indie games, and you can probably find hundreds of games that are just like Dustborn that completely failed, and it's just because that's just what indie games do. Indie games dial in and they focus on a very niche audience of people, and that's how that whole thing works. That's how games like this are made in the first place. There's probably 100 Dustborns that are on Steam that nobody's ever heard about, but I just think that it's really weird that for some odd reason people just grabbed onto it and turned it into it was the poster child of what's wrong with the industry. But why? There's 100 other Dustborns that are on Steam. This is not a AAA game. It was never marketed towards us. That's the part that I'm having a hard time understanding, why people were so upset about this game and turning it into something when it has nothing to fucking do with us. People focus on it because it's the quintessential woke game and they grabbed it to use it as an example. Yeah, I guess my problem is that like people were talking about the game's like failure. You saw people posting its like Steam numbers and stuff like that. And I guess I can understand it from that perspective where it's like, oh, it's the quintessential like everything wokeness in video games is this game. And this is how a game like that would perform. And in that, I would agree. Yeah, no, that makes a lot of sense. I say the same thing about Concord. Like, why would Sony be surprised that the game only sold to 25,000 people when, from my perspective, when you're investing that much money into a game, that's kind of what I would have expected. That's about the size of the video game audience that you're targeting making a game like that. So it makes a lot of sense. Same thing goes for the sales that we saw with this game. The audience that it reached is likely the size of that audience within gaming right now that are interested in a game like this or interested in a game with these kind of themes. I think that Blake with the $10 says, I think people being pissed and concerned about Dustborn is that the government funded the game that forced a certain political agenda. It could happen to them as well. Likely a likely scenario. Yeah, I mean, I can see it from that perspective. Yeah, I to be honest with you, like I didn't read up on it too much because I just wasn't really that interested in it. I kind of just bounced off of it. I didn't really, the whole discussion around it just wasn't for me. There was just something inauthentic about the discussion around the game and how much people were using it and how much people were talking about it. And also like some of the sources that the conversations were coming from were from people that were not necessarily even-handed, we should, so to say. But, I mean, but this is like Norwegian government. Like, I don't know. I guess we don't see a lot of like American funded games, do we? I'll have to look into that. It became the boogeyman of the week. It became the boogeyman for like a few months. It is funny. Like, it is funny to see how a game like that would come out and fall on its face, because it really is a true example of like, this is the realistic audience that you could expect to show up for a game like this, because that's how many people that you're targeting when you make a game like that. I didn't say you can't be mad. Did I ever tell you how to feel? Don't get fucking weird about it. Just because I saw no purpose in talking about it. I'm sure there are government grants if we're talking about making games in the US. I'm sure there are some government grants that come out and are funding games in some way. I know Australia does it. I know that for a fact. We don't know how much oversight was made over the game and the money as well. It could have just been a lottery. That's also true. We also don't know how it was funded. That's the thing. I think that was one of the other things, because when I initially got into it, because I did see something where people were talking about how it was a government-funded game, and I was wondering like how, like where that came from. But 9 times out of 10, in a lot of cases, where it comes to like 9 times out of 10, when you see these like government-funded projects, like game projects, it's usually never like an actual ideology coming from the government itself. It's usually like a lottery program, or it's a competition. So like it could have been that, you know, whatever. I mean, from a government perspective, it's like the safest choice possible. So if it was like a competition where they were looking for funding from the government, and the government had a, you know, we're trying to support game studios growing in our country, and then everybody had to like submit projects to have those projects approved, a game like Dustborn would likely be like the safest choice. And I think what's really difficult, especially in today's like, you know, social political climate, is that denying a game like that could not be a good thing, right? Like denying a game like that from being made would potentially have, you know, more backlash than the government would want. It's funded through art culture programs. Some money goes to sculptures, some money goes to painters, some to architects, some to game studios. That makes a lot of sense. That makes a lot of sense. They're Norwegian. Why are they making a game about American politics? I don't know. I do agree with people saying that it probably is a good example of that modern audience that they keep mentioning. Yeah, exactly. Hence the numbers of the game that it actually sold to. Yeah. There's a purpose in talking about it, fighting against that kind of behavior that has infected a lot of these studios. I don't believe that. I don't believe that. Not in the least bit. The problem is that with that kind of rhetoric where we talk about fighting against certain things, like vote with your wallet, because that's the best way to make sure that you're getting games that you want to play, right? But I think one of the problems that I have with a lot of the discussions is that they end up reaching these like very extreme terms, where it's like, I don't want gays in games. I don't want, you know, people of different nationalities in games. I don't want this. I don't want this. I don't want none of it. No, all these games need to be made to suit my taste. I'm sorry. These games, this game that they made. Jesus Christ. Thank you, Nicholas, for the $5. Look, from my perspective, this game right here should be allowed to be made. Now, should it be government funded? That's a completely different story. But this company is totally allowed. This studio is totally allowed to make games like this. They're totally allowed to make games like this. I'm not trying to fight against people from being able to make the games that they want to. The only thing that I ever talk about is the realistic nature of the video game industry and what players are actually interested in. And when we're talking about these larger studios, like this isn't even on my radar, because when we're talking about the larger studios that are doing things to franchises that we have loved, and they're changing those franchises and changing them to suit what they believe is this modern audience that this company is chasing, that's a completely different story. That's a whole different topic of discussion. It's not even close. Yeah, of course, just don't complain when nobody buys it. Exactly. And that's the point. I will absolutely make fun of them if they try to come out and say something like, well, we're upset that nobody bought it. You're supposed to like it. Why didn't you like it? That's a whole different topic. I will render them asunder. I like, no shot. Sorry. But like the idea of like fighting against and like we need to get this out of gaming. No. People need to be allowed to make whatever they want to make, because if we start trying to have this like absolutist rule that like only certain things should be allowed in video games and only certain themes and ideologies and beliefs should exist in games, it's not the right thing to think. It's not. Because what you're talking about is suppressing people's creativity. And I'm not for that. Nobody said they can't make what they want, not the point. Okay, so then tell me what the point is. We don't want this stuff in video games. Because that's exactly what the fuck that means. Like, I'm so confused. That's the thing that I have a problem with. We don't want this stuff in video games. Okay, but then you say, but then people are allowed to make what they want, but I don't want this stuff in video games. Those two things don't equate. You get what I'm saying? Those two things don't equate. There's a difference between showing what we want in our games, right? There's a difference between what we want in games, and we can show that by voting with our wallet. It's more like they call us names, and we see it and get laughed at. Do what you want, but be allowed to be laughed at too. 100%. By the way, I'm not saying that this isn't a fucking joke. Like, this is the quintessential game of terminally online and complete lack of talent. It's just a flat out bad video game with a bad narrative, with terrible writing, and it takes opinions that really only exist online to an extreme that nobody even thought was possible. To the point where most people thought that this game was actually made by conservatives as a joke and as a stab against people that were, that ascribed to these kind of ideologies, right? Yeah, you have an ability. Yeah, there's a thing in there called trigger, where you can get triggered in the game and then cancel somebody. Yeah, it's definitely not satire. The funny thing is that if this game was satire, it probably would have done pretty well. We're a tiny studio. The developer has made games that are different, often featuring characters a bit out of the ordinary. And that's the thing to think about. And this is one of the things that I don't understand with a lot of these game studios, is that when you say something like you want to reach wider audiences and you want to sell games to even more people, and you have sales expectations that reach 5 to 10 million people. Well, when you start to make games that are supposed to appeal to people that are a bit out of the ordinary, well, a bit out of the ordinary isn't the general audience. So it's like, what the fuck are you doing? What are you doing? That means many people don't like their games. Yes, exactly. And Thorquist is fine with that. They have their niche. See, this is what I'm talking about. That's fine. See, they're not coming out here. He's not coming out here and saying you need to buy my fucking games and you need to ascribe to this ideology. This is just a game that they made, and they know that not a lot of people like their games, and they don't care about that. They have their niche that they're selling their games to. But the funny thing is that the AAA industry doesn't understand this part. That's the thing that I think is really frustrating players. I think that's the part that's really frustrating people. And I'm pretty sure that's something that everybody can agree on. And the movie and entertainment industry is doing the exact same thing. And then when people don't watch it, that's when people have a complete right to be upset. When you start seeing these like Hollywood producers, actors, you see game studios, you see people online, you see actresses and actors come out and say, but you're supposed to like it. Shut the fuck up. What? What? Yeah, I haven't seen it directly, but there are those games Asma was talking about recently that they put interactions with a cat. I don't know what that is. Yeah, they think they're there you go. Daniel, right on the fucking nailed it. They think they're entitled to our money. It's not they believe it. They believe they are entitled to our money. That is the problem.
People are missing the point. Creators aren't dumb. Goal is to create a young modern audience that will be good consumers for generations. Not you.
Salmark with the $5 says people are missing the point. Creators aren't dumb. Goal is to create young modern audience that'll be good consumers for generations, not you. That is actually, I believe that. Yeah, Sal, you're basically right on the you're right on the money on that one. It's one of the things I kind of brought this up in one of the recent videos that I had made, where like you have to keep in mind that there are younger generations today that never grew up in a world where games didn't have microtransactions, right? So in a lot of ways, yeah, that actually kind of makes a lot of sense, because if you think about it, they're trying to create an environment where the quality of their game doesn't matter, the quality of their storytelling, the characters don't matter. They're trying to make it as gray as possible, right? They're trying to sap the color out of it, or they're trying to make it where anybody can identify with the game or relate to the game in some way, but not in a meaningful way, because they don't really care about the meaningful part. And then on top of that, they're feeding microtransactions into everything to be able to create an environment in which you're going to have a generation or multiple generations of consumers that don't know what it's like to not have those things. Yeah, I could see that. I guess my point is, and I guess this is where like the disconnect is with some of the folks in chat. I don't have any issue with indie developers doing these kind of things and making the games that they want to make. It's a completely different story when you have AAA developers and established franchises that are trying to make something and then treat the players like they're bad or evil for not buying the thing because they feel like they're entitled to our money, and because they are trying to create this framework in which they are going to have subservient consumers, where instead of the industry serving the consumer, it's instead the consumer serving the industry. That's the world that they want. That's what they want gaming to become. And in that, I think it's fair to push back against those kind of things. It's fair to say that you don't like this game or anything that this game represents. But I won't say that, indie developers and smaller companies aren't allowed to make whatever the fuck they want. Or even AAA companies. They're allowed to make what they want. But we're not going to let people tell us that we need to like it. And that's been the biggest issue that we've had over the last few years, is that you have both games media and the games industry telling people that they need to like it, but then also at the exact same time telling us that it's not made for you. How does that make any sense? Their games aren't made for everyone. I fucking love that line. But here's the thing. Keep in mind, at least this developer is saying these games aren't made for everyone. We know a lot of people don't like our games, and we're okay with that. As long as all of this is said, that's fine. That's completely fine. It's kind of based, actually. I mean, I don't like your worldview, and I don't like how you depict characters, and I also don't like the games that you make. But I at least you stand on business, right? At least you stand on your business. I have respect for that. It's been really rough to deal with this. We're used to people not liking our games, but we appreciate well-argued reviews, even if they're negative. The difference here is that there's a massive amount of negative feedback from people who have never played our game and never will. They just jump on the bandwagon of those making videos. Okay, well, I don't like that you're blaming like YouTubers, but I can see the perspective that he's coming from, and he's right about this, by the way. Is that the difference here is that there's a massive amount of negative feedback from people who have never played our games and never will. So it's not like they're actually actively doing anything to ruin the games that you're playing. I think that's kind of the point. I think that's the reason why I was like kind of confused as to why people are like pissed off at like this game specifically, because like this isn't a company that you bought games from. It's not a company you ever will buy games from. They have an audience that they've been making their games for, and they have other games that have been like this. It's just that this one is the one that ended up getting a lot of attention. Likely because the fact that IGN did a review on it and then posted that review and gave it a solid score. And they also scored it higher than other games that were much better. This is nothing like their previous offerings, really. Have you talked about Dragon Age the Veilguard? I mean, I will. I guarantee I'll be making videos on it. I guarantee I'll make videos on it. That's an IGN problem, not a whatever game studios. Yeah, that's true. Difficult with threats. Yeah, whatever. One of the most important tasks of a leader is to shield your employees from the worst of it. Before the launch, they were talking about how we needed to avoid social media and focus on the positives instead. Like, it's crazy that you made a game that not only offended the people that it was supposedly trying to represent, but also the people across the aisle at the exact same time. And imagine, like, before launching the game, we all said we need to avoid social media. Like, you know what this sounds like here? You know what this sounds like here? This sounds like somebody that, like, knows they're about to fucking blow up the bathroom, and they're just gonna, like, you know, I'm just gonna leave immediately afterwards. Like, you know what you're doing. Like, it's not even screaming toxic positivity. It's screaming lack of personal responsibility. Like, you knew what kind of game you were making. You knew how it was going to be received. And you did it anyway and then wanted to avoid social media. That's kind of weird. I'm going to be real. That's weird. They've tried to lift each other up and give feedback. Yeah. Fortunately, most of the team hasn't been directly targeted. We've done what we can to support those who receive personal messages. For about half the team, Dustborn is their first experience creating and releasing a game. It's tough to see people talk about their work, call them incompetent or lazy, or saying that they should just quit making games. It's obviously difficult for us. Yeah, I mean, if you have a lot of people that are on your team and this is their first game that they're making, that's a bad fucking experience. That's a bad experience. Because, yeah. I mean, you're likely going to have a hard time getting hired if that game's on your resume to begin with, because it's not even a good video game at all. Satire. Did you expect the debate over some of the more obvious political correct aspects of the game? Yes, but we were never out to provoke. I mean, that's a little dishonest, right? That's a little dishonest. I'm going to have to call bullshit on that. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you literally put in mechanics like cancel and trigger. Like, what do you mean yeah, but this wasn't meant to provoke anybody. And then not only did you do that, but then you stereotyped not only your characters, but also the opposition to your beliefs. You also stereotyped them as well. It's okay. We wanted to make a game with characters that are different, We didn't think it would be so controversial that a group would fight against a fascist regime. I don't think many people want to live in a police state. And our version of the US is by no means the real America. It doesn't seem like you think that. Many games have faced criticism for using more pronouns than he and she. Dustborn does this. The use of pronouns has become relatively established in games, and we knew people would react to that. But it was the reality we wanted to present. We don't want to feel that we made a game primarily about politics. We don't want to feel we've made a game that's primarily about politics. What? But your entire game is that. What kind of like delusion do you live in? I don't even know how to respond to that. It's more about language and relationships between people. One of the biggest premises is that words have power. In its combat system, you can trigger or cancel opponents. None of that adds up, my guy. None of that adds up. Some professional critics have pointed out that this must be satire, while the internet takes everything much more seriously. So is this satire? I think the game speaks for itself. It's a little over the top in some ways. It's colorful, inspired by comic books. It has fighting sequences against giant robot mascots, and it is a sarcastic view of the world. It doesn't take itself very seriously, says Thornquist, elaborating. I hope people can see the game and understand that it's an alternate world, something that applies to the story. The game may be a dystopian reflection of the world, but the story is not written for realism. It's done with humor and exaggeration, and is very much tongue-in-cheek. I'm so confused. There's a lot of gaslighting going on here. They've embraced cognitive dissonance. Yeah, there's a lot of cognitive. It's just, well, no, that's the thing. Like, they're saying that they're serious about it, right? Because they said they're serious about it here, and they're serious about it here. But then when they get to, so it's a satire, then all of a sudden, like, yeah, it's kind of satirical because of how we've depicted the world and how, like, cranked to 11. So basically, they're not saying that it's satire in a sense, but how they're saying that it's satire is that it's what they view the world is today, but cranked up to like 11. That's what their idea is. Tidal wave of hate. Red Thread currently is about 16 employees in total, which I could see that. The number has been stable for a while, and keeping it that way is the goal moving forward. We want to keep the same team. It creates a financial security that's flexible, even if they end up canceling a project. We care about each other and enjoy working together. After the launch, we posted a message on social media asking people to behave, following what they called a tidal wave. Like, you shouldn't even have done that, dude. That's the problem. That's the problem. Like, you can't. Thornquist feels this was mocked, so they decided to remain silent about the game and wait for things to calm down. That hasn't worked either. It seems that people have twisted everything we say into malicious intent. They've created a narrative that Red Thread is corrupt and making propaganda. I mean, I'm not going to say the corrupt part because I don't think there's any like corruption going on here, but I mean, like, you are. You are making propaganda. What do you mean? You're making content that suits a very specific set of ideologies. That's you are promoting a very specific set of ideologies. Like, that's the whole point, man. It's so weird that they would say something like that. But the fact is that we made a game we want to talk about and share with others. It's not for everyone. They don't have to play it. Okay. Which is fine. He's allowed to say this because he stands on business, and he said, remember, he's the one that said, it's okay. We know that a lot of people don't like our games. That doesn't bother us. We just want to make the games that we want. So this company and this guy is 100% allowed to say that, right? He's allowed to say that. Not a flop. On social media, a big deal has been made about Dustborn being a flop. Nobody was playing it. That's not how the developer sees it, but Red Thread would certainly like their sales numbers to be higher. Dustborn's not a flop. The game received mixed reviews and has had a lot of positive feedback, but has also had a lot of positive feedback. Those who actually play it seem to enjoy it. Dustborn isn't selling as much as we would have liked, but we are proud. We are proud and think it's a good game. Okay. The publisher, Quantum Dream, holds the detailed sales figures, so Thornquist doesn't have full oversight yet. This is common for game launches, even though it's not an immediate success. The game is sold far more than what people are saying online. I can say that. Profitability takes time. Our internal goals for Dustborn haven't been met, but that doesn't mean that it's a flop. I mean, you're kind of coping now. Red Thread strategy is diverse portfolio. Dustborn's a part of that. They continue to work on updates for the game or listening to feedback. They're working on a new project. Uh-oh. It can take a few months or years for story-driven games like this to find their audience, so we're not dissatisfied. None of Red Dead's games have had a big commercial success. It took years for Dreamfall chapters to turn a profit. See, like, the thing is, though, is that, like, I'm gonna be real. Like, the biggest criticisms that I have for, like, this guy or the studio that made this game is that, like, you fundamentally, like, I appreciate you wanting to, like, do your own thing and go your own way and pave your own way. But also at the exact same time, like, it took years for one of your games to turn a profit. That's not sustainable. And you want to keep a team together. You have 15 employees. You want to keep that company together, but you're making games that you know are not going to sell well, that you know people aren't going to like, but you're not creating a sustainable environment for the employees that you say you care about. Like, that's my biggest criticism. Like, as a business owner and a leader, you're doing a really shit job at both. The really shitty part about the game was that it was funded with people's taxes. Fuck that. Well, I'm pretty sure the Norwegian people fund a lot of stupid shit. Every country does. There's tons of shit my fucking taxes go to that I'm not happy with. It's sustainable with external subsidization. Yeah, that's the problem. See, that they're like using government loans and government grants to be able to like fund these projects and keep these companies afloat. That's not good for the country, I don't think. But I don't know how that works. He's basically admitting that they shouldn't be in business. Yeah. State funding in the millions. Oh. A significant part of the discussion around Dustborn is that the game's public funding. Red Dead 3 received 14 million NOK from the Norwegian Film Institute, NFI, for development of the game, and has also received 150,000 euros in grants. Once they are financially stable, like Funcom, they will focus on giving back to the industry. Our goal is to earn enough so we don't need support. Yeah, they're literally like a vampire. $1.2 million to make that game. Ew. See, here's the thing. See, if you guys want to get LD mad, right? If you want to get me mad, or if you want to find things that I'll get triggered over, or something that I'll sink my teeth into, it's people that waste fucking money. It's people that waste money, waste potential, waste time. I hate that shit. I hate it so much. You received almost $1.5 million in government grants, in grants from the games industry and things that are supposed to help developers, and you choose to make a game that you know people won't like and won't sell well, and then say that you want to be sustainable, but then also say you don't have to buy our games. And we want to make sure that we can give back to the industry and not have to take these kind of things in the future. How does that happen? You should not be a business owner. You shouldn't be a business owner. Like, you are quite literally, like, not only are you not creating a sustainable environment for your employees, you're creating an incredibly toxic environment for your employees that, if this is their first game, which they said a lot of the people it was their first game they ever worked on, this is an experience that they're going to be taking into other aspects of their life. This is an experience that they're going to be taking into other jobs that they work in the future. And what you're teaching them is, be a fucking leech. There is zero accountability here. It's weird. Like, I was down because it's like, we make games, we know not a lot of people are going to like them, but it's what we want to make. And we just hope to be able to find sustainability with those games that we make. But then at the exact same time, you're taking money from other people to make that game. If you were spending your own fucking money, that would be a different story. But you're not. You're taking it from the government. You're taking it from the actual games industry through grants. No. That's not how this works, homeboy. Take some notes with the 5 gifted subs. Fucking well timed. Thank you for the 5, man. I appreciate that. Nobody will hire them? No. Red Thread doing the fantastic job of wasting that potential. Well, the difference is with Fantastic, or whatever their name is. The difference is that, like, they're just purely a scam. They don't want to make a game. They don't want to make a game of value. They don't want to do any of those kind of things. Their idea is to take money from the players directly and then use that money to put out a scam game and then walk away with the game. That's all they want to do. This is a different story. This is people that want to take other people's money and just do what they want with it. And they're taking that money from a way, like, one thing is like scamming stupid people on the internet out of like Kickstarter money. The other thing is that you're getting grants from the fucking government. Right? Because the people don't have a choice where that money's going. This is this is a company that is actively taking money that is meant for a good purpose and is using that money to do whatever the fuck they want with. That I don't like. You're scamming your own government. Yeah, I guess that is kind of based, but not from my perspective. As a taxpayer, I don't like it. Exactly, it's even worse. Yeah, it's actually worse. Yeah, it is actually worse. Because here's the thing, you know what's okay? I need to voice this better because I need it to really make sense for everybody. The reason why it's a problem is because likely there were other developers that were competing for those same grants that didn't get those grants that otherwise deserve them and were trying to make something of value for the market to be able to give back to not only their government, but also give back to the games industry itself.
get around to listening to ne oblivis caris?
You get what I'm saying? Like, that money could have gone to a company that was trying to make a game of value, but that didn't end up happening. Instead, that money went to a company that knew they were going to waste it, wanted to waste that money, and feels justified in wasting that money. That I have a fucking problem with. That I have an issue with. That, for all we know, that $1.5 million could have gone to a studio, a little indie studio, that delivered us something fucking crazy that was really good, that people actually really liked. But instead, that company didn't get that money. And because they didn't get that money, maybe that company went out of business. Or maybe that company never made games. But instead, this entitled asshole is the one that got the money. That's the problem. That's the issue that I have. Could have been the next Larian Studios. Yeah, I mean, it could have been something like that for sure. I might actually. I might make a video on this. I don't know. Like, the more I'm reading it, the more I'm interested in the topic. Once financially stable, like Funcom, we focus on giving money back. Most Norwegian developers have a certain size at some point. Applied NFI funding. That support has been important for the Norwegian games industry, and this money that goes back into the economy. It has also helped build the industry and enterprise of the sector. Yeah, but you're the fucking cog in the machine that isn't turning, that isn't helping that fucking machine work. Breadthread used its support to cover expenses like salary, rent, and equipment purchases. Most of the funds are spent in Norway, and both Breadthread and its employees pay taxes, of course. I mean, obviously that money is going back into their own economy, right? It's not just getting exported and disappearing. But regardless, it doesn't matter. That money could have gone to a better studio that had higher goals. Many other countries have seen great success with this kind of cultural support in gaming. For Dustborn, we wouldn't have had the opportunities without the support from NFI. Exactly, that's the point. For Dustborn, we wouldn't have had the same opportunities if it wasn't for the fact that we got funding. Yeah. And that funding you used to make a game that you said yourself wouldn't sell. How does that help the Norwegian games industry? How does that help this grant program? That's the problem that I have. That's the issue that I have with it. This is fucking gross, dude. Fearful for the industry. Oh, Thordquist says he's in general afraid of how games will be received. This hampers the creativity of developers, he believes. The challenging economy in recent years doesn't make things easier. You start questioning your decisions around character design, narrative, wording, PR, and even game mechanics. This stems from a greater nervousness about what reactions you might get, but we're not going to be stopping ourselves. You see the reception. You see this in the reception of more and more games. Everyone becomes a part of the culture war. Stop making games about culture war. If you're nervous about the feedback of these kind of things, then why don't you make games that aren't talking about culture war topics? You don't have to do this. There's plenty of games that don't have to have any type of social politics involved in them whatsoever. Hey man, I just wanted to say the Xbox video was really good. It really gave me a good take on their history, positives and negatives. Thank you. I hope that we can get past this because it's very unfortunate for both the industry today, potential new developers, investors, and publishers. No one wants to get caught up in such a culture war storm. Then why would you make a game specifically about the culture war? Now I'm just convinced this guy's a fucking idiot. Like, this is so stupid. This is so dumb. Like, I'm trying, like, I have a hard time with stupid. I'll be real. I have a hard time with stupid. MMX Akira, thank you for the 5 gifted. Appreciate that. Thank you so much. Thank you for your generosity today, people. You guys are too much, man. You guys are too much. Means a lot. You guys are keeping the fucking lights on. Keeping the motherfucking lights on. Believe me, these lights are expensive. Has number one, okay, has the reception of Dustborn affected your approach in development and the messages in your storytelling going forward? It's hard to say no, even though we would like to. Everyone is afraid of the choices they make, and I don't think that only applies to us. Our discussions on the next game are colored by this. Yeah, which they should be. Thornquist believes the industry has become more progressive, and that this deepen the divide towards the loud minority on the internet. I guess this is like the one thing that this is something that I fully disagree with, which is that he's right that the industry has become more progressive, and it is deepening the divide, but it's not deepening the divide towards the loud minority on the internet. Like, the thing is that, like, they believe for some odd reason that these are views that are shared by the general public, but it's not. It's not. Actually, the funny thing is that, like, this right here describes this. And this is the part they're missing. This, Thornquist believes the industry has become more progressive. The loud minority on the internet. That's the part that they're missing. I think that they're missing that a lot of people aren't really interested in the topics and the themes and the ideologies that are displayed in a lot of these games. And as a result, that's the reason why you're not getting sales. That's the reason why you're seeing so much negative feedback. They live in echo chambers. Yeah, I mean, I think that's the deception of the internet, is that in a lot of cases, when you're involved in a lot of different, when you're involved in a lot of, like, online social spheres, you start to gain that perspective that you think everybody is like you. But it's just not the case. It's just not the case. Because at the end of the day, like, I mean, if we're just like, and here's the thing, I don't want this to be taken out of context. When I talk about these things, I'm talking about them from a business perspective, okay? I'm talking about it from a sales perspective. Like, this is not something like prejudice or anything like that. How many people in the world are gay? ...2023 global survey, 3% of adults identify. Obviously, you're gonna have people that are not identifying, right? Which might up this a little bit, but not a lot. So if you're making products that are targeting this many people, that proves to me that you're not making products that are appealing to the wide majority of audiences. That doesn't mean that these groups don't need to be represented. That doesn't mean that you don't make games for people that identify as a certain way. That's not the point of the discussion. The point of the discussion is that these folks believe that everybody is the 3 or 4 or 2%. Or that they believe that everybody wants to be involved with the storylines and perspectives of people like that. And I think it's important to make sure that there are games that share those perspectives, because it's important that we try to understand the perspective of other people, other lifestyles outside of our own. That is incredibly important. The problem is it's the frequency in which we are seeing it and how it is portrayed in just about everything that's out there today. That's where the issue's coming from. There is niche, and then there is not sustainable. This is the second, not the first. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Judy in Cyberpunk was a lesbian. She was amazing. Yeah, but that's the point. It also does come down to like how characters are portrayed, and I think that's also incredibly important, right? Like I brought it up in other videos before. Homeboy from Final Fantasy 16, Dion, excellently portrayed character, an awesome character, an absolute fucking Chad, gay. Nobody cared. Why? Awesome character. So like you can do things to be able to to provide a different perspective and try to share worldviews, but you have to do it in a tasteful way, and you have to do it in a way that's like easier to digest for some audiences as well, because you are going to run into some situations where you are going to have some audiences that are like vehemently opposed to those perspectives. And it's up to you as an artist, as a game developer, as a company, to be able to figure out how to bridge that. You have to bridge that gap. Peak delusional? By all means, explain how. I'm in. You got my attention. I think that that's a relatively grounded take on everything, but sure, go for it. Gamers can feel when it's forced. That's the other thing too, is that in a lot of cases, a lot of this is coming from people that aren't genuine about the perspectives that they're trying to share, right? You have a lot of people that are incredibly sheltered, that have probably never even interacted with people from another country, that are trying to represent people of another country. You should look up the stuff with the Godot stuff. I'm not really interested. I already read some of it before. I'm not really. It's a community manager gone fucking rogue. We've seen it 100 times already. We saw that story play out with Helldivers 2. Identities aren't characters. Characters have identities. They're writing stereotypes, not characters. Exactly. As a wise man famously said in a really good YouTube video, make characters about who they are, not what they are. I think Asmongold said it in, it's called it Theater Kid Syndrome. When talking about your video regarding what we've lost in video games. Yeah. I've seen, yeah, I would agree with that. I think in a lot of cases you're seeing some people that are expressing their very sheltered vision of the world. The value of diversity. Thornquist thinks it's great that we aim for diversity in the industry. Diversity has always been the central of Red Thread's games. Those who aren't interested in it don't need to play those games, he believes. Diversity is positive for everyone. Games like Black Myth, Wukong, Mario, and Elden Ring won't stop existing because we released Dustborn. There are more room for both games, for both of these games and everything in between, even those that only appeal to a limited audience. So the one thing that I'm actually going to point out with this, though, is that, like, you would have been fine if you would have said, like, Black Myth, Mario, right? Elden Ring, though. Elden Ring actually has... Elden Ring has body type 1 and 2. Elden Ring has gender fluidity. Elden Ring has... sexual fluidity. It just does it better than you. Without stereotyping. And it also doesn't make it the like main focus of the entire game. There's an ocean of difference between those things. I mean, you literally have genderless people in fucking in Elden Ring. Like, you can use these things to be able to tell better stories. Right? Rather than just making it like a tokenization of something to try to get like whatever your point is across. I think that's like one of the problems that I have with a lot of these games specifically is that like their approach is like to bludgeon. They want to bludgeon people with their beliefs rather than use it as a tool to make better content. Yeah, that's my perspective on that. Has the debate around Dustborn changed your view on the room for political messages in games? Absolutely not. Some games are pure entertainment. Others focus on player experience and fun. And such great games exist. Other games aren't fun to play, but are more about the feeling you get from playing them. Then there are games that can address serious topics. Yeah, he's bad at his job. Yeah, no, he's straight up just bad at his job. I'll say it. You shouldn't be making games. You shouldn't be running a company that makes video games. You fundamentally do not understand how this industry works, the consumer need, and you also don't care about the consumer need because you're okay with just taking money from your government to put out products that nobody wants because you believe that's okay because it aligns with whatever your internal justifications are. To say something along the lines of other games aren't fun to play, but are more about the feelings that you get from playing them. No. The best games, the games that always do the best, are the games that are fun to play. If you are not coming from the perspective of is this game fun to play, players are not going to play your game. Period. This is entertainment. While you can tell stories, while you can teach life lessons, while you can be impactful and have an influence on somebody's beliefs or perspectives or whatever it might be, you can do that through effective storytelling and through great gameplay. But if you do not care about those things, then there's no reason for you to be making games. Because games that aren't fun shouldn't exist. Unless it's obviously somebody working on their very first game and they're just trying to get used to it. You're going to have a hard time making something fun. But not entirely true. Telltale games? Are Telltale games not fun to play? I think they are. I think the Telltale games are fun to play. They're engaging. They're interesting. They have interesting mechanics. They have multiple choice scenarios that can come out, right? I think the Telltale games are fun to play. Now, obviously, like, fun is going to be subjective from person to person, but at the end of the day, it really does need to come down to, like, whether or not, like, you're making something of value. And, like, from my perspective, looking at, like, seeing this person's perspective, it's not about making anything of value. That's it. I think games deserve to exist, but they shouldn't. But they should be rewarded accordingly. Absolutely, absolutely. I saw this like leaked Pokemon lore. I guess it's like terabytes of like old Pokemon data of like Pokemon having children together with people, and like, dude, Game Freak, it's in the name, dude. It's in the name. Nobody knew it apparently until this stuff got leaked, but it was in the name. They were trying to let you know. They were trying to let you know. They were trying to let you know. Only played one Telltale game, the Walking Dead one. I played the Borderlands ones. This article was nothing more than gaslighting and grifting. Yeah, it was pretty bad. It was pretty bad. Don't mention Asmon. Already talked about Asmon earlier in the stream. It was like one of the first things people started asking me was about Asmongold.
Vaporeon canon?
Probably, actually. Yeah, Vaporeon's probably canon. Yeah. It was probably somebody from Game Freak that came up with the Pokemon copy pasta. Will you play the Silent Hill 2 remake in the future? Maybe. I haven't played any of the Silent Hill games, I don't think. Back in the day, I was not really attracted to Silent Hill. I was well, you know how like gamers are when you're young, right? Where it's like, especially when you have like franchises that are really similar. Like I was a Resident Evil guy, also Fatal Frame. I really liked Fatal Frame. Did you see Asmon's response to it? It's the first video I could fully support. Are you trying to tell me you don't fully support my videos? I'm gonna make this about me now. Yeah, I actually saw his video already. Yeah, I saw his video. I agree with him wholeheartedly. I think that like I think no matter what, like when you involve yourself in a lot of like negative discourse for a long time, I've been watching Asmongold for how long have I watched Asmongold for? Probably since 2019. Probably since like 2019. Something like that. And like he was trending towards like super positive, like not like, I mean, he's still critical, right? He's still critical about a lot of things. And he wouldn't shy away from drama, obviously. But I don't know, like if I could really point it out, I think the tone of like a lot of his content, I think part of it, I think like it was like probably after Final Fantasy 14, like right around there or something like that. And that was almost like more, and that was actually like a little bit more towards like the audience as well, which I don't blame him. I don't blame him. I get, I totally get where that kind of perspective would come from because of like how that community can be sometimes. I love Final Fantasy 14. I love the game's community, but at the same time, like very similar to like the Warframe community, they can be very heavy-handed. Very heavy-handed. And have very high expectations for what you do when you do it and how you do it. I watched Asmongold even before Classic. Man. I mean, I watched the guy like on and off, but I'm talking about like I've never been like a big like live stream viewer, right? I don't think I started watching like Asmongold live streams until like 2019 or so. Something right around there. Like I'd seen him on YouTube a couple of times, like watched a couple of videos or whatnot like that, but I wasn't like in on it. 14's community is crazy when it comes to streamers. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Like their shit's they fucking take shit to such a fucking extreme, dude. It gets wild. And especially when you see like how hard they take some drama and stuff like that. Look what they did to fucking Joe Cat. I don't really like his response to how things went and how apologetic he turns into when he has nothing to apologize for. But yeah, he got sucked into politics gradually. That interview with Hassan was the apex. Two people who are not political experts sparring. The outcome is unsurprising. I wouldn't disagree with that either. I mean, like, here's the thing. Like, you have to understand that any online audience is going to be fanatical, right? They're fans. they're fanatical. So if two big streamers come to talk to each other with opposing positions, like there's gonna be a fallout, right? Regardless, there's gonna be a fallout. Asmongold is a very complicated dude. Half of the shit he says I disagree with, but I can see his authenticity. The apology video to me felt like someone had a gun on him. No, I don't think so. I think it was pretty genuine. After watching the guy talking to the guy in the background and stuff like that, I would imagine it's pretty genuine. I think he was pretty much on the dot. I mean, you gotta think, like, share this perspective for a second. Look at like 90% of the content that's on his subreddit, and that's the content and conversations that he's consuming it all the time, right? There's a lot of negativity in there. That's going to bleed through into your personality. That's going to bleed through into the things that you're thinking about, how you're talking, and all those kind of things. Then you take somebody like him, who is fucking like the absolute fucking the absolute genius when it comes to this. He does this thing, and I don't know how to explain it perfectly, but he has this innate skill to be able to say things in such a way that are so polarizing, but his audience and the people that watch him will completely understand where he's coming from. But if somebody doesn't understand and doesn't have the context, they will take him so far out of context and take it to the absolute extreme, and it just continues this engagement farm around him. It's crazy when you can see it in action, and you're like, holy shit. Well, the problem is when you're always talking about the same things, well, then you get taken out of context a lot. And then you also sometimes even lose your own context. And I think that's kind of what ended up happening to him. Creators drive the community. Communities lay the train track. Yeah, I guess that's kind of true, though. At the same time, like, you don't really have any control over your community. I think you can do things to be able to like weed people out. Have certain conversations that will turn off. Like, I will talk about things specifically because I am trying to turn off a certain subsection of people that I just don't want to have anything to do with, right? Like, that's what you have to do sometimes. You have to share personal beliefs or personal ideologies or whatever it is, your opinions on things that you know that those people probably won't like, so that they go, oh, this isn't who I thought he was, and then they leave. You have to do that. Otherwise, what you'll end up doing is you'll just turn into somebody that just bends to the will of an audience. And then you're not being authentic anymore, right? Did that happen with you with other games media? Yeah. I've done that before. I've done it a few times. There's certain topics and things like that I've talked about to be able to try to, shoo some people away that I just didn't, I didn't want around. It's important to do that. And it's not actually even like purposeful to like aim that stuff at people directly, as much as it is, people will get a wrong idea about who you are. And I'm one of those people where like it's way too fucking hard for me to try to pretend to like I'm somebody that I'm not. I have to be myself. If I'm not, like I suck at lying. So when I've talked about this before, but when I see like content creators that are like coming out and like, oh man, come to find out this guy's actually not nice, he's actually super fake, it's just like, and then his career goes down the toilet, and I'm like, yeah, I'm not gonna be that guy. I'm just gonna be fucking genuine. So when I see people come in to think that I'm somebody that I'm not, I will make sure to set them straight. Simple as that. I need to get some water. We're out. We're tapped. That's 64 ounces down, baby. 64 ounces for the day. Everybody, hydration break. Oh, we good. I almost always have my agua cold. See, that's the reason why, you know, people are like, somebody called me Asmund Silver one day, and I'm like, bro, I drink fucking 128 ounces of water a day. Have you been getting a lot of people calling you racist, sexist in your videos? I feel a lot of people try to cancel people. Cancel everyone who says anything bad about games with a diverse MC. No. I mean, I'll get a random comment like here or there. But I ultimately almost immediately disregard it because their opinion is almost always based off of like there was somebody that like was saying something like it's pretty easy to be able to tell what people are commenting on, and in a lot of cases what it is, they're commenting on like a single line that I said, and it's usually at the very beginning of a video, so they never hear my full context. I usually dodge out on a lot of those kind of labels because I make sure to explain my position thoroughly. Because I'm not any of those things, and it's pretty plain to see that I'm not. It's very plain to see that I'm not. And it's also very plain to see that, like, I am completely okay with women in video games. I'm completely okay with, you know, anything. It doesn't matter to me. It's whether or not the game is good or not, right? Did you not just get, like, you literally just saw, like, everybody just saw me get, like, fucking pogged out over Wukang. Right? Like, female protagonist. I'm sitting here, whoa, this looks fucking sick. Right? And the funny, and she's not, like, overly sexualized or anything either. Right? Look at the character. It's not, this isn't Stellar Blade. Thank you for the $2, man. I appreciate that. You have a fantastic evening, my friend. Thank you for stopping by. From Wukang to Wukang. Yep. I'm all about it, baby. Gaming needs more Stellar Blades. You know what? Kind of, actually. I think about it. I mean, we basically had to. You have like Bayonetta. Nier's been a long time though. But then we got, what do we got? There was like the Nier remake that they did as well, right? Do I want to go over any of this other stuff? How long have we been streaming for? We're about like 4 hours in. We'll cover like a couple more things. I want to get to playing some Warframe. You know what I don't like about the gaming industry? You know what I don't like about games media? Is that a lot of the gaming news outlets and magazines have been clickbaiting people with this 200 Bandai Namco employees reportedly move into the expulsion rooms designed to bore them into quitting. Though the company maintains its innocence. So this is interesting. Notice that they use imagery for Elden Ring, even though Bandai Namco is the publisher of Elden Ring. FromSoft is the maker of Elden Ring. It's so goofy. It's so goofy that they do shit like this. Because they want people to pay attention to it. They want people to click on the articles. They want people to discuss it. And they also are trying to feign the idea that this is actually FromSoft. It's FromSoft that's doing it to their people, right? Yo, the Freynet First Descendant skin clips are nuclear. Yeah, don't get me wrong. Freyna's the one I actually really played. I really enjoyed playing the most. And then when I saw her Descendant skin, I was like, I made the right choice. I haven't played that game in a while. I figured I'd wait and like let it like maybe iron out some issues and whatnot like that, and maybe get a little bit better. Personally, I just have a hard time wanting to support a game like that because I don't like its monetization, and even more so because it so blatantly steals from Warframe that it kind of hurts. Bandai Namco employees reportedly victim of wildfire video game layoffs that have scorched the industry over the past couple of years. Although owing to a unique nature of Japanese labor laws, the axe hasn't fallen quickly. According to a report from Bloomberg, approximately 200 out of 1,300 employees have been sent to expulsion rooms, as they know, also known as Oidashi Beya. Oidashi Beya? Is that how you say that? I don't know. An unsavory practice that is nonetheless still apparently a problem in the industry, rather than butting up against the extremely strict dismissal laws. Practicing companies will instead transfer employees to rooms and floors that are designed to bore them out of their skull or culturally shame them into accepting severance deals. Yeah, this is pretty popular. I think like this is one of the things that makes it really difficult for a lot of Eastern studios. At least in Japan, and this is the same for some other places as well. They can't just fire people. They can't just lay off. Not only does this put a massive financial strain on the company, but it also makes it difficult for them to be able to like change direction in some cases. Still better than layoffs in my opinion. I don't know, man. I don't know, because like here's the thing: if they've sent you to these expulsion rooms or they're trying to publicly shame you, how is that better than layoffs? Wait a minute. Hold on a second. How is that better than layoffs? How is being publicly shamed and then sent into timeout better than getting laid off? Personally, as an American, I appreciate that we can just get a fucking clean break. Still getting paid? Yeah, but like getting paid at what expense? What do you think what's the impact on their like mental well-being when you do shit like that? Right? You don't go hungry? Well, here's like, what is this idea that apparently when somebody gets laid off, they just become poor? Job markets are different over there? Yeah, I can't pretend to say that I know what their job market's like or how easy or how difficult it is to get a job. As somebody that's been laid off 3 times, I guess I'm just one of those people where it's just like, from my perspective, when it's happened to me, and it's happened in a lot of different industries that I've worked in, I just like, you know, live and let live, man. You just moved on. Life moves on. You find a way. I'm not going to say that in the moment it doesn't suck. For sure. It's fucking terrifying. You are afraid of that. Like, what if I'm on the street? You know, like those kind of things start to like run through your head. You know, how far in life is this going to put me behind? Am I going to be able to make retirement and things like that? Right. Like, for sure, those things go through your head. But, yeah, I guess I have a relatively insensitive view on layoffs. This is so dumb. If you live in Japan and you're given nothing to do, you know exactly what's going on. They know they are being laid off, and they just leave. Yeah, that's probably what ends up happening. Yeah, exactly. That's the point that I was trying to make. I don't think that it's worth the humiliation. Like, people are like, "Oh, it's better than getting laid off." I'm like, I don't know. How would you guys like? Would you guys like to be paid to do a job where you're fucking berated and publicly shamed every day? I don't think so. I would quit, right? That's the point. That's why they do it. I wouldn't want to work in an environment like that. Not to mention cultural shaming means it probably feels a lot worse than you think as well. Yeah, I guarantee it would. Nearly 100 have resigned, and people asking not to be named discussing private information, Bloomberg claims. What this is probably coming from for Bandai Namco is their anime licensed games are probably not selling that well. And then the biggest impact, the biggest issue that they have is the fact that Blue Protocol failed, which that sucks. That was such a disappointment for me. I was actually hoping that game was going to turn out to be good. I was hoping it would come to the West and it would be good when it got here. But sadly, none of that actually ever came to fruition. The anime industry is screwed. Even veterans speak about the impending fall. I don't know, man. Like, part of me at the same time, like, I mean, the anime industry is kind of fucking crushing, man. Like, there's a lot of fucking money being made in anime today. Crunchyroll is even more popular than it ever has been. High Dive's doing really well. A lot of people are watching anime. Jorgen, thank you so much. 50 Canadian. Holy shit. What a massive fucking dono. Absolutely insane. Thank you so much. The biggest reason is that Japan has Sushin Koyo lifetime contracts, which is a horrible practice that deepens the job laws, and it goes back to their schooling and social practices. Moon Channel has a great video on it. Yeah, see, like, that's the thing. I would want to I'm tired of getting blinded. I'm going to click off of that. That's one of the things that that's the problem that I have, is that, like, I get where some people are like, well, at least you're not getting laid off. But the problem is like, you have to think about what kind of practices that makes, where you have these things called, like, you know, infinite or lifetime contracts. That's not good, man. That's not good. I'm not necessarily saying that other countries do it better, but I think that, like, you know, basically you getting a clean bill to work for a company and you can't be let go, that can't be a good thing. It's going to have some negative impacts. And, like, while a lot of people want to take the position in which, like, you know, fuck the companies, you know, screw the man, at the same time, like, businesses still need to have some flexibility. And it's easy to say that when we're looking at large corporations, but think about the fact that this also affects smaller businesses as well. Crunchyroll has a pretty bad rap in the anime community, partly because of the terrible translations, partly because of killing mobages. I don't know what that is. Like Princess Reconnect. Oh, I actually really liked Princess Connect, the Redive, the anime they had. It was cute. It was fun to watch. Well, I think a lot of people don't like Crunchyroll specifically because of the fact that Crunchyroll also consumed Funimation. And they didn't like how Crunchyroll handled that situation, nor did people like that Funimation got taken over. Personally, myself, I'm just going to be real with you. I don't really pay attention to any of that shit. I didn't have to have 2 subscriptions anymore. Or 3, actually. I'm kind of a fucking weeb when it comes to anime. I fucking love watching anime. It's mostly because I don't really like a lot of Western media anymore. Like Western television shows. Mostly just because of the fact that there's a little bit too much. Maybe it's because, like, anime, like the propaganda in anime goes over my head because I'm not from that culture. But when I go to watch, like, American television shows, it's just like none of this is speaking to me right now. There's still been some good shit over the years that I've watched. I'm not going to say that I haven't. But, yeah. Funimation UI was shit. Yeah, it was. ReZero and Dandadan have been crushing it. Dude, Dandadan is fucking fire. That one came out of nowhere. I had never even heard of it before, and then it hit, and I was like, holy shit, this art style pops, dude. This art style pops. It's so good. Music's good, the fucking sound design and the fucking voice actors and the animation, all of it, storyline, all of it. I'm loving it.
Why do you always kill gods in JRPGs long video but great history culture lesson?
Okay, yeah, I'll check it out. Yeah, I'll watch it. Thank you, Jorgen. Thank you for the another 5. No spoilers. Wait till whole season of Dandy Dan. Yeah. I've been watching that. It's like Mob Psycho 101 on LSD, dude. I know. That's actually one of the reasons why I've been liking it. I fucking love Mob Psycho. Show was so damn good. Creepy Nuts on Fire with that OP. Yeah, the OP is so good too. Holy shit. I've been watching that. What else did I watch recently? I watched like Ochi-san. I was watching Oshinoko on High Dive. I watched Splice and Wolf remake. Some other stuff. I've been watching ReZero. I had to actually like watch like a little bit of the previous season to get back because it's been a while. It's just been a while. Have you played Spirit of the North? No, I've never heard of that before. Demon Slayer, yeah, Free Ren, of course. I've watched Free Ren. If it's like one of the mega popular anime, I've probably watched it. There are very few of them that I've not seen already. Those are like the consistent ones that I go to, and then I go back and I start watching other shows that I see have like a. I go back and I start watching other shows that have a high rating, like if people have given it a good rating on Crunchyroll, where it's like 4.8, 4.7, 4. Anything above a 4.5. For some odd reason, once you get under like 4.5, that's when it's like, eh. And the thing is that like anime people are fucking pretty hard critics, man. So the coincidence with several companies and projects failing, Blue Protocol was shut down in August. Yeah, the article claims that several games, including ones that were featured characters of Naruto and One Piece, as well as a project commissioned by Nintendo, had their curtains called in a similar fashion. Yeah, it's what I kind of figured. Bandai Namco, however, maintains its influence in the face of that claim. Some employees may need to wait a certain amount of time before they're assigned their next project. But we do move forward with assignments and new projects as they emerge. There's no organization like Odashibaya at Bandai Namco Studios designed to pressure people to leave voluntarily. I mean, I guess like that's the tough part, is that when you have a bunch of projects that are shut down or completely halted, what do you do with those employees? That's the problem. This is the issue. This is the issue that they face with these like long-term contracts that they have over there. Is like, okay, so it's like, well, the company shouldn't be able to lay off employees. Okay, cool. So what am I supposed to do with them? What am I supposed to do with them if I don't have work for them? I'll pay them. To do what? There's nothing to do. The company has also denied claims from the website Leak Press, which accused the company of the practice alongside allegations such as a sudden increase in waiting lists due to a large number of titles being discontinued, and spreading bad rumors about employees whose departure has been confirmed at other companies. Kevin with the 5 says you should move your logo initials vertical so it gives more of the drop look. I don't think it'd be very legible then. Such denials are to be expected, although while expulsion rooms are still a problem in Japan, actually admitting that you're using them is a no-go. While giving a talk in 2016, the author of The Untold History of Japanese Game Developers, John, I'm not even going to try with that one, refers to an incident in 2000 and 2001 wherein Sega was successfully sued by employees for the practice. They didn't just put people behind a partition, they sent them to a completely different floor. Sega didn't just lose the lawsuit over this. Their image was completely tarnished. Nobody wanted to buy games from a company like that. I wonder, when they said 2001? Ooh, that was the nail in the coffin for the Dreamcast, if that's the case, because the Dreamcast was almost fully supported by the Japanese. Though as talking Oh, though as the talk points out, I don't know, I had a hard time reading that. This didn't quite make it overseas, even with the Wikipedia page for the company. Doesn't make a lot hullabaloo about it. However, able to find out in a Eurogamer article, blah, 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 Sega's apology, in other words, if Bandai Namco is in fact found guilty of these practices, it's unlikely they are to admit it until they absolutely have to. Yeah, chances are the company's not going to admit it. Yeah, chances are the company's not going. Like, why would you? Like, especially if you think it's going to affect your video game sales. I think that, like, you know, this is 2024. That was back in 2000, you know, when that happened to Sega. I don't necessarily think that it would have an impact on their sales if it came out that they were doing that. But, you know, I could be wrong. Japanese culture is one of obfuscation. They never admit that they're doing any other underhanded practices. Probably not. Check your Discord. Huge news dropped. What? What is a gamer voting block? That's not huge news. Like a town hall? It's not necessary. I'm just gonna be flat out with you, man. I'll be straight with you guys. It's not necessary. We don't need to have like some type of like voting process for video games chosen by the players. We don't need to do anything like that. All we need to do is just spend our money wisely. That's it. Spend your money wisely. Put money in places where it needs to go. Support the games that need to be supported. Ignore the games that don't. Be critical of games, but outside of that, I would never want to see anything like a fucking some type of system in place for gamers to vote whether games get made and shit like that. All that is it's literally just it's basically asking for the same thing that we don't want the video game industry to do. We just like taking a stance like that would be I don't know. It's reductive. I'm not a fan of that. We already vote. We already have a voting block. It's called our wallet. But that gets the message out. PR. Except for the fact that see, this is the problem. Okay, this is the one thing that I'll say. Okay. For the people that are out there that are doing things in games that you do not like, there's a disagreement, right? Like, we don't agree with one another. So if you take the stance of, I don't want any of your stuff in these games, and the other stance is, I don't want any of your stuff in my games, nothing ever happens. Forceful stances never lead to a positive resolution. I shouldn't say never, but like in this case, especially when we're talking about something that is a creative, like a creative industry, an art industry, that's not how this works. Full control doesn't do anything. You don't want full control of anything. You want developers making whatever the fuck they want. The difference is it's the expectations that they put on the consumers, whether or not we are the ones that, you know, choose to buy those things. These games have a right to exist. Exactly. Games in general have a right to exist, regardless of whether or not you align with them ideologically or not. the idea is, and the problem is that, like, as an example, we were like pointing out, like, Elon, we got somebody on the fight. That actually doesn't really work to our benefit. Because the people that you're talking about that are putting things into games that you don't like, they don't like him. So do you really want the face? Do you really want the public face of your games that you want and the change that you want to see in the industry coming from a place of polarization, or do you want to see it coming from a place of balance? Because it has to come from a place of balance to get any progress. Otherwise, you just have a brick wall, and now, like, look, we also have a brick wall. And it's like, okay, cool. There's no movement. There's no communication. There's nothing going on. That's just, yeah. Like, it's just one of those things. And, like, plus on top of that, you immediately start seeing the people that agree with it as well. And the people that are commenting on it. And, like, I already saw, like, a couple of names that I was like, nope. Like, of course, it immediately starts to attract folks that, it attracts people that, I'm going to be real with you. Like, how do I say this? I mean, fuck it. Okay, dude. I just want you to think about this for like 2 seconds. Process it for a second. The people that are out there in a lot of cases that are arguing about a lot of these things don't actually want good games. They take stances that they know that nobody will ever be able to achieve because they want the conflict to keep going because the conflict is making them money. While they may believe what they're saying, they don't want a solution. Solution goes against them having a career. Simple. This is one of the reasons why, like, I have no problem talking about this is one of the reasons why I have no issue at all talking about video game news shit. I don't have any issue, like, frying some of these fucking journalists and bad opinions and stuff like that that are on the internet. But I also make a lot of videos reviewing video games, talking positively about video games. Because, like, the problem is that when you fucking anchor yourself to one viewpoint and you don't want to have a discussion, because that's really the point. Like, they don't, like, there's people that are out there on both sides of these issues that they don't want to have a discussion. That's not the point. They're not talking about these things to start a discussion. They're talking about these things to gain attention. Wake up calls. My favorite fucking videos to do. I love it. They're my favorite. Not only do I get to be critical of the industry, but I also get to celebrate video games at the exact same time. I might be a little naive. I thought they were searching for solutions. No. I think I like if that was the case, then there would be genuine conversation. But there's not a lot of genuine conversation with a lot of those folks that you'll see that will bring up these very, like, extreme solutions to problems. Right, like, I think a really good example of this to use is, like, Andy Pants Gaming, right? Do you think that's somebody that actually wants a solution? Because they see no purpose at all in actually, like, having a conversation about these things, right? Like, I mean, that's a person whose stance is quite literally, like, no gays in games, right? Where it's just like, well, wait a minute, whoa, dog, fucking chill, homie, fucking chill, dude. Fucking dial it back. Fucking dial it back. He's a clown. Yeah. It's I mean, the extreme people are slinging insults back and forth, just trying to upset each other for views and clicks. Absolutely. Yeah. Did he say that? I don't know if he said it directly. maybe that's probably not the best way for me to be able to portray the guy or anything like that. But if you go to watch his content, I mean, come on. Like, fucking, like, spade's a spade, man. Like, I don't know what else to say there. I don't know what else to say. I've watched like 2 of that dude's videos and I was like, no. I know exactly who, I know exactly the audience that you're trying to attract. It's completely unbalanced. Yes, it's very unbalanced. It's like, wait a minute, like you're not even trying to fucking like talk about this shit or even like have a like valuable conversation. It's interesting because like he always had some like really, I thought some really like unique and interesting like introspective thoughts and ideas that he would bring up. But then all of a sudden, like the way that it's like painted with the language that he uses, it's super fucking prejudice. Yes, he's a very prejudiced guy. Yes. Yeah. This is pushing some agenda, is what I thought. Do you think that having a games voting block is pushing an agenda too? That's the point that I'm trying to make. I'm not for pushing agendas. I'm not for pushing like conservatism in video games. I'm also not. I'm not for pushing like liberal views in video games either. It's not like a like I don't have like social political discussions on a lot of these things. Let the market decide. That's right, baby. Let the market decide. I don't have the energy to talk about Bethesda today. All right, let's get ready to play some fucking Warframe. Next thing pops up is fucking Bethesda, and I'm like, I don't know if I can talk about that. I've already just racked on one company for long enough. I don't need to rack on another one already. Is Warframe even updated? I don't know if I updated it. Warframe. It is updated. Have you tried the 1999 demo yet? No, we're going to try it right now. We're going to fucking try it right now live on stream. We're going to 1999, people. Fucking buckle in. Maybe my headcanon, it might be a little bit, yeah. Not for long, sadly. Yeah, I mean, it's a demo. What do you expect? What do you expect? We're going to get plenty of big Warframe content in December, right? Because it comes out in December, doesn't it? Right? Yeah. Yeah, we're like 2 months away from a big expansion. Plus, on top of that, we got like plenty of games to play for the rest of the year as well. We got other... I mean, guys. We got Dragon Age coming out in just a couple weeks. Aren't you guys stoked? Dragon Age, baby. Dragon Age. I did not watch the Destiny phone trailer. Maybe put it in the Discord. Maybe I'll watch it. I'll watch it tomorrow. What is Dragon Age? Tickler, are you playing fucking for real? Have you never played a Dragon Age game? I have no idea. I mean, I'll be honest with you. My personal observation is that I do not think that Dragon Age, the Veilguard, will be good. I don't think it will be. I think it'll be like decent, but I don't think it's going to be like up to the level of expectations that usually come with the name Dragon Age. And from my perspective, I didn't play Inquisition because I saw Inquisition the same way. That I just felt like it didn't live up to what my expectations for what Dragon Age should be. This looks like, again, another step in that direction of like the Fortnite-ification and the oversimplification of games to try to appeal to wider audiences rather than just focusing on making a really good game. Right? I hate that. I really do hate that. I hate that perspective so much that there are so many companies that are out there Like, this is what's like the one thing I'm gonna say this. What's really fucking upsetting. Man, dude. I just want to say I'm looking fly as fuck. Okay, I just want to say I look fly. Now, anyway, one of the things, and this is like these are like those underlying frustrations, and I think it's a really interesting discussion. I need to make a video on this. I need to make a video on this. The thing is that there's like this weird misunderstanding where people don't get why like players are upset all the time. Like, why are gamers so fucking mad? Why are they so fucking mad? They're so angry all the time. They're screaming about every video game that comes out. Why are they so mad? Why are the gamers so mad? Well, I think what it is like there's a lot of different levels. There's a lot of layers to this cake. And I think one of those layers to the cake is seeing like established franchises get put through a sieve and they try to simplify the game, and that's their idea of making it more approachable to wider audiences. In that, what these companies don't realize, and I think a lot of gamers do, and maybe they don't even realize it, but they're it's one of those things where like, I'm mad, but I don't know why I'm mad. What it is that they're offended because that is these companies' idea of the players. This is the level of intellect that they believe that you have. You can't handle complicated video game. You can't handle that.
Ordis keeps a tidy ship.
This game is too hard.
Reluctant to allow
this game that people loved before is too complicated. It's not flashing lights. It's not mindless combat. So then they break it down and they make it fucking shit, and then they deliver it to you and go, why don't you like it? It's like, and the players are like, because you think I'm fucking stupid. Souls gets ripped on for doing so. You know what the funny thing is that I don't really think that the Souls games do that in the same sense, because the sense of challenge is still there, and the best part with the Souls games are you have the option to set your own difficulty. If you want Elden Ring to be as hard as DS1 or 2 or 3, well, all you gotta fucking do is just not fucking level up to 150 or 200, right? You can set your own difficulty in that game. If you want to become fucking busted, go for it. That's the beauty of Elden Ring. But a lot of other games don't know how to make their games more accessible. Accessibility is not a bad thing. Making your game accessible is a good thing. But the problem is that in a lot of cases, too many games will they will undermine the quality of their own game in the crusade to make their game more accessible and available to more people. Fuck, that was smart. I should make YouTube videos or something. God damn, I look like a fucking damn. What the fuck is this? You put it here? You did? Warframe 1999 demo. Take an early trip into the past and get a small taste of the future of Warframe by playing a Skalda exterminate mission. Ooh. Ooh. Oh. Did I have anything cooking? I don't think I did. No. Just wanted to make sure. Play demo. New market items look sick too. I'll have to check it out. Doesn't look like Warframe. Looks like it's lost a fantasy character mythology in a good way. Ooh.
I am headed out. Need you on grid watch.
You got it. Oh, and hey, I gave your Tommy a full tune-up. Go ahead and fire her up.
Not bad.
Oh, dude. You know what the thing is? I'm actually really hoping, because they said the new Warframe, right? Like, there's a lot of talks about this, and you've seen it, and like they've talked about it. Like, I think I'm right. I think I'm right. I think that 1999 is the new direction for Warframe. I don't think this is just a one-off expansion. I think this is narratively where the game is going to go, and this is what we're going to be seeing more of. I think we're going to be seeing more of this. People hate 1999 because no space combat. Well, you can go play fucking regular Warframe, bitch. I don't give a shit. I'm here for fucking 90s music. I'm here for fucking 90s aesthetics. I want that shit. The 90s were fucking pog, okay? And I'm not ashamed to say it. Okay. I had to have a piece of beef jerky. I'm sorry. Have you seen the new song they put on YouTube? Which one is it? Is the one that I'm about to probably listen to in this demo right now. Oh my god, that beef jerky's so good. Peppered beef. Oh god. First time catching you live. Absolutely love your videos. They're very well written and oriented. Thank you. You can do it. There we go.
Scaldra is systematically pumping a furball through this neighborhood. Not good for anything with a pulse, including civvies. Only way to stop them is to put them down first.
Hold Q to summon Automacycle. How do I go faster? Oh. What up, bitch? Woo! Wee! How do I like turn really quick?
Zone is hot.
So fucking cool. Oh, I wonder, these must have like some type of like purpose, I guess. I mean, they're probably not available now, but I mean, if you just have like a fucking computer like right here, maybe that's just like a way for you to go back. Because you're probably gonna have an open world thing going on here, right? I wonder what they sell. How do I just summon it? Yeah. Oh yeah, I like that. Yeah, baby. I totally dig the fucking aesthetic. I'm still so confused about the 1999 lore. This is Excalibur before it got consumed by the infection and growth. No. No, that is not it. From what my understanding is this, Albrecht went to basically an alternate version of the past. This is not I don't know if these are like the original people that would later become, but they might be like descendants of the people that became. That's probably the better way to look at it. They're probably ultimately like the descendants of the people that would later become like specific Warframes. And Albrecht knows like what their Albrecht knew their like lineage or something like that, and knew that they would be the I'm literally making this up off the top of my head, by the way. Albrecht likely knew that they would be the ones that would likely become that specific Warframe, right? Like if I went back in time and I go to like, you know, who would be Excalibur's great grandfather or something like that. You know, they have a high likelihood if I use the same strain of infection that we used to create Excalibur, it could make another one. And this isn't like a, to my understanding, this is not the same infection used to make Warframes. It is a modified version so that they maintain their humanity without needing to have a, without having to need a Tenno. Right? I mean, like, this is the ultimate weapon that the Orokin would have liked to have had, right? This is the end goal that they would have liked to have had, which would have been, instead of having to use the Tenno to be able to control Warframes, instead they would use, like, Warframes could be, like, autonomous. And also not, like, lose their fucking mind. Use the pistol, it's neat. I used this one on accident. The pistol is nice. Zone is just so fucking cool, man. That's cool.
Got him.
Woohoo, that was a shot.
Sculpture Command is gonna be pissed when we find out what happened to their purge squad. Keep going.
I like how it's such an interesting twist on 1999. Who are you gonna romance? Probably Mag.
Target is down.
Do you know what I really like about this map design? And I haven't really put my finger on it. I'm gonna be so excited to make videos about 1999. I don't know what it is, but because of the map design, I'm not playing this like I would normally play Warframe, if that makes any sense. I don't really know how to put my finger on it. I mean, like, part of me, I'm going like slower right now because it's like, you know, it's a demo. I'm like, this is fucking sick. Like, I'm actually playing 1999 right now. But like, there's something about it that like, I really hope they make it where there's actual like things to find, because I would want to explore a map like this. Yeah, I think that Warframe is shifting from space ninjas instead to their players experience Earth, town, city, car vibes that we can relate to. If you got cars and roads that look like regular pistols and AK-47. Yeah, I think that they might be trying to like ground the game a little bit. And I kind of appreciate that. Like, I wouldn't mind them wanting to like slow it down slightly, but like, don't take the freedom away from the players to play like how they want to, right? Hell yeah, baby.
What a day.
You should not, even for a second, think you have won something today. School draw is unending.
Things look a bit different from my perspective, but what do I know? Moving on.
Yeah, dude. I fucking love Ben Starr. I guess he's gonna be, Ben Starr is gonna be in that Expedition 43 game. That game looks really good too. It has a different feel to it. Yeah, I don't really know exactly. I can't really put my finger on it, but yeah. From a marketing perspective, giving Warframe a face is a big deal. Did you hear that from somebody? Because that sounds like something I've said. I did say it, actually. I said it in one of my interviews. I wish I had that interview still with Rebecca, because that was like, it was such a good interview. And that was like one of my things that I brought up to her. Was I'm like, is there like you know, I'm like, are you guys like trying to put a face to the game? Because I think if you putting a face to the game is gonna give it like it's gonna make it a lot easier for certain audiences to be able to connect with it. I mean, I've talked about it multiple times that I think a lot of people that have never tried Warframe don't try it because because of the art style. The arts, because the thing is that like, if you look at Warframe from a distance, like, you have no idea what the fucking game is about. And I think in a lot of cases, people want something, like, especially if it's something I'm gonna either invest time or money into, they're gonna want something that is something relatable, so they can understand like what it is before they get into it, so they know whether or not they'll like it or not. But Warframe is one of those games that from the outside looking in, you have no fucking idea whether you like it or not. You have no idea what it's about or what's even going on.
Let's get to business. You're done.
Asmund literally said that a couple days ago. Said what? That he's not interested in Warframe because it looks weird. Yeah, makes sense. The funny thing is, though, judging Asmongold's like tastes, ironically, he would probably love it. Like, it has all of the elements of things that he likes. It's a great stream game because it's really easy to play while you're talking to other people. The skill ceiling is basically whatever you want to make it to be. It's super grindy, so you can get really powerful by your own means. The developers are like really fucking good people that like honestly like look out for their audience and try to make sure they're delivering a good product. Like, it has all of the things that he normally would look for in a good video game.
I'm calling it there. Your job.
Asmongold would get hyper addicted to Warframe if he tried it. Probably. Probably, yeah. Yeah, I would agree with that. Just seeing like his habits with other games and other games that he's liked and played, he'd probably really like it. I don't know. Maybe I'll reach out to him and try to talk him into it.
Takes care of that. Let's get this show going.
This looks so cool. Yeah, true. Yeah, yeah, fashion. It still has like the fashion contests that he could do. Yeah. Isn't he banned? Well, he's like it's a temporary ban.
Someone is attempting to contact the operator. Please check your inbox.
At the end of the day, if he really wanted to, he could just go live on YouTube. Right? Like if he, yeah, he's taking some time away. I think it's good that he is, because like he's been going fucking hard for a while. He stayed true to his streaming schedule for a while. I mean, like not missing a beat. Mag gives me Maya from Borderlands vibes. Am I cracked? I mean, you're a little bit cracked, yeah, but I mean, you're not that far off. I don't even think I have that weapon. Protocol. I want more. I want to play more 99. More. This is bullshit. Oh, is there? Oh, I need to check the market. Sprays. I don't care about glyphs. I don't care about glyphs. Abrasis Day of the Dead. Oh, that's actually kind of nice. Dia de los Muertos.
Operator, the sentients are not laughing at my jokes. Did they adapt?
Man, I just realized that I did not buy I did not use that platinum bundle that I got before. Buy this. One platty. That was, oh, that wasn't even platinum. It was look at all this like free shit they hand you. That's nice. That's funny. I like that. Orbiter skin. I don't know. Some of these weapons are actually kind of cool looking though. Yeah, I'll take the Glaxian. Why not? I think the Glaxian looks pretty nice. Pretty slick looking. Boltor. Oh, there's actually just like a full weapons pack. I see. I'm not really worried about it. I don't really care that much. Not that invested. New items in the shop too, huh? Ooh. Ooh. Ooh, that's kind of cool. I like that. Oh, it's a two-piece. I thought it was one thing together. These shoulders are kind of fucking lit, though. The Halloween event store is on Deimos. Check with sister. Okay. Dude, that fucking shoulder is kind of fucking sick. I kind of want it. Kind of want the shoulder. I don't know if I really like this. I don't really like the sign, Donna. I don't know. Maybe, kind of. What is this? Oh, otherworldly spirits in your orbiter. That's cool. I think I'm just gonna buy the shoulder. Okay. I bet that would look sick on me, actually. What's my boo at? Where my boo at?
Operator, you have remembered well how the Tenno arm themselves.
I have. Thank you. Thank you, bud. Ember heirloom. We're good on that. Attachments. Shoulder. Oh, it's only one shoulder? Am I tripping? I can only get it on one shoulder? Wait. Hi, buddy. Are you hungry? Are you hungry? Come here. You're standing in front of the TV. Where's the screen? What would look good on the other side if I do this then? They kind of have to like equal out the weight a little bit. That's not bad. Yeah, it doesn't look too bad. It's too much. That's not bad. That's fine. We'll go Orinist. It matches your sleeves anyway. My. He's got that dog in her. Got that dog in her. Kavat feeding time. It is actually Kavat feeding time. I do need to feed the cat. All the best shoulders are one-sided for some reason. Yeah, it's kind of weird. Like, why wouldn't you let me be able to put two of these dogs on? You're like afraid people are gonna think I'm like trying to like role play as Varuna. Dat booty, oh my lord. I need to do my Archon. 40% chance at a red shard, guys. 40% chance at a red shard. My party is open. You guys are welcome to join. I am going to oh, because it would block your aiming sight? I don't know about that. I have to feed the kitty cat. I have to feed the kitty cat. Let me feed the cat. Come on, buddy. Say hello to everybody. Come with me, my child. Sorry about that. I also had to change my laundry. Or I had to switch my loads of laundry. Had to put some shit in the dryer. Otherwise, I would have completely forgot about it. All right, we're filled up. All right, let's give it a shot. Let's go. Let's go. They also moved the console for Conclave with this update. Now it's a decoration that you can move around. So relatable. I mean, I fucking hope people do laundry. Bro sounds like me. I constantly forget to put my shit in the dryer. I do it. That's like literally this would, if I didn't realize it or do it right then, that shit would have stayed there. Then that shit would have got musty as fuck, and I would have been like, "Hey man, where's this one shirt that I'm looking for?" And then I go over there and I'm like, it's all musty. And then I have to run it through the fucking washer again.
Find what you can.
It doesn't help also that like for some odd reason, and I'm not really too sure why, but my dryer is not very good at drying anymore. And I need to like run. It's actually that it's probably not that it's not good at drying. I'm probably overloading the dryer, and that's why it's taking it takes like 2 runs to be able to dry my clothes. Because I am a guy after all, and I have no fucking clue how the machine actually works. I just put it in and magically clean clothes come out. You know what I mean? Or I could be like how I was when I was a kid, right? Which is like I never ever washed my shit. And 9 times out of 10, what I would actually do is I would just I just hit that shit with some fucking like you know those like Febreze spray bottles. I would hit it. I would basically like bathe the shirt in the Febreze spray bottle and then throw it into the dryer for about like 30 seconds. You? Man, you guys have never fucking lived life. Don't fucking judge me. You don't know me. You don't know the life I lived. I'd rather wash my shit by hand in the sink. I was a fucking teenager.
Triggered the alarms.
Stop being so fucking judgy.
Will be a complete failure.
I do laundry now.
For everything. I saw the truth far too late. She will never forgive me. But you will, won't you?
What's going on over here? Oh, you got it figured out. Same like how Mama taught me wash by hand. I don't know. How would you even wash clothes by hand? Where you just like soak them in soap and then you wring them out? You have to like use. What are you gonna like brush it? How would you wash? Do you put it in a fucking human-sized pot and then heat the water and then?
Thank you.
I don't know. I'm making shit up at this point.
I will burn the sickness.
Or is it like home on? Or is it like a home on the prairie? You know what I mean? Where you're out there with the washing board, just scrubbing it up against the washing board. Ooh, hold on. I have some miss here that I can fucking take out really quick. Another one.
There's a heavy unit approaching. Keep moving. None of the scanners have detected you.
My codes here. I have like fucking PTSD with this fucking level from the last time where I missed that like fucking bonus crate, and then everybody fucking judged me in the comment section of the fucking live stream. I can't believe he didn't see it. I can't believe he didn't see it. I'm like, there was 3 other people there, okay? Like, not everything is my fault. I'm okay with being accountable to myself. But I am not going to, I'm not going to be taking the full blame for something like that. Burst in Prime, that is true. That's exactly what I'm using. Rocks on a river. Easy. The fuck? We got some river rockers over here. My brothers used to live for smell and wear. I still do that. Are you kidding me? Like, wait. Yeah, see, I wore deodorant today, right? And so like my shirt smells really good. It'll be good. It'll be good. I can wear this tomorrow. You only need to wash shit if you can smell yourself. You know you smell like shit if you can smell yourself. Like, God damn. What is that? Like, oh fuck, that's me.
This facility is a communications crossroad for Narmer.
That's fucking me.
Listen in. I want to know what he's telling his flock.
Do you remember, Natal? That first
I had this buddy of mine growing up, my buddy Dan. So Dan, he was a giant motherfucker. Okay, he was like when I was like 12 and he was 9. He was probably like 2 feet taller than me. It was fucking crazy. Like dude was a giant. So like so when puberty hit this motherfucker like a truck, right? And we were going, and like when we were kids and we would go to these like fucking we go to these card shops to play Pokemon and like take part in these like Pokemon tournaments and stuff. There was one time that we went and my mom had said something to me, but like it went over my head. I didn't know what she was saying. I was like, but like Dan, we picked up Dan and he hopped into the fucking car and I was like, oh my god, something smells fucking terrible. And he's like, I don't smell anything, and I'm like, huh. I didn't know where it was coming from or anything like that. And then we got into the fucking card shop to play cards. Literally card shop simulator moment. I'm not fucking kidding you. Literally card shop simulator moment. We get into the fucking card shop. It's him. He smells. He hadn't showered in like a couple weeks, and he smelled like ass. He smelled so bad. I didn't realize it until we got out of the car and I was like walking next to him that it was actually him that stunk. And I'm like, bro, I think you kind of smell, dude. And he's just like, I showered. And I'm like, I'm like, unless you showered in shit. We get into the fucking card shop. The fucking card shop owner or the employee like comes by and does a fucking drive-by on our fucking table with fucking with an aerosol can and some Febreze. It was too fucking much. Weeks? Yeah, weeks. Yeah, he hadn't showered for a couple weeks. What? It's summertime? It was summertime and he was like 13. Or no, he would have been like 12. Summertime and he was 12. You're a dude living alone with no wife. That's expected. Yeah, that's actually pretty true, actually. That's even worse. Yeah, well. That's life, man. That's life. He showers now. That's what matters. Dude, me and that fucking dude. Oh my god. I'm actually surprised I'm not fucking dead from like half the stuff that I did when I was a kid. Cause like he was always like way stronger than me because he was like way bigger than me. He was like literally like twice my size. And we both got into like martial arts around the same time and started taking karate lessons like a lot of like young boys normally do or whatever. And then we started watching Dragon Ball Z, and we started watching like Toonami started coming out with the fucking hits, and you start getting some like, Samurai Champloo and stuff like that coming out. We were really big fans of Devil May Cry because that had just came out recently. And so we got really into like the ideas of like swords and sword fighting. So like we'd always like fight with like sticks and stuff. And then like my mom, I don't know what she was thinking. She bought me kendo swords, like the actual like genuine like full bamboo like kendo. And we beat the living shit out of each other with those things. I think there was one time he knocked me out. I swear, I vaguely remember it happening, which means it probably did happen because I wouldn't remember much about it. And we were like, practicing our sword fighting in the we were practicing our sword fighting in like in the backyard, and he just absolutely fucking cracked me in the dome.
Be careful though. The enemy has surely rallied stronger reinforcements.
Just boy things, yeah. I had a Rambo replica knife. I didn't get a lot of knives or anything like that when I was a kid. I was pretty accident prone. The best knife that I got is still the one that is still one of the ones I have to this day, which I think I was like 9 years old and my grandfather gave me a Swiss Army knife.
Tower lost.
Can all weapons be incarnate now? No, just they update it and they add some incarnates later. Those Rambo replica knives with the shit. Yeah, they look fucking cool. I wanted one. I asked for one for Christmas, but I didn't get one.
We have control of all 4 towers. The enemy have taken a tower. You must recapture it.
Instead my mom got me something far less dangerous. A BMX bike. Good. Parents, am I right? Like, holy shit. Nah, you can't have this knife, but go ahead. Go try to ramp off of shit. Less dangerous to others? Yeah, it's probably a good point.
in total control. Keep fighting.
No helmet, no pads, no balls. That's right, baby. That's right. I don't think I ever owned any piece of protective equipment. Like while I was like, when I was a skateboarder or when I was a fucking bike rider. Helmets? Nah. Who needs a brain?
You want to hit those high notes? You gotta mean it.
Brains are overrated. Will a brain help me do a kickflip? Probably not. I wore a helmet and still got lifelong injuries. Who cares? Yeah, that's also true. Nature of the game, baby. The important part is that you were outside. That shit's far, very far and few in between nowadays. I can't tell you how many parents I've talked to over the last few years and been like, I can't get my kid to go outside, and I'm like, that's crazy. I was one of those kids that like you couldn't keep inside. I was sneaking out all the time.
The enemy have taken a tower.
I mean, obviously things change when you get older, but
We
yeah.
have successfully decoded the message. Clear the area.
Where are they at? Underneath?
All messages decrypted. Pazul is not merely insane, Tenno.
When my youngest brother was
There is
8,
another mind at work within him.
he got a 10-penny roofing nail stuck in his heel, and he walked home on it for 3 blocks. He didn't even know it was there until I saw the bloody footprint at the door. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Oh, dude, Helgrand, I know exactly what you're talking about. I see plenty of kids outside on bikes. They're not pedaling, but they're on bikes. Yeah, dude, like all kids nowadays are on fucking e-bikes. E-bikes every fucking where. Did you see the spear animations? No.
We received intel that somebody vital to enemy operations is here. Find them and capture them.
Kind of defeats the purpose of using a bike. Well. Yeah. I always thought like the purpose of a bike, well, yeah, obviously for exercise. I mean, like the idea of like if you're buying a bike for a kid, it really is to like see how your kid handles like
Captive is safely in our hands.
some
Congratulations, Tenno.
some agency and freedom.
Ignore your original
It's like to get like used to like how big the world is when you don't like when you don't know how to navigate the world yet when you're young. Me, I was like the super adventurous kind. Oh man. Oh boy. Like I got on that fucking bike, I would always try to push it to see like how far I could go without being and then find my way back home. So I was like I was mapping the journey in my mind, if that makes any sense. It's over here. Oh. I don't have any scanners. You already got it though. Nice. wrong way.
Another job well executed.
What happened to the Archon hunt? I don't know. What did happen to the Archon hunt? Actually, a really good. I didn't even notice. I took you there? How did I take you there? Did I just click something on accident? Not even notice it even happened? What the fuck? Okay, you guys need to stop talking about food. I haven't ate since fucking 8 o'clock this morning.
Archon Amar yearns for the new creation that Pazul has promised him. He imagines he will be a lord of the wilderness, instead of what he is now. The price of that vision is measured in innocent lives. Stop him.
So it's actually been kind of fucking weird. Ow, I didn't have my shield up. It's actually been kind of crazy to see lately, but like when I was oh fuck, I'm missing the fucking hockey game. Oh, what a fucking solid goal. All right, my bad. Okay. Oh no, I was gonna say, so like something that's kind of fucking crazy. It's just like weird to think about. It's such a weird position to be in. But like when I first started on YouTube, like there were like I kind of got like I ended up making friends with a few people that like already had YouTube channels and whatnot. And I, you know, was asking, you know, you're like when you're getting into something like this and you want to grow and you want to get bigger, you try to ask like, you know, people that are like much bigger than you for advice. Like, you know, hey, how did you do this? And am I doing this right? And, you know, yeah, just general questions, just trying to get better and things like that. And then you're also like trying to find like your way to be able to like edge into a community, to be able to see if like maybe you'll be able to like earn the favor of some fans and stuff like that. And when I first got into making YouTube content, well, first I started uploading fucking gameplay videos to fucking Warzone. But after that, I started making, I started doing a podcast with a buddy of mine, right? That's like how it all started. And I tried to get on like other podcasts and stuff like that, because I wanted to share my opinions, see if people liked my opinions and if they would want to watch me in the future and stuff like that. And I got on a buddy of mine's podcast, and I talked to him, and he had a bigger audience than me. And after I got on his show, then I started to try to hit up some of the other shows that I had seen him on to see if I could continue to find more shows to be on. And like across the board for the most part, like nobody really wanted to like include me. Like I was just kind of like, I was a nobody, let's be real. You know, they already had like a kind of somewhat established audience and whatnot. And yeah, they just kind of, you know, a lot of the folks that I had reached out to just straight up ignored the shit out of me. They're like, I don't know who the fuck this guy is. It's very funny now seeing, like, I see like messages and shit that I get on like fucking Twitter and whatnot, where now those people are like, hey, what's up, bro? Blah, 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 blah. Like, wanted to talk to me and shit and get my opinion on things and like invite me to be on shows and shit. It's just like, damn, dog. That fucking changed, huh? That kind of fucking changed, huh? How the tables have turned. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I'm not gonna pretend like I was trying to get. I'm not gonna pretend like I was trying to like talk to these people or be on like be in any of their content for fucking pure reasons. I just wanted to grow, and I thought that I could steal their audience. I'm gonna be fucking real, like for real. Like that's why I thought that like if people heard me talk instead of them, that they would want to watch me instead of them. And but it is really funny to see like the like straight up cold shoulder where like, you know, and then all of a sudden like later all of a sudden it's like, hey man, you know, hey, you're the man, dude. You're the dude now. And I'm like, that's cool. I respond. The difference is I respond. If I don't want to talk to you, I will fucking tell you I don't want to talk to you. I won't fucking mince words. I'll be like, yeah, dog, nah, I'm not really into I'm not looking to talk or anything like that. I got my own shit going on or whatever it might be. I'll be straight up. I'll be honest about that shit. Because I get a lot of people that'll message me, and a lot of times it's usually just folks from the community. In some cases, I have other content creators that'll reach out to, but in most cases, I get a lot of people that are just from the community. They're just like wanting to have like spark up like just a regular ass conversation. And while I do appreciate it, I got so much shit going on. I ain't got the motherfucking time, dog. That's why I make sure to tell people, like, if you're gonna try to reach out to me personally, make sure that you're talking to a Discord moderator first and telling them why you want to reach out to me. Otherwise, I'm likely not to accept the message request or not to accept a friend request or anything like that. The reason why, and like I've tried to explain this to a couple of people, is just like, you're not alone. Like, it's not just you wanting to talk. Like I don't mind talking to everybody, but I like talking to people on stream instead because it's a little bit easier. I can at least talk to like more people at once, but the problem is in like private conversations, you get like fucking 20, you get like 25 people trying to message you and talk to you about like random shit, and it's just like, ain't got the time, dog. Ain't got the time. Crunchy. We got our snack. I heard it too. I don't know if you guys heard it, but it made the Tau shard sound.
Good job.
I don't know if you guys know that that's an actual thing or not. Tau Forge has a sound? Yeah. Damn it. Damn it. I was hoping it was gonna work. I was just gonna, right there, I was just gonna try to make up some absolute fucking Warframe bullshit and then have it happen on stream and then everybody believe it, and then I would have totally stayed straight faced and been like, yeah, you guys didn't know that, and then people have been like listening back to my video. Damn, it almost worked. It almost worked. I would have gotten away with it. I would have gotten away with it. I got a ribbon mod. Rifle ribbon. Are you grinding Kavia later? I don't know. I don't know exactly. Let's go look at this. I need to go to demos. Right? I need to go to demos. What? Huh, I'm confused. Do I need to go to Knights and Up? Do I need to go to this one? What do I need to do? Oh, this is just a different one, isn't it? This is for this. got Satisfactory right after you recommended it. I love that game. I'm sorry what I've done to you. I apologize for what I've done to your fucking free time and social life. Knights of Nabarus is the Necrolis. Okay. Oh, for caveat. Yeah, I mean, I still need to do it because I need shards and stuff. I don't know. It depends on how my how hungry I get. Because it is like I'm hungry. I'm fucking hungry. I don't even think I even have anything to like cook. If anything, I'm just gonna be eating like a sandwich and having some soup. Soup and a Sammy. Soup and a Zammy. My free time disappeared the moment I discovered Warframe. Oh, Warframe can't really like it took over a pretty good portion of my time when I first started playing it, but now like I'm in the kind of like casual player mode. Where is Onesan? Where is Easter? Easter.
It's Navarus. You do know what that is, right? The ancient
World of Warcraft for me? Man, it's been a long time. I've been kind of feeling like I've slightly felt the itch. The WoW itch.
I've dug out all the old family.
I've heard that the latest expansion's been really good and people have really been enjoying it. Did you get the longsword skin? Yeah, I got the skin. But I feel like if I was gonna play WoW, I need to go and like finish the Final Fantasy XIV like expansion first. I played City of Heroes instead, old MMO. It's 100% free now. I don't know if I've ever played that before.
Navarus is all about raising the ghosts of the past. For the immortal Orkin, that meant everything we thought we'd left behind. Mortality, mystery, fear of the dark.
What would I want from here? Probably the Zaw. You're still live? Dang. Yeah. Yeah, can you send me some food? I ended up having to order something because otherwise I'm gonna be fucked. I'm gonna run out of juice. The ephemera? Bats! Oh, it makes me batty.
I'm a cool.
For only 45 mother tokens?
Again.
Easy. I don't have anything for really anything else. I like the only thing that I'm really seeing here, like I guess after a bullet jump or double jump, Air melee projectile damage increased now. Yeah. Really, I think the only thing here that, like, this is just a cosmetic. Like, I think like the Zaw, and that's pretty much about it, right? I mean, or this, or like the color. There are 2 ephemeras. I bought the wrong one. No.
Let's hear the tokens rattle. Put them on your eyes if you like. It's tradition.
God damn it! Okay, all right. Where do I gotta go get my other coins? How can I? Okay, I need to farm. Guys. Where are you? Where are you? Everybody, come here. Come here for a minute. Meet me. Yeah, right here. Yeah, meet me right here at the door. Okay, everybody meet up right here. I gotta talk to everybody. Where you guys at? Come here. I need you guys to line up. Where you at? Okay, here we go. We got 1 of you. We got 2 of you. We're missing somebody. Okay, good. All right, guys. I need you guys to listen, okay? So, I need that shit, okay? I fucking need it, okay? Do you see, like, look at this fucking ass. Look. It needs wings, all right? This ass needs wings. We need this ass to fly, okay? So here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna go out these doors right here, and we're gonna get some damn tokens, and I'm gonna get some wings. That's the discussion. That's all I had to say. I just wanted to make sure that I could recruit you, maybe get you guys a little motivated to help me out because I fucking need that shit, okay? So I need you guys to get pumped up because I'm pumped up, and that's it. Yeah. That's it. That's all I had. All right. Yeah, everybody votes. We're good. All right, let's do this. We're gonna go. Plus on top of that, I mean, you'll get benefits too. Okay, you'll get coins too. I'm sure you guys could probably use that for something. I don't know.
A particularly murderous specimen has been reported assaulting other teams. Would you be so kind as to find it and put
I want that speech with some motivational music. I think it's reasonable. It's a fair trade. Fair trade.
You are now in the region indicated in the reports of a, quote, murderous, unquote, infested. Caution.
Premier, friend. Tenno, friend.
Tenno.
Together.
Oh, you're friendly. Yeah, let me shoot you in the face. Let me shoot you in the face a little more. Thank you. Kill the goobiting blops, these little gross things. Pick the highest price bounty, 100 tokens minimum, I think. Yeah, it won't take long. Read my super chat, LD. I'm sorry, I missed it. What did you say, Samara? Thank you for the $5, Samara. Get the Sentient Surge mod. You'll want it later. When you get an Operer. Also, 3 ephemeras and an interior decoration item. All good stuff. Yeah, there's actually a lot of really good stuff. What's in there? Thank you for the 5. Legendary drops, you want to get the mods and the arcane since they don't come up often and they're very strong. Maybe. I'm just going to tell you right now. My philosophy on Warframe is you just need to look strong, okay? Or hot, one of the two. Or both. Ship decorations have stories told by grandmother. Really cool. Cool. Where'd your armor go, huh? Bet you thought you were fucking tough shit. Till I hit you with that hot booty. That's what I believe when I hit this. It's just the power of like, it's just the power of hot booty that is like breaking their armor. You know what I mean? It brings down barriers. A good ass can solve all conflicts. Also start a lot of them too, though. I should get one at least mindset. Yeah, well, that and the thing is that like I'm not like I'm just not a farmer, because like the thing is when you say like, oh, you should get the arcanes because they don't come up very often, then that leads to the line of thinking that like, oh, well, there's 21 of each that I need, and then I'm farming something for like a couple of days.
The grunters can't keep up with you. They look all mad. They said we should go play with Mr. Scratchikins if we're so...
You will need to create a killing zone. Activate local I have detected a high concentration of resources in this area. Dispatching excavator units for exploitation.
For exploitation. Tenian Surge mod is easy to grab at least. Yeah, I'll just grab the mods. Arcanes are a whole other story though. Arcanes are like such a Arcanes are like truly the end game grind, right? Like that's just what they are. That is your end game grind, because Arcanes are not something that you can just get one of. You need multiple of. I mean, they'll be effective. Like they'll still be effective with one, but not nearly as effective if you get them actually powered up. The Czar Arcanes are 3 stars, and you only need 10 to max it. Exodia Contagion is definitely worth getting. Yeah, I've heard that too. What the event lasts for? What the month? Yeah. I got 2 weeks. Yeah, we'll see. We'll put it into the rotation. There's no rush for me to do like the Kavia stuff anyway, right? Because otherwise all I'd be doing is just doing like otherwise on stream all I'd be doing is the Kavia. Oh shit. How do I do that? There we go. Otherwise I'd just be doing the I would just be doing Archimedia and trying to get like Archon shards. That can wait, in my opinion. It's not super necessary. Which one needs it? D? Give it the D. We are getting really close to getting max rank with Kavia though. So once I have that, then I'll be able to finish the little storyline and stuff with that. There's also really good stuff that I can get at rank 5, right? Can I like buy a fucking Archon shard every week? Yeah. Yeah.
An excavator reports. Mining sequence complete.
One shard a week for 30k standing. Yeah, that's not a bad deal though. You know, I saw somebody said something the other, like, I think it was like last week, and they're like, "Holy shit, you got all Tau forged on all Tau forged on Ember?" And I'm like, then I was like sitting there thinking about it. I'm like, is that not what everybody does? Because that's what my plan was to do. Was just, I'm not gonna like shard up anything until it's all Tau. I don't see the point in me putting like lesser versions of the of shards on there. I'd rather just farm like the best versions of it and just then go do the same for another frame that I want to put it, that I want to do it to.
Full excavation of site complete. An excellent haul. Excellent work, Tenno. With the ground well prepared, we can now proceed to the next step.
It's probably my only source of shards. I'm too lazy to do 5 Netrocells. Yeah. Doesn't really matter. You can take it out. Yeah, I don't know. I guess the way my brain's wired. Get the best, put the best on, set it, and forget it.
That got their attention. Hostiles incoming. All hostiles down. Move on and destroy the next hive located. Destroy it with weapon fire.
Okay, now that they're good and mad, hope you're ready.
A little overzealous there, Tenno. You were not supposed to massacre it.
Well, I killed it on accident. Fucking theater kid. Sorry, drinking and playing games, but yet to see an ad. I want ads. Yet to see an ad? Ads should be on the channel. Will people not be getting ads on Twitch? Otherwise, I need to fix that.
Okay, now that they're good
I'm
and
in.
mad, hope you're ready.
I guess I'll run some ads. I'm basically logging until I get Prime sure-footed. I got 1,200 hours, 342 days. Jeez.
Additional reward authorized.
Well, that showed them. I don't think
I thought Prime sure-footed was just a meme. Like, nobody actually uses it.
I don't think we found Mr. Scratchikins, but I think we
Doesn't it just prevent you from getting knocked over?
You keep this part locked down for a bit. Okay, Chip?
Prime sure-footed is very useful. I use it in every build. It's just a great quality of life. But doesn't it really just only protect you from like one type of Eximus enemies, like one attack? It's a meme because Nightmare Frame puts it on every build he does. Yeah.
Oh boy.
I saw homie fucking MH Blackie got fucking undressed in Reddit. I saw there was a post about like one of his build videos like somewhat recently, like a week or two ago or something like that, and people were like they're all rabble rousing. It's the reason why I'll never get, like, my thing is like I'll never get into like making build videos. That should never interest me at all. One, because I'm not the math guy. I'm not gonna sit there and do like weapons testing and stuff like that. I'm the worst when it comes to these kind of games. Like I'll come up with some like I'll do some things. Like if you guys look at some of the earlier builds that I had on some of my weapons, like I had a pretty like I had a strong idea of like what would be useful, because it's kind of like commonly used in most games, like certain types of builds, things like crit damage and crit and attack speed and stuff like that, right? Like you see it in a lot of other games, so it's pretty obvious that it's probably going to be pretty useful in a game like this. But like outside of that, like I'm not gonna be the guy that's gonna want to sit there and have to do the fucking math. Or do I want to be the guy that does the math and then my math is wrong, and then I get shit on because I fucked up a math problem? It'd be like if one of my high school teachers was like, bro, you did really bad on this quiz. And I'm like, okay. And they're like, I just wanted to let you know that not only did you do really bad on this quiz, but I fucking hate you, and I think that you should die. It's like, it's absurd. He got one miss and suddenly it invalidates him as a build maker. Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, like I saw the and it was pretty high up on the fucking, it was pretty high up on Reddit. And like what was crazy is that not only was it high up on Reddit, but like the vast majority of comments were fucking shitting on him and shitting on like every other like Warframe YouTuber. I appreciate it because there was actually a comment that was in there where somebody was like, I think somebody mentioned me, and they were like, maybe it was in that thread, it might have been in a different one, but somebody had mentioned me, and they're like, yeah, I only really watch guys like Legendary Drops and somebody else, I forgot whoever they said, and then somebody was like, Legendary Drops is not a Warframe streamer. Damn fucking straight. They meant it in a shitty way, but I was sitting there going like, true, true. Dang, what is this game then? I don't know, dog. I don't know. Odd question, but does anybody here know how to alleviate foot pain? What did you do to your foot? Why does your foot hurt? That's the question. Like, there's a lot of reasons your foot could hurt. You could have stepped on something. You could have cut it. If it's aching, it could be tendonitis, or you've damaged the muscles in your foot. If that's the case, the only thing you can do is like hot bath and a cold pack. You know, a pain reliever probably is going to go a long way. Take an Advil or something like that. I've been standing at my desk for almost a year. Well, sit down. You sleep like that? Yeah, listen. Jax is gonna be your foremost go-to right here, right now. You could try getting new feet, but I know that like that's kind of I know that's kind of like rare loot. So
this will draw more invested. Dispatch them while they are close to the vessel in order to complete the raid.
This is actually what I love about internet communities, is that you can ask a completely fucking random question, and just because of like how broad these communities end up being, you can probably find somebody that has an answer to said problem or question.
Flawless victory. Well, effective anyway. The target is no more.
Like, you could come in and like bring up some like random shit and like talk about like fucking bugs or something, and some fucking ornithologist just happens to be in chat and they're like, oh yeah, no, that's this. Oh yeah, you can just get another fucking thing right here. We don't even need to go back.
Yes, there are bounties, if you have the interest.
I don't know which one we did. You can just queue up whatever. I'll accept it. I prefer Bug Lord. Can you say she sells seashells by the seashore? Can you say Silly Sally sits and shells her peas all day? She sits and shells, shells and sits and shells, shells and sits. What about Betty bought a bit of butter, but she put it in her batter and it made her batter bitter. She bought a better butter and put it in her batter and it made her batter worse. Projectile incoming. It's the booty. It's the booty's attracting it. Oh, sorry, my bad. I wasn't paying attention.
I'm sure you've apprehended by now that Deimos is not as it should be. Several anomalous objects were
Someone call an
spotted
exorcist?
in recent scans. Lloyd can take you through the retrieval process.
Anomalous objects were scanned within this region.
Hey, I just wanted to thank you. I had been playing this game for over a decade, 13k hours. Personification of familiarity breeds content. Yeah. I think that's like one of the things that's always really nice about a new player's perspective on a game, is that like if you kind of marry yourself to a game for too long, what'll end up happening is that you'll end up becoming disillusioned with the things that you used to love about the game. You know, you'll hear it like, because I've seen it, right? I've seen it in my comment section. I've seen people that have left, you know, comments on videos that I've made where I talked positively about Digital Extremes, and they're like, yeah, but what about this time that Digital Extremes did this? And I'm like, and then I like look it up and it's something that happened like fucking like 4 or 5 years ago. And I'm like, why would I talk about something that never happened when I was playing the game? Helping your videos help me remember why I log in and play this game for so long. Well, I'm happy. That's kind of the idea. Like, I was kind of worried a little bit because I know that I make a lot of videos that are like relatively, like I make a lot of like critical content. But the thing is that I think that it, like in the case of like with that critical content, it's not meant to just be like negative Nancy doomer shit. Obviously, I don't think I ever take a doomer perspective with any of the games that I talk about. I think it's more or less, in a lot of cases, being able to validate and define like why we love games and what we love in games, so then we grow to appreciate it more when we see it in the games that we do love. I mean, you'll also see some people that'll pop off and be like, you know, bro, it's not that serious. But like, I don't think we really understand. Like, hobbies are important, man, and loving your hobby is important. And I don't know. I think video games are important. Video games are important to a lot of people. I don't think it's fair that people always want to try to like minimize discussions because they don't view it as a, like, it's not an issue to them specifically. It's kind of bullshit. Legendary drops because of you. I now remember I needed to, why I need to do my laundry in the first place. I'm glad. I'm glad, honestly. I really am.
Lesson in lethality, I'm sure they won't forget.
I appreciate it because that tells me that you'd be lost without me, right? So like that validates me as a human and makes me feel like I have purpose.
Interesting. There is a sporoidal barrier protecting the infestation.
That's why I stayed. I like reasonable criticism.
As I predicted.
Yeah.
No harm can be inflicted from outside the infested barrier.
I do think that that's like my value. Like as a content creator, I think like that's the thing where it's like, you know, in a lot of cases, people are always like, you know, what do you do different, right? Like, what do you do that other content creators don't do? And I actually think that there's a lot of polarization in content creators. And by polarizing, I mean, like, you have people that outright hate, and then you have people that outright glaze. Because, like, and the funny thing is, like, even the people that, like, pretend like they're trying to be critical of content, hold their tongue and don't make like full they don't make full criticisms because they don't want they want to make sure that the industry and that the developers, if they ever notice me senpai, if they ever notice them, that they want them to make sure that they're an ally and a friend and not an enemy, right? Like, I don't really give a shit. Like, from my perspective, I think developers are either going to figure out like what my actual perspective is, and then they can either respect it or they can not respect it. It's not really, I don't really give a shit. Like, you'll invite me to things or you won't.
The anomaly appears
Speaking of,
you will need to use an excavator.
I have been invited to something that I'll be going to soon. I can't disclose where I'm going or what I'm going to do, but that NDA will lift at one point, and then I'll be able to tell you guys about it. I am very fucking excited for it, I'll tell you that. Very, very fucking excited. I'm just here for Febreze tips. Spring, really just like the spring scents. I don't really like anything else from Febreze. Disneyland? No, it's not Ubisoft.
Reinitiated with a locally procured power source.
Could you imagine? Imagine like Ubisoft being like, hey, so we know that you've made some videos about us, and what we'd like to do is we'd like to send you to Disneyland and maybe change your mind. I hope your trip goes well. Blowjob conference? Do they have those? Do they have those? We'd like you to try out this free sample.
Okie dokie, that fixed it. It's working again now.
Get this one juiced up.
Completed its digging cycle.
Oh God! Okay, now I'll do it again. Whee! I just gave it a fucking battery. Oh, that was B that I gave a battery. My bad. Whatever. Whatever. Hey. Not very friendly what you guys are doing over here. Okay. It's not very friendly what you're doing over here. As long as it's not a Diddy party. Did you guys see? Did you guys like there was some like I forgot what rapper. I think it was like I think it was like one of the ones named after a dog or something like that. I don't remember, but like they had posted on social media that like the BET awards or something like that, like Diddy's presence is definitely missed. There was like no after parties or anything like that, and I'm like, bro, like fucking read the room, dog. What the fuck? Why would you say that? Like, man, you know, I went to the awards this year. There were like no parties going on, man. Where's Diddy at? Are you a high octane player, or would you like a slower paced MMO if you're feeling it? I like slower paced stuff. I like what is my favorite MMO? My favorite MMO, like it's a hard tie between the days that I played World of Warcraft and then Final Fantasy XIV. In like at my current stage in life and pace in life, I like Final Fantasy XIV more in most cases because it's a much more casual approach to playing. Whereas World of Warcraft, I enjoyed like its raiding experience better. I enjoyed its like loot acquisition and build experience better. It felt like there was a lot more like class expression in that game, where you don't really have a lot of class expression in Final Fantasy XIV. I strive to be the same level of hater that 50 Cent is. That's true dedication to the craft. I fucking love 50 Cent.
Mr. Smarty Pants.
I love 50 Cent.
Made it through their cycles. You rock at this. Pun fully intended. Hey, there's a Corpus researcher close by. Let's
Here, hold on a second.
Someone's here. I'm saved. Wait, you are here to help? Oh, I say, hello there. Look, hate to bother, but I need to collect samples, and frankly, I'm getting a bit over my head. Orienteering, organ landscapes, monsters, mainly the monsters. There, that one dropped a sample. Grab it.
Really need to hot fucking
Now we
key
need
that.
to grab some more samples, just to be sure.
A minute. He's over a decade ahead of you. You'll never catch up to 50. That's right, baby. He was born a hater, baby. Born a hater. It's like what is it? That episode of Chappelle's Show, the fucking haters ball. He'd have been up there winning that fucking award. Justified though. I mean, you gotta feel like, what do you like? How do you gotta feel if you're fucking 50 Cent right now and you're seeing fucking Puff Daddy in prison and like going through like a lengthy court case for being a fucking creep and an absolute like scourge of society. Like how I just dropped my ass on him and then just like hit him with the fire. Hit him with the fire. And he's already sold the documentary. 50, dude, 50 just wins, dude. He wins. That's what he does. Born winner.
Science and your enchanted friend. Oh,
well done. Full sample
When I saw how close him and Eminem were, I kind of already had an assumption that he was probably a pretty like Straight up, dude. What game is this? This game is called it's like a Korean dating simulator.
Sensory filaments. These are a rich source of biological data.
It's called Warframe. Call of Booty. Call of Booty? Yeah, that sounds about right.
Keep the motile infested at bay while the purifier does its work.
Colonel Sanders dating simulator. I was watching Pay Money Wubby play a Korean dating simulator, and it was the funniest thing I've ever fucking seen. It was fucking hilarious. And then it made me feel like I want to play a game like that on stream at some point, because I think it would be fucking funny. And like lit chat make the romantic decisions. Like test chat's ability to like fucking like you know, like let's check to see like what your proficiency is. Yeah. Yes, big fan of big fan of Pay Money Wubby. Yeah, I'm a fucking, yeah, we all a bunch of fucking wub cubs, man. You know, the whole reason I got into playing Magic the Gathering is because of watching his streams. I wish he actually played more than opened, but because I think the Magic Monday like games that he's had have been really good. Vid idea. Chat gets girl. Can chat get girls? Ooh, that's actually fucking kind of sick. I kind of like that. Do you think Metal Gear Solid is the best stealth game? This is why I fucking love streaming. That's why I love streaming. I fucking never fucking change, chat. Never fucking change. It's the only place where you can talk about fucking Korean dating simulators, and then somebody just goes, "Do you think Metal Gear Solid's the best stealth game?" Island. There's a goblin behind you, Darius. Fucking long boys. What are your thoughts on shoes? I'm actually going to hold on. I'll fucking let me read this. I'm fucking trolling. Do you think that Metal Gear Solid is the best stealth game? Metal Gear Solid 3 also has uniform color mechanics that matter for blending on different locations. Yes, Metal Gear Solid 3 is one of the best stealth games ever made. The stealth mechanics in Metal Gear Solid make it not only the most like stealth heavy if it wants to be, but like your like the stealth, you know, the stealth game fantasy is like it's played out to such a solid degree in that game. But I like the fact that in Metal Gear Solid you also don't have to play that way if you don't want to. It's kind of the best part of the game. Like, yeah, you can be like super stealthy and like do like play the whole entire game without killing anybody. I don't think, not like some people you have to, right? Like the bosses you have to, but like outside of that, you don't have to actually kill anybody. You can just put everybody to sleep.
You even got some extra rare shells
Ooh. Quastis. Sounds oddly sexual.
Retrieved the samples I wanted. I am pleased.
Jack, we have to go back to the island.
Have a reward for your efforts.
Is that from Lost? Is that why he keeps saying that? If that's why, then if that's why, then I love the guy even more for that. I fucking love Lost. People always gave that show so much fucking shit. I love that show. Like, yeah, the ending wasn't like that good. I get it. Like, it was kind of not really the best conclusion, but it had like, dude, like, it was such a wild ride. How many tokens have we earned at this point? How many Mother's coins? Yeah, it's from Lost. I love how that show did such a good job at making characters that you didn't like into characters you like, and characters you did like into characters that you didn't like. Like Sawyer and Desmond. Or I never ever, why do I need to defend myself? Apparently. Bug frame. What do you mean valid launch point? What the fuck? Well, so far 323, no 322, so I got enough for the, what did I get, enough for one of the ephemeras or two of the ephemeras? Yeah, I know I can bind. I know. I just forget. Were you ever born during the dissolution? Were you born during the dissolution of Yugoslavia? What? What? I only have enough for one? Alright, guys, back to fucking work. Unless you guys have to go. Does somebody need to go? No? Okay. Hey! You son of a bitch! Oh, it's on my head! Go away! That's it. We're gonna get hot in here. Somebody help me! Okay.
Grenier may be unsavory, but ultimately they are not the infested, and we need all the help we can get.
Heavy slam. Oh, I didn't know that.
Assist a stranded squad of Grenier. Rest assured they will be non-hostile. These Grenier fully grasp their situation here.
There's situation, yeah.
So funny.
There are Grenier artifacts.
Lost Season 2 was like, or Lost Season 1 was like crack. It was so good. I never liked the Australian girl. I hated her accent so much. If I had to hear that fucking woman say, "my baby," one more fucking time, I was gonna explode.
Prevent any infested from interfering with it.
It's gonna fucking explode. That's not a slight against my Australians, by the way. It was just her as an actor and her voice. Oh, rolling works too? I didn't know that. Get the wings first. Fuck yeah, I'm gonna get the wings first. I'm gonna get both of them. I think I should be able to do this one and probably have enough for both. We'll do 2 more rounds. We'll do 2 more. We'll do this one and then 1 more. Yeah, we'll do this one and then one. I'm gonna have to order food. That's just what it's gonna have to come down to. Tonight is turning into one of those nights. It's turning into one of those order some food nights. 2 rounds is wild. Okay, one. We'll do this round and then we'll be done. Fine. I'll listen to the one chatter and only do 1. Oh. Okay, I'm gonna go down here. Actually, I'm gonna go back above. I'm gonna believe in you guys and assume nothing is going to kill me. I'm gonna order food really fast. You can also go to operator and shoot the worms off your own head. That is actually true. I already have a feeling I know what I want. Oh, I know. I actually don't know what I want. You guys ever do that? You open an app to like order some food and you're like, I know exactly what I want to eat, and then you're like, actually, I have no fucking idea. Like Asian sounds really good.
You want to hit those high notes? You gotta mean it.
A large predator roams this area.
Chicken, beef, fish, chicken or beef. Like I don't really want to order like, I mean like Chinese food is so good. MSG directly into my fucking veins sounds great. MSG isn't bad for you? Get it. Yeah, I know. I had Chinese for dinner tonight. Creative. What do you expect me to order? Fucking creme brulee? I don't even know what creme brulee is. I've had it before. I don't even know what it was. I was like, yeah, this isn't what I thought it would be. I'm like, everybody hyped this shit up. I thought this was gonna be fire. This is fucking bullshit. I was lied to. I could order Korean. Korean probably wouldn't be that bad, actually. Ooh, and they got a deal. Shit. Damn it, it happened again. Chinese beef stir fry is so good. For real. For real, for real. How expensive is this place? Dear fucking Lord. We will not use this. Oh, there they are over there. Or not? I'm so confused. Are they not coming over here? This is where we're supposed to be, right? Or is it underneath us? Oh, I guess while it's chill, it's the perfect time for me just to order the food and stop acting like I don't stop paying attention to everything else. Asian. No. I could get curry. I could get curry. Do you get Tim Hortons coffee? I'm not from Canada, bud. There's no Tim Hortons over here. I've been to Tim Hortons. In the times that I've visited Windsor and Sarnia. Actually, now that I'm thinking about you said Bud like a Canadian. There's actually a lot of people that believe I'm Canadian. I've actually realized that. There's a lot of people that always say that. They're like, oh yeah, this guy's from Canada. Chicken katsu curry? If you can find a place. Oh, I know what you're saying. You and I might be on the same fucking wavelength here. Yep. This is gonna work. Yep. What do I want in it though? What do I want in my curry? That's the question. Stewed beef, stewed chicken. I could get it, or I could get a chicken cutlet.
That should be sufficient. Use the vessel to begin infusing the bait.
Potatoes, chicken and patat. Ooh, chicken and patat.
Terminate them close to the vessel to expedite the process.
That's no good. You gotta bop the infested near the jug, or we'll get nowhere.
If the infested are eliminated too far from the vessel, this will not work. Only infested that are terminated in proximity to the vessel contribute to the infusion. Proximity alert. Baited target has arrived. Immediate termination is advised.
It's in his video, him drinking it? Drinking what? So I seen you drinking ice cap. In a vid. Seen an ice cap though. What in what video?
A large concentration of infested are close
What
by.
video was I drinking? What video was I drinking Tim Hortons?
Shoot to destroy it.
I don't remember that.
Hostiles incoming.
We got him, boys. No, I fucking believe me. If there was a fucking Tim Hortons nearby, your boy would be fucking going there. Tim Hortons has fire fucking breakfast sandwiches.
Area cleared. We should
They have
locate
absolutely fire breakfast sandwiches.
Look, there's a hive. Nuke it.
That got their attention. Hostiles
Okay.
incoming.
So we're gonna do chicken cutlet. We're gonna do. Ooh, I could have done pork cutlet. Okay, that's good. I'm starting to order with big eyes. I'm that hungry that I was like, oh well, maybe this actually would probably be pretty good too, and this probably. I mean, why not throw that on there while we're at it? You know what I mean? What the fuck? They make non-pizza?
Hope you're ready.
That's crazy. Why would you eat French fries with curry? Can somebody explain that? Okay. When you went to TennoCon? I didn't put up any videos in at TennoCon. Yeah, I didn't put up any of the videos from TennoCon.
All clear. Task performed with creditable expedience. Additional reward authorized.
Maybe the.
Well, I know you keep saying you were drinking an ice cap drink. I'm asking you, when did you see me? In what video was I drinking said ice cap drink? I understand what you're telling me, that you've seen me drinking something that would put me geologically in a place that is thousands of miles from me. I'm like, how? Then again, I'm sure there's probably some places who use like similar cups.
No, you cannot breach the... You cannot breach the infestation from outside its protective barrier. The growth over the cache is seemingly invulnerable. Look for any infested tumors linked to it. No, you cannot breach the... You cannot breach the infestation.
Oh, gravy style curry would actually be kind of life changing. I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. You're not wrong, actually. Yeah, now I'm thinking about it, like fries dipped in curry sauce would actually kind of go hard. Yeah, I see that. I am delirious with hunger. It is true. I mean, it's been 12 hours since I ate. I'm effectively fasting at this point, right?
What's in the box?
A job well done. You have exceeded projected.
God, so I was talking about this earlier. I told you guys that, like, you know, like out of my own stupidity, because I want to play video games with my friends, I bought NHL 2025, and I've been playing it. And one of the things that I'm gonna say is this, like, it is fucking crazy, like, how bad their greed has gotten. Like, how fucking horrible EA is at making fucking video games. It is actually fucking obnoxious. I need to talk about it at some point, and I will. Because it's the most disgusting behavior that I think I've ever seen. Like, the fact that, like, don't get me wrong, like, I think the gameplay is actually, like, good, but there's not really a lot that you need to change there. So the only thing that they really change with sports games is game modes, game types, and then updating the roster, and then basically refreshing everybody that plays, you know, what we could basically consider as a dad's gotcha game, right? Because that's what, like, Hut, Butt, and Mutt are, right? Like, the Ultimate Team games are all really just there as, like, a fucking boomer, the boomer dad gotcha game. Instead of waifus, they're getting muscular men, right? Like, that's fine, whatever, the Hut stuff. But the thing is, like, when they first introduced, like, Hockey Ultimate Team, like, years ago, it wasn't really that bad. But, like, now, like, they're selling, like, because, like, before it was, like, the most expensive pack you could buy was, like, $5. So it really wasn't that crazy, and it also wasn't like too hard to just like earn that stuff just by playing the game. So I never really spent a lot of money on it, but I still kind of enjoy, like, I enjoy Hockey Ultimate Team. Like, the Ultimate Team game modes are interesting. It's fun to like build your fantasy team and collect players and stuff like that. But like the problem is that like their greed has gotten so fucking out of control that they have like completely thrown away any like semblance of parity. And now it's like there's packs that are like over $100 that like guarantee you like level, like the game just came out and they're like guaranteeing like level like 86 players, where like most people are playing with like level 75 to 80, like not even a fucking like. And then there's basically the tournament mode, which is called like Hut Champions, which is quite literally just like pay to win mode. It's like, oh, did you spend enough on getting these? Well, now you're going to be able to do this PvP thing and get even better rewards and continue to power gap any players that are not spending a lot of money or do not play this game as a fucking profession. I saw some dude like the other day that I played with, and I'm like, holy fuck, this guy has like this, all these fucking like super powerful like player cards. And given the date that the game has come out, it's only been out for like a very short while. I go and I look and like I talk to some other people and they're like, yeah, that dude spent at least $4,000. And I'm like, holy shit. That's the kind of environment they made. Now, here's the thing. I normally wouldn't give too much of a shit about that because it exists in a bunch of other games. Like, whatever, you know, fuck it. I'm not going to participate in that, in those microtransactions. I'm not going to let it bother me. It is what it is. right? I'll just, you know, but the problem is that if anybody here has played NHL 2025, it has the same issue that the game has had since NHL 2022.
We'll be able to make it out on our own now. Thank you for
Which is that, like, for some odd reason, the more content that they've added to the game, the slower and the lower the frame rates have gotten on the menus. The menus. I'm not even talking about gameplay. Gameplay's fine, but the menus are like 1 FPS. It's the most disgusting, time-wasting, unattractive thing. How the fuck do you sell a game like this? But they do it because, like, they don't have any fucking competition. They're an effective monopoly inside the video game industry that are strong-arming, and they don't have to worry about the quality of the game that they deliver. They're the only fucking game. They're the only game. It's such like this whole like NHL license and like sports license titles for video games is such a racket. It's so stupid, and it shouldn't be allowed to exist. It quite literally works against, all it does is it doesn't benefit the consumer at all. There's no consumer benefit to these games being able to be licensed only specifically, like it's different if it was like movies are one thing, but like sports are something that's like much more universal. Like, what the fuck is going on here? It's crazy. How do people put up with it? Because they have to, because they don't have a choice, because there's no regulation that prevents something like this from happening. Why do you think that EA, even though everybody can collectively say that EA's games are fucking shit, why do you think that EA trades for like $200 a share? It's because they're an effective monopoly, and there's no way to get around it. There's nothing that you can do. Like, the only way, like, what are people gonna do? Stop playing fucking sports games? No. People play sports games because it's the kind of video games that they enjoy playing, and they don't really have a lot of choices. It's the only place that they can get that kind of enjoyment. It's where they get to scratch that itch that they have for the niche that they have. Imagine if first-person shooters were made by only one company. That's it. You could only ever get a first-person shooter from Activision. If that was the kind of game that a lot of people really like to play, which it is a game that a lot of people like, it would just get played. It is what it is, and like the players couldn't do anything about it, because like you're not going to be able to get everybody to just up in arms say, I'm not playing my favorite kind of game anymore because I want to get, you know, I want another company to make it, because you're not going to get another company to make it. The answer is to make competition. They can't. That's the point. That's the point. They cannot make competition. They are licensed. It is a licensed game by the NHL. It is a licensed game by the NFL and by the NBA, except for I think the NBA is with 2K, not with EA. Yeah, they can't make competition because it's a licensed product, so they're not allowed to use NHL players. You could make a hockey video game that is not based on any of the leagues under the NHL, Liga, or, because like it's not even just NHL. That's the crazy thing. Like, this is how far-reaching this kind of monopoly is that EA doesn't just have the license for NHL. They have it for Liga. They have it for like I don't know if they have the KHL or not. But yeah, I mean, they have it for other leagues, like European leagues and stuff like that. That's why Western gaming needs to completely die out to get straight up grassroots again. It's not going to happen. The companies are too fucking big. EA's not going to go anywhere.
Excellent data recovery demo. It appears that some Grenier lost a fight.
EA's not fucking going anywhere. The only way that anything can happen with EA is if the licensing agreements change, and companies are allowed to, like the NHL is allowed to license it to more than EA, and can license it to, you know, 2K or some other company as well. So then you can have multiple companies that are making NHL games every year. Or football games, or basketball games, or whatever sports games, soccer games. Hostile takeover? You're talking about motivating and organizing gamers. Literally the most, like... No, it's not gonna happen. It's the biggest, it's the thing that works to the industry's benefit the most, and that is that at its core, gaming communities are unorganized and easily distracted and easily dispersed. We're good about being mad at stuff. That's about as far as it goes, though, yeah. Oh, if you want to do more an official league, no, I meant make the genre a fun game based on a sport, not using an official league. It won't work. The thing is that the like games like that had been around before. Football, right? Football, we used to get blitz, but that was still NHL or NFL licensed, because at the end of the day, if you're playing a sports game, you typically want to play a sports game because you want to play as your favorite team. Or you want to play as your favorite player, or you want to have your favorite players on your team. Making a game about a bunch of nobodies that are playing sports doesn't really work. The only way that it would work, by the way, but it wouldn't actually be competition, is if you do something like Blood Bowl. You guys remember Blood Bowl back in the day? The like orcs and goblins and fucking paladins football game. But it's not really competition because it's its own niche. NBA Street, again, licensed NBA. That's the problem, is that like all these games were their licenses are being held by like into one company. So like two companies can't make an NBA game in the same year. We used to have that. You used to get an NBA game from EA and then also one from 2K, and both of them actually had their own games. But then EA got majority rights and ownership on the licensing rights. So the NFL, NHL, the 2K games that we used to get from them went away. And then they both got effective monopolies and just basically kind of called it even. Where like 2K got the monopoly on the NBA, and then EA got the monopoly on hockey, soccer, and football. And at the time, because of how that dynamic worked, where both of them were making games, they both made better games as a result. Like, that's the reason why Madden was so fucking sick back in the day, and it was such a good game and everybody wanted to play it, was because Madden was competing with NFL 2K. But now that Madden doesn't have to compete with any other NFL game, they don't have to make it a good game. And now it's just filled with more and more microtransactions and bullshit, and they don't do anything to actually improve the experience. Same thing goes for their like FIFA stuff. Except for, if I'm not mistaken, EA lost their FIFA rights. Who did they lose their FIFA rights to?
They're all tuckered out. Let's go find. Oh, look.
Or they lost the name FIFA, I think is what it was. I think they still have the licensing rights for the like professional soccer league. They lost it to FIFA, yeah. Yeah, but I don't think anybody's making a FIFA titled game. But if I'm not mistaken, EA can still make the game with like using players as characters and teams. They just lost the name. They moved to college? No, I think they just made a college football game. I think they still have the NHL or NFL right. Yeah, it just lost the FIFA name. That's all it was.
Additional reward authorized.
Maybe these were what chewed on the grunters. They don't normally like asking for help, you know. Oh, hey, there's a cache. Maybe the grunters left it behind.
You will need to release.
Came down to money. Yeah, and the thing is that this is how powerful an effective Monopoly is. You can lose a name and still retain the players because they don't have anywhere else to go buy it. Because like, what are you gonna do? Get another like? EA already has the infrastructure built to keep pumping out sports games every single year. How was the 1999 demo? It was really good. I enjoyed it a lot. I'm just upset that it was so short and I can't play it all the way through because I just want to play 1999 now. My only hope is that 1999 has a lot of fucking content. That's all I hope for. I hope that 1999 has more. I hope that it has more content than Whispers in the Walls. Like, I think Whisper in the Walls is cool, but I mean, only really adding like Archimedia and Dark Archimedia, like that's kind of mid. I'm just hoping there's going to be a lot to 1999 because they are hyping it up pretty fucking high.
Sadly, the cache itself gives us no clues about the Grenier.
EA is working it out now, or just bought NFL negotiating license extension for Madden NFL. Yeah, exactly. Like, they're not gonna walk away from that shit. The problem is, like, none of that shit can ever get better because, like, I think it's bullshit that one company can get the license for that and then no other company can use it. Especially if we're talking about sports leagues. Like WB having the rights to make Harry Potter games totally fucking makes sense. WB owns the rights to Harry Potter, right? Like that's fine. That makes sense. But like the fact that you can go to the NHL or NFL or NBA and be like, yeah, we want licensing rights to make a video game based on this game, and they go, okay, that's fine, and then nobody else can do it. And really what it comes down to is it's more or less a bidding war, and EA already has the established relationship and can spend the fucking money. So like no other company is really going to get a fucking chance unless they want to throw up the money to do so. And then they don't want to do it because like what's the likelihood that somebody's going to want to buy our football, basketball, hockey game or whatever. And I think the worst part about it is as well is that like their marketing department over there at EA is fucking smart as shit. Like you literally just use the name of the fucking league and then like the year the game came out as the title. So like effectively you're occupying the same like the same mind space as the league itself does. And it's super effective because like what are you gonna name, like, you know, if I don't know, if you have like, let's say some other company wants to jump in the fucking ring, right? Let's say Activision as an example wants to make a NBA or a NFL game. What are they gonna call it? They have to call it something that's not as recognizable. It has to be called like, you know, NBA Jam or you know, NFL Street. I'm surprised Nintendo hasn't tried to patent football because it was in a Mario game. True. The problem is that like the issue that we run into is the fact that Nobody's gonna do anything about it. Nobody's gonna fix it or anything like that because I like our governments across the board and the people that are in leadership roles in our government are too fucking old. They're like old enough to be like my fucking grandparents. God rest their fucking soul. And like they just don't understand the technology. They don't understand the nuance. And the vast majority of people that get into these kind, like get into office. Okay, now we can go to go back to the Necrolis. The vast majority of people that get into office don't they don't care about it. They don't see the point in defending like video game consumers. They're paying attention to larger markets, which is crazy because at the end of the day, you got to think about it. Like, even though a lot of people say it's not that serious, it's video games. Like, how much does the video game industry make in a year? Yeah, it's a fucking the video game industry is worth an estimated $214 billion. I think that's an underestimate because there's a lot of companies that are making a lot of fucking money. But regardless, it's growing and it continues to grow. It makes more money than movies, television, and music combined. Like, if you don't get a handle on this stuff as this industry continues to grow, and it will, especially as it starts to bleed into other sectors. Like, if you don't get a handle on it now, you're fucked. You're fucked. It's gonna cause so many issues later on down the road.
The ancient Orcan festival of death, darkness, and deviance? The happiest time of the entire year!
Oh my god.
I've dug out all the old family decorations. Take a look. One of them even tells a story.
What did you guys say? Sentient Surge? What does Sentient Surge do? Each target eliminated refills the Okikore's magazine. Status chance and critical chance are increased by 60% for each tendril active. Ooh. And what is that for? For the Okikore? What is the Okikore? Is that in here?
Scuttle, buddle, whispery, hispery, chitter, chatter, snap.
Get the interior decoration? What? What is the interior decoration? The Wild Hunt? Akikore is a clan research weapon. I'll have to unlock that. I can get it. What about Vile Discharge? No. Embolist? That's 100, 200.
Let the wedding night begin.
300. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I'll buy one of these. One of each.
I'm only bones
There you go. And I still got 2 weeks. I still got 2 weeks. And I can buy I can buy more of these, and I should probably buy this Zaw, right? Is this Zaw any good? Oh. I didn't buy this. I should have bought this. I'll buy it. I'll buy it later. It's fine. 99. Yes, viral damage. Ooh, that sounds really good. Okay.
Happy never. Until next time.
Yeah. I'm gonna exit the necklace, go back to the ship. Did you even grab? Are you talking about the cost? Yeah, I grabbed the $1 or the 1 credit cosmetics. Of course I did. Oh. We'll have to get rid of that back piece. Even though I do see why people would say I would put it on Wisp. Yeah, like Wisp would look really good with that. I should look with the other ones. Also very cool on her. Also very cool on her. Might actually go with this instead of the wings, but I kind of like the idea of like making her like a fucking little demon.
Reminds the operator to take time for themselves. Pressure creates diamonds, yes, but it also creates rubble.
See, what I don't like is I just want to change the color of these.
Ah, a look that says I have arrived.
Ooh, yeah. That new Vault skin is so good. It's so good. It really do be, though. Anything else is going to clip and look weird. Like, I would like to keep this, but I don't like how it, like, it clips in the back like that.
I want to get into Warframe, but the time commitment always stops me from playing it.
There is no time commitment. You're making the time commitment up. Thank you for the $5, but you're making the time commitment up. There's no time commitment. You want to know how often I play Warframe? I play Warframe 3 to 4 hours a week typically, unless some friends invite me to play. Do not feel like you need to rush. There's no end game that you need to rush to. There's no gap that you need to close to get closer to other players. Literally all players in this game play almost the exact same content. You will often see players that you would probably consider to be end game that are doing the same activities that you're doing. Everybody's doing the same stuff. You can take the game at whatever pace that you want. Oh, I did miss a super chat. Blake Rogers said, "Damn, homie, you're still streaming. Glad I can catch it and come back for you." Yeah, thanks, man. Appreciate that. And Bender, again, thank you for the 5 as well. Thank you for reminding me, Tickle. Yeah, I was ranting at the time, so I didn't hear it. Yeah, it's the one thing that I'll tell people: never, ever, ever feel like you don't have any there's no rush. There's nothing that you have to do. You just play the game, enjoy the game, and that's it. There's nothing else to it. Really, there's nothing else to it. Don't overcomplicate games. I think people do that a little bit too often. They overcomplicate things and they push it, and they think that they have to, they have to commit a lot of time to it. You can play this game as casually as you want to. And I would guarantee just about everybody here would agree with me on that. Like, I don't, like, the thing is that, like, and then actually on top of that, like, even if you're just like, oh man, I'm not going to be able to play the game much this week, something that I always suggest that you can do as well is pop into their live stream for an hour, let it like run in your pocket when they stream Warframe on Thursday, get some free rewards, so the next time you log in you're good to go. Everybody takes breaks and comes back. Yeah, and that's the thing, like, even if you took a break and come back, there's no like catch up that you need to do. Like, you're not going to be barred from any content. You just take it at your own pace. This is not Destiny. This isn't something like that where you need to like get yourself into a certain position to be able to like stay alongside everybody else in the game. Actually, I probably still will stick with that. That actually is really good too. Do I want to use the other ephemera though? Yours looks really good. I also like the Lotus on her as well. Vengeful Ephemera kind of goes hard too, though. She looks like a deadly angel. For any of my Magic the Gathering homies in here, I now realize why I really like and I think a lot of the art direction that you end up seeing with Ember really reminds me of like Phyrexians, like Praetors, especially what is her name? The like queen, the Praetor queen. I'm pretty sure. Maybe that's what I'm thinking of. Yeah, kind of get Elish Norn vibes. Though it would be like really, really sick. It'd be really sick to be able to get like a headpiece that looks like this. This is here actually what I'll do is I'll you know what I mean? I'm learning Magic the Gathering. Yeah. I'm sorry for you. I'm sorry for me. I'm learning Magic the Gathering. Oops. I don't want to put demon wings on everything. I'm not going. That's way too much. I didn't even check the other cosmetic too, right? Oh, okay. Oh, she can. Oh, yo. Hold on. Guitar Mount Rushmore? What? Thank you for the $1.99. That seems more Garuda style. Yeah, kind of. Now this though. And it's like just barely clipping on the wolf's head enough for me to not really care too much about it. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I like this. When we doing fashion frames again, everyone liked my Inaros, but I got more stuff. Let's do... You guys want to do fashion frame next week? We could. We could do fashion frame next week. This week, probably not, because like tomorrow... Oh, hold on. We can probably do it next week. Next week will probably be a good time to do it. It would probably be a good time to do it. Yeah. Because tomorrow I think we're probably gonna play. Tomorrow I think we're probably gonna get into maybe some. We're probably gonna get into what? We need to play more Ghost of Tsushima. We're gonna try to blitz through. I'm gonna try not to spend. You know, I'm probably gonna cut down like and try to get more game time in tomorrow if we can. I think that's probably gonna be the best route to go. And then yeah. Yeah. Guitarist, I should say. Guitarist Mount Rushmore. Are you asking what guitars I have? I got some good stuff worth showing off. Yeah, I figured, plus on top of that, it's kind of nice to give it a little bit of a break because like even though people like doing the fashion frame, it's kind of nice to see like how people's like cosmetics and stuff like that change after like new stuff has actually come out and there's different things to use. Waifu sticker cup. Yeah, I got waifus all over this. I got Nagatoro with a gun. And then I have Marin from My Dress Up Darling down there. And I have a bunch of, and then like literally all the rest of it is just like some Warframe stickers and then Konosuba characters. Oh, top 4, aka. I see what you're saying now. Top 4. Oh, probably. Fucking Clapton. Hey, Van Halen. BJ from August Burns Red, and Tosin Abasi. Probably the route that I would go. Kiko from Mangra, yeah. Yeah, I can see that. I can see that. But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, I've been streaming for 7 hours. My food just got here. It is still warm and I want to eat. I'm going to eat myself some food. I'm going to chill out for the rest of the evening. I will be back streaming tomorrow and we will continue on. There's plenty of things that we still have to talk about. There's a bunch of stuff that I didn't go over today. So we'll dive into a bunch of that stuff tomorrow and whatever else ends up happening between today and tomorrow. So I hope you guys enjoy the rest of your evening. I hope you guys have a fantastic tomorrow until we meet again. Thank you guys for hanging out. Thank you guys for the super chats, the donations, the subscriptions, all that stuff. Thank you guys so much for your generosity. And hopefully, maybe, potentially, I should have a video that comes up tomorrow. So look forward to a video tomorrow morning. Maybe. Just depends on if I can actually get it approved to get posted. Anyway, stay cool, stay righteous, stay safe.